Chapter 161. There was no day or night in the underworld. Deathly stillness was an eternal theme. Ever since Ning Chun had woken up, the thing he did the most was sit in his wheelchair in a daze. He couldn't go out or cultivate. The ghost girl had said that the more he used his true qi, the faster the poison would spread. He would be one step closer to becoming an undead monster. Ning Chun was very clear that his internal organs had already been destroyed by the heavenly flames. He was relying on the yellow springs flower to survive. Detoxifying the poison would lead to death, but not detoxifying the poison would lead to a life worse than death. The heavens had already blocked all paths of survival, leaving no hope. Only the two of them were left in the underworld. The ghost girl liked silence, and Ning Chun didn't like to waste time talking. Thus, the deathly stillness of the underworld became even quieter. After a few more days, Ning Chun grew tired of staying here. He began to sit in his wheelchair and walk around the underworld. He didn't have any goals, but he didn't want to sit there and wait for death. The ghost girl didn't have anything to do, so she accompanied Ning Chun around the underworld. The two of them were now undead, so what they had the most was time. Ning Chun crossed the Ruo Shui and entered the main hall of the netherworld. The mechanism in the hall had already been broken, and the pearl that controlled the illusion had also been eaten by the little white horse. Now on the stone platform, there was only a slender demon blade that was completely blood-red in color and a noble and extraordinary purple divine sword left. In the past, he couldn't take away the blade and sword on the platform. Today was no different. The blade and sword were sentient and would automatically recognize a master. Clearly, he wasn't the master they were waiting for. Ning Chun wasn't disappointed. This world didn't revolve around him. It was impossible for him to encounter all the good things. He was already lucky to have obtained 2 heavenly tomes. He couldn't ask for more. Ghost girl, you could do your own things. There's no need to follow me. I'll be fine for a while. Ning Chun glanced at the red-clothed woman beside him. I don't have anything to do. The ghost girl calmly said. Don't you need to cultivate? Ning Chun curiously asked. The upper limit of the underworld child and ghost girl's martial path is the peak of the Hotian realm. Unless they cultivate together, it's very difficult for them to advance. Unbelievable. Ning Chun sighed. The ghost girl paused for a moment before continuing. It's not absolute. This generation's underworld child is an anomaly. His talent far surpasses anyone from the previous generation. It's very likely that he'll be able to step into the Xiantian realm on his own. What about you? Ning Chun asked. I'm not as good as him. It's almost impossible. The ghost girl shook her head. Give me your hand, Ning Chun said softly after thinking for a while. A look of surprise flashed across ghost girl's face, but she still extended her hand. The ghost lady's hands were very white, even whiter than the average woman's. It was not frightening, but rather, it was very beautiful. Ning Chun grabbed the ghost lady's hand and activated the life scroll in his body. Suddenly, a vast aura flowed into his body through the ghost lady's hand. At the same time, Ning Chun's body began to decay, especially his right arm, which was decaying at a shocking speed. Scroll of life. Ghost girl was shocked. However, before she could be surprised, she felt a vast amount of true qi flowing into her body. She could only suppress the shock in her heart and concentrate on receiving the true qi from Ning Chun's hand. After a long time, Ning Chun retracted his hand and looked at his arm. He pulled up his sleeve and covered his arm. After a quarter of an hour, the ghost woman woke up. She looked at the young man in front of her with a complicated expression and said, recklessly using your true qi will accelerate the spread of the poison in your body. Ning Chun smiled and said carelessly, it's fine. This cultivation base of mine is just a waste. Why don't I help you break through to the Xiantian realm? The life scroll did not have any attributes, so anyone could cultivate it. The ghost lady had done him a favor, so this true qi could be considered repaying that favor. Feeling the turbulence in her body, the ghost lady carefully warned, I have to go into seclusion. I don't think I'll be able to come out for a while. I'll leave the ghost palanquin here. If you want to leave, you can sit on it. But remember to come back before dawn. Don't worry, I know what to do, Ning Chun replied. The ghost lady did not say anything else and hurriedly left to enter seclusion. The Xiantian realm was not so easy to reach. However, she had a feeling that even if she did not enter the Xiantian realm this time, she would not be too far off. After the ghost lady left, Ning Chun continued to wander around hell. Unknowingly, his originally numb left arm began to feel something. This meant that the yellow springs poison in his body had deepened. Just as Ning Chun was suffering in the underworld, the outside world was also in chaos. Great Xia and Northern Ming were at war once again. Pham Lingyue led 10,000 heavy cavalry and 100,000 heavy cavalry on a long-distance raid, completely defeating the Great Xia's reinforcements. Even Duke Jingwu was defeated. Less than half of the 100,000 reinforcements remained, and they all retreated back to Yiyang City. The strength of Northern Ming's heavy cavalry was fully displayed this time. In addition to the invincible heavy cavalry, Great Xia's army was defeated again and again, suffering heavy losses. Most of the rebellions had been suppressed, but Great Xia was also in a difficult situation. The people were in a panic, and they no longer had the confidence they had in the past. Within Great Xia's imperial city, there were still many nobles being assassinated. The number of assassins that Northern Ming had hidden with the help of the third prince was far beyond imagination. It was impossible to eliminate them all in a short period of time. The imperial guards of the imperial city underwent a major change, especially the 3 battalions of Divine Wind, Purple Lightning, and Swift Rain. Several commanders were replaced. Marquis Nanyu was also placed under house arrest by Xiam Mingri, and his military power was taken back. Half a month later, the 5 battalions of Divine Wind, Green Sparrow, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Crimson Viper moved together. The 150,000 Imperial Guards left the Imperial City and headed north to meet the enemy. The 11 battalions of the Imperial Guards were only left with 6 battalions, and the pressure of guarding the Imperial City increased. In the west of Great Xia, the Eternal Night cult attacks were even fiercer. The 30,000 heavy cavalry became 50,000. Under the surprise attack, the 100,000 Blackwater army was no match for them and retreated hundreds of miles. In another battle, the Blackwater army was still at a disadvantage. On the other side, the battle between Marquis Kaixin and the Eternal Night Martial Monarch was earth-shattering. Unfortunately, the Eternal Night Martial Monarch had a special physique and was injured but not killed. Even someone as strong as the Great Xia war god was helpless and could only retreat hundreds of miles. The situation of Great Xia had once again reached a critical moment. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xiao Mingri frowned as he looked at the urgent battle reports. His mind was spinning rapidly. That day, Ning Chun told him that Great Xia and Northern Ming would definitely fight again. If they couldn't win, they should try their best to drag it out. After autumn, Great Xia would have more than a 90% chance of winning. However, with the current situation, Great Xia probably wouldn't be able to hold on until then. The Northern Ming army came aggressively and bared their fangs. The 100,000 cavalry were invincible, and with the help of 10,000 heavy cavalry, even the Imperial Guards wouldn't be able to stop them. The soldiers of Great Xia were better at defending cities. Hence, Pham Lingyue tried to reduce the number of times they took the initiative to attack the city. He tried his best to choose the open plains to take the initiative. Great Xia couldn't catch the traces of the Northern Ming cavalry, so it wasn't strange for them to lose again and again. The Northern Ming Imperial Court was a country on horseback. Every Northern Ming person ate sand and mutton as they grew up. The lives of the people of Great Xia were much better as they lived on grains. There's an old saying that a herbivore would never be able to beat a carnivore. The strength of Great Xia was built on the strength of the marquises and border soldiers. Unfortunately, these soldiers and generals who had been through hundreds of battles were either held back or died in schemes. There weren't many of them left. Pham Lingyue was the best at making use of people's hearts. During the process of the war, he spread rumors that Great Xia was going to fall. The matter of Ning Chun being punished by the heavens became the best reason. That day, the sky was clear, and the scene of a sea of fire was still fresh in their minds. The people of Great Xia had no choice but to believe it. The people of Great Xia felt more and more uneasy, afraid that one day the wrath of the heavens would descend once more. As the saying goes, a defeated army is like a collapsing mountain. The current situation of Great Xia was like a collapsing mountain. They couldn't defend, they couldn't beat, and they couldn't catch up. The invincible Great Xia had no face left under the iron hooves of Fan Lingwei. Another 10 days passed, and the 150,000 guards arrived at the north. They split into two, one to assist Yang City and one to defend Shilling City. They wanted to block the Beiming army's path down south. These were two iron cities, and in the middle and two sides were natural barriers and city walls. They were the two cities that one had to pass to go down south. If one wanted to go around, one would have to pass through many mountains and hills, which was really disadvantageous for the Beiming Iron Cavalry. Sieging became their only choice. In the world, everyone was looking at this crucial battle. If Great Xia could hold back the Beiming army and stop them from going down south, there was still hope for the war between the two dynasties to turn around. If not, Great Xia would really be in danger. Logically speaking, in this battle, Great Xia had the advantage of defending the city and would not be easily broken through. At the very least, they could use up a large portion of Beiming's forces. At that time, even if the city was broken through, it would be barely acceptable. However, they had Fan Lingwei on the other side, so no one dared to make any predictions about this battle. In just a few short months, the invincible Great Xia was beaten to such a state. The real reason was that Beiming had Fan Lingwei and Great Xia did not. The true battle was about to begin, and the defending troops of the two cities were really nervous. Yang City and Shilling City had 90,000 and 60,000 guards respectively, working together with the defending troops to face this battle together. However, at this moment, the Beiming Iron Cavalry stopped in a small city 500 miles away. The Northern Ming Army, which had been left far behind, quickly caught up with them. They brought carriages after carriages of provisions and siege weapons into the small city. In the following few days, the Beiming army started to try to siege the city. The target they chose was out of everyone's expectations. It was not Shilling City, but Yang City, which had more troops. The scale of the siege was not large, and it was more of a probing attack. Wave after wave, it was continuous. Everyone knew that this was the strategy of the Beiming military advisor. However, even if they knew that it was a trap, no one dared to let down their guard and could only deal with it carefully. Deep into the night, Duke Jingwu stood on top of Yang City, looking at the Beiming army in the distance. He felt really complicated. He had been in the court for 40 years and had experienced 3 generations of emperors. He had witnessed the entire process of Great Xia going from prosperity to decline. Today, he felt that he was really old. The new generation would replace the old. This era was no longer theirs. Beiming's military advisor was indeed terrifyingly strong. Great Xia also had such a person, unfortunately. Chapter 162. The ghost palanquin streaked through the night sky, emitting ghost chi. The person in the palanquin was wearing black clothes that only revealed his eyes. His entire body was covered in darkness. The ghost palanquin drove straight to Sky Heaven Academy. When it was close, Ning Chun put away the palanquin and pushed the wheelchair toward the small courtyard outside the academy. This was Old Man Lu's residence. Normally, no one would come here. Old Man Lu sensed the wheelchair as soon as it entered the courtyard. He opened the door and frowned when he saw the hidden figure. "Who are you?" "Old Man Lu. I trust you've been well since we last met," said Ning Chun calmly. His slightly hoarse voice still contained a trace of familiarity from the past. Old Man Lu's body trembled, and he was filled with disbelief. "You're still alive?" "I'm just not dead," said Ning Chun softly. "Why are you dressed like this? Why are you so secretive in front of me?" asked Old Man Lu. "You're old. I was afraid of scaring you." Ning Chun faintly smiled under the black cloth. Old Man Lu frowned once more. "You can't move your legs again. It's just temporary. I'll recover soon." Ning Chun didn't say anything else. According to the current situation, once he could move his legs again, the yellow spring's flowers poison would have completely spread. He wouldn't be far from becoming a living corpse. Wait a moment. Old Man Lu walked into the room and then pushed a wheelchair out. Change to this. After you left last time, I casually made it in my spare time. When I heard that your legs had recovered, I thought you wouldn't need it anymore. I didn't think I'd give it away today. In the end, it's not a waste. Ning Chun switched to the wheelchair and tested it out. As expected, it was much stronger than the ghost woman's. Old Man Lu looked at the youth in front of him and asked, "You didn't come to the academy just to see an old man like me, right?" "I came to find my master and also to see you," said Ning Chun honestly. Ning Chun turned the wheelchair around and walked towards the door. "I'm leaving. I'll come see you again in the future." Old Lu watched as Ning Chun left. Many questions were buried in his heart, but he didn't say anything. He could feel that Ning Chun was different this time. He was like a pool of stagnant water, and no one could detect any signs of life from him. Ning Chun sat in his wheelchair and walked to the headmaster's residence without any obstruction. The academy was guarded by many powerhouses, and the headmaster was an inborn expert in the three disasters state. It was the safest place in the world, and there was no need for any guards. The headmaster's room was still dimly lit. After Ning Chun arrived, he knocked on the door and waited silently. "Come in." The old voice of the headmaster sounded in the room. Ning Chun pushed the door open and entered. He looked at the teacher who stood up to add oil to the lamp and said respectfully, "Teacher." The headmaster stopped and glanced at Ning Chun. Trembling slightly, he passed the oil in his hand to Ning Chun and said, "You fill it. I'm old and my hands are not steady." "Yes." Ning Chun nodded. He took the lamp oil, opened the wick, and carefully poured the oil into the lamp. "It's good to be young. There's hope when you're young." The headmaster sighed softly. "Teacher, I can't hold on any longer," Ning Chun said in a low voice. The headmaster smiled and stretched out his arm. After a while, specks of dust scattered. His entire hand began to turn gray from the fingers. Not long after, more than half of it disappeared. "Your body still exists. It's just that there are some problems now. There will always be hope. Don't give up so easily." As he spoke, the headmaster's hand moved slightly. The gray fingers began to fly back and condense together in the blink of an eye. "Do you still remember what Dao Kuei said to you?" the headmaster asked. Live at all costs," Ning Chun replied. The headmaster nodded and walked behind the desk. He tidied up the books on the desk and said, "It's not easy to live. However, there's only hope if you live." Ning Chun was silent. After a long time, he bowed deeply and said, "I understand. The no scroll is about to appear. Dao Kuei and I are old and don't have the strength to search for it. We can only rely on you." The headmaster sighed softly. "I'll do my best," Ning Chun replied respectfully. At this moment, in the southeast direction, a shocking light shot up into the sky. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. "It's the heavenly book." Ning Chun narrowed his eyes and said slowly. It felt as vast as the starry sky. The possibility of it being the no scroll was not high. As for which scroll it was hard to tell. "Headmaster, I'll go take a look." After speaking, Ning Chun turned his wheelchair and left. After leaving the academy, he drove the ghost palanquin towards the southeast direction of the Xia Kingdom. The ghost palanquin was extremely fast. In the darkness of the night, it streaked across with a black brilliance. It was astonishingly fast. This was an important treasure of the underworld. Although its attack power was average, in terms of speed, it surpassed the average Xiantian. Far off in the distance, the flat ground exploded. A giant tomb appeared and split open with a loud bang. Immediately, Inchi rushed into the sky and dark clouds gathered. Thunder roared crazily and bolts of lightning more than 3 meters thick hacked down. The surrounding earth was blasted open. The shocking scene shocked everyone in all directions and attracted countless gazes. One eventful time, some living fossils woke up from their slumber and sighed. Their eyes could no longer remain calm. Right at this moment, the heaven and earth changed again. 100 li away, scorching yang energy gushed out like a heavenly spring, rushing hundreds of zhang high. Another large tomb exploded, and boundless waves of fire descended. This was the void burning, and it was incomparably spectacular. It was as if the entire sky was burning, and this world was going to be incinerated. The appearance of the Yin-Yang tombs caused a shocking phenomenon. The people who were constantly coming were hesitant, not knowing which one to enter. The heavenly book was definitely in one of the tombs. If they chose the wrong one, it would mean that they would miss the opportunity to get the heavenly book. Nearly 2 hours later, Ning Chun arrived 50 miles away from the Yin tombs. He stopped the palanquin and stopped. The southeast of the Xia kingdom was the place with the most martial sects and ancient martial families. The appearance of the two tombs attracted the attention of many powers. These sects and families had existed for as long as the Xia kingdom had been established. They had once restrained themselves under the invincible might of the Xia kingdom. Now that the world was in chaos, these sects were much more active. Ning Chun sat on the palanquin and came to a high ground. He looked at the scene in the distance and was not in a hurry to enter. These two tombs looked abnormally dangerous. It was not easy to enter. In front of the two tombs, many important figures of the sects and families gathered. They were carrying treasures of their sects and wanted to force their way into the tombs. Ning Chun looked at the situation in front of him from afar and remained silent. The relationship between the imperial court and Jianghu had always been negative. Now that these sects dared to appear so brazenly, it was clear how chaotic the situation in the Xia kingdom was. Throughout the night, the area within several hundred li of the great screen trembled as if it was about to sink. At dawn, terrifying rays of light rose up from the two great tombs, illuminating the entire sky. Not long after, the supreme elders of the great sects retreated in a sorry state. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their sect-guarding treasures were damaged. They were covered in cracks and had lost their luster. Bang! A waterfall of blood bloomed. For unlucky Taishang elders were touched by the flames in the Yang tomb. Their bodies suddenly exploded, and their blood and bones scattered all over the sky. Outside the Yin tomb, a similar situation occurred at the same time. Yin mist filled the air, and bloody broken bones floated in the air. It was truly terrifying. The fire waves and Yin mist that filled the sky mercilessly reaped the lives of the intruders. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 people could enter by luck. After more than 10 people's bodies exploded, the crowd calmed down a little and avoided the Yin and Yang aura that was like the god of death. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. The Yin wind whistled and the fire waves surged to the sky. The two tombs appeared together, and the undercurrent surged as if it wanted to overturn the sky. Ning Chun had already left for a long time. He must return to the underworld before dawn. Many sects and families suffered heavy casualties and had no choice but to retreat. They temporarily rested in the nearby Yingyu city and waited for the people inside to send news. However, the Taishang elders who entered the two tombs under the protection of their sect's treasures never returned. 1 day later, the 3 treasures in the Yin tomb cried and exploded. The fragments broke through the bindings and scattered all over the ground. Blood rained down on the tombs. At this point, the tombs fell silent, and there was not a trace of movement. The black crows screeched and cawed irritatingly. In front of the tombs, some people no longer waited and left. However, there were also some who did not give up and kept waiting not far away, waiting for a new variable to appear. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that the owners of the tombs had left behind an extremely terrifying method before they died. It seemed that they did not want their tombs to be desecrated. The murderous intent was shocking, and they mercilessly wiped out those who attempted to intrude. A terrifying scream resounded through the wasteland. In the Yin tomb, a bloodstained hand with white bones was pulled out. The Taishang elder of the ancient martial arts Feng family revealed his head with a face full of fear. He struggled to crawl out, but the Yin wind whistled and countless thin black ribbons stretched out from the tombs, mercilessly pulling him back. At this point, there was a deathly stillness. I can't accept this. I was just one step away. After an unknown period of time, the crazy voice sounded again. A bloody person crawled out. Through the Yin mist, One could barely recognize that it was a Taishang elder of Mountain of No Return. However, a moment later, the bloody person exploded into a rain of blood and scattered in all directions. What happened? Outside the Yin tomb, many onlookers were shocked. They could not help but feel a trace of lingering fear. If they had entered, would they also end up like this? This is a half-step Xiantian from Mountain of No Return. He died just like that. Most people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Normally, these Taishang elders of the great sects that they could only look up to had fallen one after another. It was like a dream. It was too unreal. The vitality is in the Yang tomb. It must be like this. Someone shouted. Everyone was in an uproar. They suddenly realized something and rushed to the other side with all their might. It was a majestic sight. Why? It's all wrong, huh? Another ancient family supreme elder rushed out, but he immediately exploded. Flesh and blood poured down like rain, and shattered bones flew in all directions. His final roar made everyone tremble with fear. Only, no one could hear it anymore. Sinister winds whistled past, and the bloody mist scattered. The ground was dyed in dark red. Outside the Yang tomb, the waves of fire were getting more and more vigorous. The entrance was sealed, and the waves of fire were as silent as before. There was no movement at all. There was a trace of strangeness in the calmness. There were more and more people. At this time, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the Yang tomb. The Yin tomb had become a land of death. Logically speaking, the vitality was in the Yang tomb. Chapter 163. 25 miles away from the Yin-Yang tombs, Ningchun appeared once more. Every night for 7 days, he would come and watch from afar. In the heavenly tomes, life was the beginning, God was the venerated, nothingness was the end, and chaos was the change. They were the 4 most special scrolls. The life scroll was the beginning of the heavenly tomes, so it had an extraordinary connection with the other scrolls. After a few days of observation, Ningchun could basically confirm that the heavenly tomes were in the Yin tombs. However, he wasn't in a hurry to take it. The Yin tombs were a land of death. Everyone who entered died. Although it was difficult for him to die, he would still die if his body exploded like those who entered. If you want to take it, I can help you. Ghost Woman appeared out of nowhere. Her red wedding dress fluttered in the wind. Have you broken through? Asked Ningchun softly. I'm still half a step away, replied Ghost Woman. Ningchun nodded. After thinking for a moment, he extended his hand to her. Give me your hand. Ghost Woman gently dodged and shook her head. No need. I want to take the last step myself. Ningchun was silent for a moment before withdrawing his hand. He didn't force her. Do you want to go in? Asked Ghost Woman, looking at the 2 tombs in the distance. Wait a bit longer. It's not time yet, replied Ningchun. Ghost Woman took 2 steps forward. Her eyes peered through the red veil as she waited with him. Outside the Yang tomb, there were people trying to enter every day. As for the Yin tomb, after the ominous events a few days ago, very few people dared to take even half a step inside. People were dying in both tombs, but generally speaking, those who were lucky enough to enter the Yang tomb were still 10 to 20% alive. Every once in a while, a grand elder of a large sect would use a secret technique to send a message out, letting people outside know that they were still alive. Do you know where the heavenly tomes are? Asked Ghost Woman. The Yin tomb, said Ningchun calmly. Ghost Woman looked at the Yin tomb. There was no one there anymore. Those who had entered were all dead. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people would escape, but at the last moment, their bodies would explode without leaving behind a corpse. The 2 of them waited for an entire night. When the sun was about to rise, they left in the ghost's sedan chair. While the southeast was changing, the war in the north of Great Xia was also getting more and more intense. The northern Ming army was attacking the city more and more frequently, and both sides started to have fewer soldiers. However, compared to northern Ming, who was attacking the city, Great Xia had the advantage of defending the city and had fewer casualties. This was an expected situation. The Duke of Jingwu and the Marquis of Bloody Robe, who had arrived later, were both famous generals who were good at fighting. Naturally, it was not difficult for them to defend the perilous situation. There was no problem with Bei Meng's military advisor strategy. If they couldn't take down Yiyang City, It was not something that could be changed by manpower. Great Xia had suffered too much at the hands of the Northern Ming military advisor. Hence, no matter what the situation at Yang City was, Jingwu Duke and the Marquis of blood-clothing strategy was to defend to the death. In the nether underworld, Ning Chun was deep in thought. He wasn't thinking about the Yin-Yang tombs, but the war in the north. The tomes of Arcane were in the Yin tomb, and no one would be able to get it in a short period of time. They just had to wait patiently. The situation in the north really confused him. When Bei Meng attacked the city, Fan Ling Yue's strategy was impeccable. In a situation where the disadvantage was obvious, he was still able to maintain a situation of 6-4. However, he kept feeling that something was wrong. Fan Ling Yue's current actions were more like a famous general, and not the world's most intelligent person who struck fear in the world. In other words, it was more than perfect, but not amazing enough. The ghost girl came over and looked at the scribbles on the ground. Although she didn't really understand, she understood what Ning Chan was thinking. You're already like this, and you still can't let go of these things? The ghost girl opened her mouth and asked, very puzzled. She had witnessed the person in front of her turn from a young man in the prime of his life to his current appearance that was neither human nor ghost. If it was anyone else, they would have already collapsed. How would they have the heart to think about these things? Ning Chun casually threw away the withered branch in his hand. He didn't answer and changed the topic, asking, Ghost Girl, is your immortal body the same as that of the martial monarch of the Eternal Night cult? Hearing this, the ghost girl shook her head and said, They're not the same. What do you mean? Ning Chun asked. The ghost girl thought for a moment, then said, In this world, there is no true immortal body. Although me, Underworld Child, and the martial monarch are not afraid of blades, swords, or palms, we can still be injured. Ning Chun listened carefully and didn't interrupt. This might be the key to dealing with the Eternal Night cult in the future, so he had to remember it carefully. The ghost girl continued. For example, Underworld Child and I have the ghost origin or underworld origin. In addition to our special martial arts, ordinary injuries can be quickly healed. Even fatal injuries, such as heart meridians and internal organs, can be healed after a period of time, as long as we meditate. As for the martial monarch of the Eternal Night cult, because he has an upper and lower dantian, when fighting, he could defend and attack. As long as it's not a fatal injury, with the powerful recovery ability of the 3-disaster realm, he can fight and recover at the same time. The ghost girl's words gave Ning Chun a lot of shock, causing him to once again sink into deep thought. A 3-disaster realm expert with an immortal body was a disaster for the Great Xia. Innate was different from nurture. They couldn't be killed by an army. If the Great Xia wanted to obtain the final victory, how to defeat the martial monarch was an unavoidable problem. Of course, it was still a bit early to think about that. Whether or not the Great Xia could defeat Bei Meng was still unknown. Just as Ning Chun was thinking, the ghost girl hesitated for a moment, then said, Actually, there's another way to solve your body's problem. Ning Chun raised his head, astonishment on his face. He asked what way. Kill the Underworld Child and seize the Underworld origin, the ghost girl slowly said. Ning Chun was startled, unable to come back to his senses. If you obtain the Underworld origin, you can transform into an Underworld body. The poison of the Yellow Springs flower will no longer be a threat. Furthermore, with the Underworld origin, your internal organs that have been destroyed by the heavenly flames will quickly recover, the ghost girl explained. Ning Chun came back to his senses and frowned. Aren't you and the Underworld Child the same cultivation? Why are you telling me this? The ghost girl softly sighed. You don't understand. This generation's Underworld Child is an anomaly. He has lost his mind and gone crazy. He doesn't have any concept of right or wrong. As long as he feels like it, he can do anything. The reason the underworld has fallen to its current state is largely because of his existence. The most terrifying thing is that this person's talent is too terrifying. Once he crosses the threshold of Xiantian, there will be no one in this world who can keep him in check. It's truly lamentable that fellow cultivators aren't of the same mind. Ning Chen's expression was complicated. The ghost girl continued, However, once you die, I will still take back the underworld origin. The things of the underworld will still have to return to the underworld. Of course. Ningchen nodded. In the next few days, Ningchen continued to wait outside the yin-yang tombs every night. Something had also begun to happen to the Yang tomb. Although the people who had entered hadn't died, none of them had been able to leave. They were all trapped inside. Prepare yourselves. It's time for us to go in. On the fourth night, Ningchen looked at the two tombs in the distance. Dao Kuei had taught him a secret art from the Taoist path. In the past, the Taoist path had been a master of formations and restrictions. The secret arts he had learned were mainly cultivation techniques. He had only briefly mentioned formations, so it had taken him 10 days to just barely understand what was going on with the yin-yang tombs. If his guess wasn't wrong, these two tombs were connected by life and death. When the Yang tomb was in charge of life, the Yin tomb was in charge of death. A few days ago, the Yang tomb was in charge of life, while the Yin tomb was in charge of death. Now it was about time for that to change. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Yang tomb erupted into flames. Screams of death echoed for hundreds of kilometers. The ancient treasures of the great sects flew out and exploded, causing blood and bones to scatter in all directions, covering an area of 10 meters. I'm out, huh? A supreme elder rushed out. However, before he could even smile, his entire body exploded. Flesh and blood fell like rain as broken bones flew in all directions, causing others to tremble in fear. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The Yang tomb trembled. Miserable screams rang out one after another before coming to an abrupt end. Finally, the tragedy began here. Large amounts of blood splattered everywhere, blooming with the final light of life. It was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Let's go. Ningchen narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Ghost Woman nodded. In the next moment, the palanquin carried the two of them into the Yin tomb. In an instant, Yin Shi filled the sky and engulfed them. The two of them didn't fear it at all. This Yin Shi was harmful to normal people, but it was useless to these two people whose bodies had long been abnormal. After entering the Yin tomb, Ghost Woman put away the palanquin and spread out her spiritual sense to carefully observe the surroundings. The Yin tomb was very dark. Yin wind rustled, and the damp walls were covered in years of wind and frost. Sword scars crisscrossed the walls, reflecting the intensity of the battle in the past. Who knew what the tomb's master had set up? Based on the scars on the walls, the two tombs had opened more than once and buried groups of geniuses. It's been at least 1,000 years. Ningchen looked at the gray bones on the ground and sighed softly. 1,000 years had passed, and countless cultivators had been buried here. It was the same this time. Countless people were like moths flying into a flame, all for the sake of obtaining a lifetime's worth of fortune. Even the slightest glimmer of hope was enough to drive many crazy. The two of them kept walking forward. After an unknown amount of time, Ningchen's heart suddenly turned cold. He looked up and saw countless gray ghosts floating out of the darkness. The Yin wind whistled, and they were densely packed together. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Yin spirits. The ghost girl's pupil shrank. She pulled Ningchen and immediately opened a path for them. She watched as the rows of ghosts left. Something of extreme, Yin had finally appeared in this big tomb. It was not a good sign. Wherever the Yin spirits passed by, everything ceased to exist. Everything was devoured cleanly. After countless years, these Yin ghosts seemed to have developed spiritual intelligence. Their dark green eyes actually began to show traces of spirit. This tomb is probably more than 1,000 years old. We might be in trouble. Ghost Woman looked at the departing Yin spirits and reminded them. Yin spirits couldn't be formed in 1,000 years. If they were unlucky, this could be the tomb of an ancient sage from 10,000 years ago. Chapter 164. The recorded history of this world was not very long, at most 10,000 years. The truly glorious era began 1,000 years ago. As for what this world was like 10,000 years ago, only ancient legacies like the underworld, the Tao sect, and the Eternal Night cult knew. 10,000 years was a long time. Taoism was destroyed, The underworld was defeated, and countless great sects disappeared in the river of time. Not a trace of them was left. Eternal Night sect's strength could only be fully demonstrated at this time. This was a true immortal inheritance with a frightening foundation. Once upon a time, the underworld also controlled the ups and downs of the world. Unfortunately, it declined in the passage of time. The ghost girl carefully observed the surroundings and explained, "It takes a long time for a Ean's spirit to form. If I'm not wrong, this tomb is very likely the tomb of an ancient sage from 10,000 years ago." Ningxin knew very little about what happened 10,000 years ago. The secret technique that Dao Kuei gave him did not mention this. Now that the ghost girl mentioned it, he could not help but be curious. "What's an ancient sage?" Ningxin asked. "It's a supreme expert who has cultivated to the peak of the Three Disasters realm. 10,000 years ago, such an existence would appear every 1 or 2,000 years. People called them sages. Later on, the peak of the Three Disasters realm did not appear for a long time, so people called them ancient sages. Now, the peak of the Three Disasters realm has not appeared for 10,000 years. Even this name has gradually been forgotten," the ghost girl answered seriously. Hearing this, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes. If this was true, then it was really troublesome. He did not know how powerful a peak of the Three Disasters realm was, but he had experienced the power of the Three Disasters realm. It was not something that could be resisted by humans. Previously, in the Battle of Mijia Mountain, he had used up all his tricks. With the help of the resentment on the blood-veined sword, he had joined hands with Qing Ning, who was in the Khanate realm. In the end, he had used gunpowder and the sand sword lent by Yin Qin Prince to barely suppress the abbot of Dewey Temple. However, even so, he had not been able to kill this Buddha in the mortal world. A peak of the Three Disasters realm was already so terrifying, let alone a peak of the Three Disasters realm. No wonder no matter how many of the grand elders of the great sects came, they all died. They could not even protect the treasures of their sections. Boom! At this moment, the earth trembled and the void trembled. The entire tomb shook violently. Obviously, other than them, many great sects and clans had also discovered some clues and began to join forces to attack the Yin tomb. Under the fierce attacks, strange dark runes appeared in the Yin tomb, flickering in and out of existence, turning all the attacks into nothing. "Let's leave quickly," said the ghostly woman under the red veil. Her eyes flashed with light. "Yes," Ning Chen replied. Now that the Yin tomb was reborn, there would definitely be people from the aristocratic clans who would be able to barge in. This wasn't good news for them. The two of them moved forward quickly. Along the way, they encountered 2 more Yin spirits. The second time, they didn't manage to avoid them in time and caused a lot of trouble. Ghost Lady pushed Ning Chun to the side and blocked all the Yin spirits on her own. The Yin spirits weren't particularly powerful, but normal attacks were completely ineffective against them. The ghost woman didn't want to waste any time, so she forcibly used her origin ghost flame to burn away hundreds of Yin spirits. After using the origin ghost flame, the ghost woman was a bit tired. She softly reminded Ning Chun, "The Yin spirits in the tomb have already matured. You can't use your Jinqi. Be careful." Ning Chun nodded, his expression grave. The ghost woman's constitution was special, but it was still so difficult for her to deal with these Yin spirits. One could imagine how miserable the grand elders of the great sects had been. The Yin tomb's rebirth wouldn't be long. Once the cycle of life and death changed, this place would definitely become even more terrifying. They had to hurry. The two of them continued forward. After a long time, 7 doors appeared in front of them. 4 of them were already open. It seemed that many people had come here in the past 10,000 years. The stone rooms behind the first 3 doors were empty. Clearly, the items had been taken away. Only the 4th stone room had its door wide open, but the items were still there. Behind the door, the entire stone room was dyed red with blood. The ground was covered in white bones, looking extremely miserable. There is no doubt that the people who had opened this stone room were the grand elders of the great sects who had entered a few days ago. Unfortunately, they had all died here. It was unknown what terrifying things had happened here. Broken swords, broken cauldrons, broken spears. None of the treasures of the great sects were intact. They had all been destroyed here. It had to be known that some of the most powerful treasures could barely resist a Sciention expert under the full power of a peak 9th rank expert. Even if their offensive power wasn't enough, they should still be able to protect their lives. There was a medicinal plant in the stone room. It was in the shape of a human, growing among the white bones. Its medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils. It was extremely extraordinary. A humanoid king medicine. The ghost woman's eyes flashed with shock. Ningchen glanced at it but didn't enter. Instead, he walked toward the 7th door. This king medicine wasn't so easy to obtain. Even if the tomb's owner was reborn, if he wanted to take it away, he would have to pay a great price. The grand elders of the great sects would quickly arrive. He couldn't waste time here. Seeing that Ningchen wasn't moved, the ghost woman immediately advised, "This king medicine is useful to you. You can't give it up like this. It's too late. Finding the heavenly tomes is more important." Ningchen continued to walk forward without looking back. Even though he felt that this heavenly tomes was not the supreme scroll, he couldn't jump to conclusions without seeing it with his own eyes. He had promised Dao Kuei that he would do his best to find the Void Scroll. As long as he was alive, he couldn't go back on his word. The ghost woman glanced at the king medicine and then at the departing Ningchen. Her figure flashed, and she charged into the stone room. At this time, Ningchen had also arrived in front of the 7th door. He reached out to push it, but as expected, it didn't budge. Ningchen didn't take out the black sword from behind his wheelchair. Instead, he activated the life scroll and slashed down. With a loud bang, the door trembled. A 3-meter sword mark appeared, but the door still didn't open. As expected, Ningchen frowned. The marks on the 7 doors were all different. It was clear that every time the Great Tomb appeared, there would always be people trying to open the 7 doors. Although the owner of the Great Tomb wasn't a kind person, he wasn't a ruthless person. In the 9 deaths, there was still a chance of survival. That was why 3 of the doors had already been taken away. According to the marks and the final result, there was a pattern to the opening of the doors. It should be that after the first door was opened, the next door would be opened. The bad news was that no one knew the order of the 7 doors, so they had to try. The good news was that there were only 3 doors left that hadn't been opened yet. The probability was 1 in 3. Yu, it seems that someone got here before us. At this time, a devilish figure appeared. The moment he appeared, he gave off a strong pressure. His blue armor shone with a cold and evil light. His handsome face had an emotionless smile. The person who came was an anomaly from hell, Underworld Child. Underworld Child. Ningchen narrowed his eyes. He had never met Underworld Child before. However, there wouldn't be a second person with such an evil and cold aura in this world. Behind Underworld Child, a girl with dim eyes stood there. Although she looked young, the aura on her body was unusually vast. She didn't lose to an upper sky. The aura of the yellow springs flower. Pitiful person. Underworld Child looked at the black-clothed figure in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The cold arc made people feel cold all over. Yu, help him free himself. Yes. The girl accepted the order. In the next moment, her feet moved. Her figure turned into a white shadow as she slammed her palm down. Boom! The sword and palm collided. Ningchen only felt a huge force coming from his ink sword. He couldn't dissolve it in time and was immediately pushed back 3 meters. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood. It dripped on his black clothes. The black clothes and black blood slowly merged together. Ningchen didn't feel much pain. With his current body, it wouldn't be easy to die, even if he wanted to. Oh, Underworld Child touched his lips with his finger. The smile on his handsome face grew wider. It was as if he had seen a prey that made him happy. Yu moved again. Her palm was majestic. She came at him again. The ink sword in Ningchen's hand hummed. Frost floated. He met it with his sword. With a loud clang, dust flew around the 2 of them. A crack appeared between the 2 of them. It extended a few meters. At this moment, a red figure flashed across the battlefield. She appeared in front of the 2 of them and sent Yu flying with a palm. Are you okay? Ghost Girl asked softly. I'm fine. Ning Chen shook his head. Yu landed on the ground and took 3 steps back. The corner of her mouth was red. Her lifeless eyes didn't have the slightest ripple. It was unknown what she felt. What kind of relationship is this? Friendship? Love? Or is it a stupid favor? Underworld Child smiled lightly. Is there a difference to you? Also, you violated the rules of the underworld again. You're using a living person as a puppet. Ghost Girl said coldly. Underworld Child smiled lightly. Rules are only used by the weak to restrict each other. It's a hypocritical method to prevent the other party from gaining more benefits. Rules have no effect on the strong. Ghost Girl frowned. She glanced at the path they came from. It was a bit strange. It had been so long. Why was there no movement at all? What are you waiting for? Those people who came in? It's a pity that they can't come. Underworld Child said. Ghost Woman's expression changed as she asked. You killed all of them. The weak always have to depend on Strong's mood. Unfortunately, I just happened to be in a bad mood, Underworld Child said indifferently. You're crazy. Ghost Girl suppressed the shock in her heart and mocked. In this world, there's only a fine line between a crazy person and a smart person. But there are too many idiots who think they're smart, and too few who are truly smart. The stupidity of the majority causes the minority to not be recognized. My beloved fellow cultivator, your stupidity makes my heart ache. Underworld Child held his chest with regret. Ningchen was tired of hearing this. The sword in his hand moved, and a dazzling silver light shot towards Underworld Child's chest. There's no point in saying more. Let's see who's the real deal. As you wish. Underworld Child smiled coldly. A blue light flashed from his right hand, and with a clang, it met the tip of the ink sword. Chapter 165. The moment Ning Chun and Underworld Child clashed, Ghost Girl and Yu also stepped forward and started fighting. The battle between the 4 of them immediately turned incandescent. Every move was merciless and aimed directly at the vital points, full of murderous intent. Facing Underworld Child, Ning Chun could no longer hold back. He unleashed all of his skills. The moment his sword moved, it caused a snowstorm that filled the sky. Both sides had no more leeway. Between the strong moves, there was only an exchange of injuries. Although Ning Chun was not at his peak state, he had 2 heavenly books and an immortal body created by the Yellow Springs flower. He was not at a disadvantage at all. The 4 of them were not normal people. 2 of them were from the underworld. One was a living dead, and the other was a living puppet. Sword moves and palm attacks landed on their bodies, causing blood to splatter. However, it was an even more intense battle. There was no hatred or resentment. Between the 4 of them, it was far from the hatred of life and death. However, every move was fatal and merciless. At this time, there were not many wise. Just like Underworld Child who had lost his mind, any actions that were not accepted by the world might be because of a momentary thought. Ningchen would not explain anything. Before confirming whether the heavenly book inside was the Void Scroll, he would not be courteous to anyone. The 4 of them fought fiercely. As the sword and palm clashed, their injuries became more and more serious. However, no one fell. Even if the sword chi penetrated their bodies and the palm attacks pierced their hearts, there was no other injury except for the blood flowing from the corner of their mouths. Among the 4 of them, Yu was the one with the highest cultivation. She was infinitely close to an 8. However, in a real battle, the difference in foundation and experience was gradually revealed. Ning Chun, Ghost Girl, and Underworld Child were undoubtedly the strongest people below an 8. Although Yu was not bad, she was still slightly inferior to the 3 of them. When the battle reached the most intense moment, the moment the 4 of them crossed each other, Ghost Girl used her incantation and showed the strange martial arts of the underworld. Ghost Desolation Art, 100 Ghosts Confinement Sky. 100 ghosts appeared, trapping the sky and locking the earth. Yu could not dodge in time and was trapped by the 100 ghosts. In a short gap, Ghost Girl freed her hand. She raised her palm and slammed it on Underworld Child's chi. A piece of underworld origin flew out and was caught by Ning Chun. At the same time, the black sword condensed into frost and pierced Underworld Child's heart without mercy. The The devil cultivator was injured and became even more crazy. He slapped both of them, flew out, and vomited blood. Huh. His crazy laughter shook people's hearts. Dark blue flames rose around the underworld child's body, forming an extremely strong pressure in the dark space. Ghost desolation art, soul severing. The ghost girl condensed her technique, and cold ghost chi filled the sky. Her slender hand carried the power of 10,000 caddies as it pressed toward the ghost girl. With a hong sound, their extreme moves collided. The two individuals both took 2 steps back. Their bodies died in vermilion. A flying feather, heaven and earth, one sword. In that instant, the sword that was heading straight for him split into 100,000, and the 100,000 condensed into one. It pierced into Underworld Child's heart meridian through the same wound as before. Blood sprayed out and dyed the body of the ink sword red. Underworld flames burned the heavens. The burning sky underworld flame rose and spread out with a loud bang. Ning Chun was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was directly sent flying 30 meters away, and black blood splattered all over the ground. The ghost lady was also affected by the nether flame. She retreated a few steps before stabilizing her body. At this moment, the 100 ghosts were engulfed by the underworld flames and quickly dissipated. Yu escaped and immediately came to Underworld Child's side. Yu, let's go. Underworld Child smiled faintly. With a light step, he disappeared behind the blue flames. Yu followed and disappeared as well. Ning Chun and the ghost lady's expressions were solemn. Even this couldn't kill him. This Underworld Child was truly terrifying. In the next moment, Ning Chen's chest tightened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He looked exhausted. The ghost lady immediately went forward. Her vermilion lips parted slightly, and wisps of ghost chi guided the underworld poison from Ning Chen's body into her mouth. It temporarily suppressed the poison that could explode at any time. You can't use your true chi anymore, the ghost lady warned. Although she could cure the underworld flower's poison, there was a limit. Once the underworld flower's poison spread, even a deity would be powerless. Ning Chen nodded and softly agreed. Leave the rest to me. With that, the ghost lady walked in front of one of the doors. She flipped her hand and slammed her palm on the door. A violent vibration sounded. The door shook, but it was still firmly shut. No, it's not that. Ning Chen spoke and reminded. Hearing that, the ghost lady looked at the remaining 2 doors. Under Ning Chen's signal, she walked to the door in the middle. She raised her cultivation to the peak, and the ghost chi in the sky crashed into the door. In a shocking explosion, the door was blasted open. The scene that had been sealed for 10,000 years finally appeared in front of them. Be careful. Ning Chen's expression changed. He slammed his wheelchair and instantly came in front of the ghost lady. He only had time to push her away before he felt his chest sink and a sharp pain came. The headless horseman's spear pierced through Ning Chen's heart. Black blood spilled out. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, 3 more spears slashed down. The yin chi was dense and threatening. Ning Chun ignored the spears in his chest. He condensed his left hand and caught the spear that was slashing down. At the same time, he waved his ink sword and swept away the remaining 2 headless horsemen. The familiar scene made Ning Chen's heart tremble. This time, it was not an illusion. That meant that the Yin soldiers and headless horsemen he encountered in the underworld had existed before. Things were different now. Ning Chen was no longer the beginner of martial arts. However, facing these headless horsemen, he still felt a heavy pressure. In the stone room, a golden piece of paper floated above the stone platform. It was obviously the heavenly book that the 2 of them were looking for. The 4 headless horsemen cooperated well. Each of them was at the peak of the 9th stage. They firmly blocked the way forward. I'll hold them back. You go and get the heavenly book, Ning Chan said solemnly as he cut the spear in his chest. Be careful, Ghost Woman instructed, and then she took a step forward and flashed out swiftly. The spear was waved in an attempt to block the way forward. However, the ink sword condensed into frost. The sword power was shocking. It slashed out a huge ravine that was 10 feet long. The ghost lady took the opportunity to charge in. She came before the heavenly book and grabbed it. Retreat. Ning Chun covered the ghost lady and came out. He waved his sword and made a prompt decision. The ghost lady was not a sloppy person. She also sent out a palm and quickly retreated. The sword and palm moved together. With a loud bang, they blocked the 4 headless horsemen's steps. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, the ghost palanquin flew through the night sky, quickly heading north. An hour before daybreak, the 2 of them finally returned to the underworld. After Ning Chun returned, he immediately went into seclusion to heal. The ghost lady stood guard at his side, helping to transfer the small piece of nether spring that she had taken from the underworld child into his body. The nether spring was too small. It was less than a fifth of its original size. The underworld child had protected the nether spring within the vortex in his dantian. Although the ghost lady's palm had shattered the nether spring, she had only managed to force out a small piece. 2 days later, Ning Chun finally suppressed his injuries. Unfortunately, the nether spring was too small. It was far from enough to heal his organs that had been damaged by the heavenly flame. Actually, we could try to open the last 2 gates. Perhaps there will be a way to solve your body's problem, suggested the ghost lady. There were 7 gates in the Yin tomb, and this heavenly tome was only ranked 5th. That meant there was something even more incredible behind the last 2 gates. There's no need. Ning Chun shook his head and continued. Right now, no one knows when the 2 tombs will switch between life and death, when it will start, when it will end, and if there's a pattern to it. Furthermore, the 4 gatekeepers that have appeared this time are monsters that can't be killed. If a Xiantian realm existence comes out of the last 2, we won't even have a chance to escape. But your injuries... The ghost lady was a bit worried. It's fine. With this underworld spring, the yellow spring's flower's poison won't spread for now. It's actually pretty good to have an undying body. The heavens have already treated me well, said Ning Chun with a faint smile. The people of the underworld never believe in the heavens, sighed the ghost lady. Actually, I don't believe in it either. Ning Chun smiled. All right, now that you have the heaven and earth scrolls, you should try to break through to the Xiantian realm. I'm fine for now, so don't worry. The ghost lady nodded. Be careful. I might be in seclusion for a long time this time. If there's nothing important, don't leave the underworld. Ning Chun smiled and didn't reply. Half a day later, the ghost lady entered seclusion in the deepest part of the underworld. She sealed off the surrounding 5 kilometers and wouldn't come out until she reached the Xiantian realm. That night, Ning Chun left in the ghost sedan chair. When he stepped into one of the Grand Xia cities, he heard the most shocking news. Yiyang City had been breached. More than half of the 90,000 Imperial Army soldiers had died. The Red Training Camp had been completely annihilated, and less than 10,000 Azure Sparrow Camp soldiers were left. Just 2 days ago, Northern Ming, who had been using the strategy of exhausting the enemy, suddenly launched a large-scale attack on Yiyang City. Left with no choice, the 90,000 Imperial Army soldiers and 40,000 city guards all went into battle to defend the city. However, something unexpected happened. After Northern Ming's army, more than 1,000 catapults were transported to the front of the city. They lined up in a row and crazily threw huge black pots into the city. No one would have thought that these black pots would become the nightmare of the Grand Xia's Imperial Army and city guards. After the pots broke, black water flowed out and continuously spread. No one knew what this black water was. It was only when the sky was filled with fire arrows that the nightmare truly began. The black water started to burn crazily. Once a person came into contact with it, the fire could no longer be extinguished. He would be burned alive. The black water couldn't flow out of the city walls and could only flow into the city. The fire also spread rapidly along with the pots that were continuously thrown into the city. It couldn't be stopped. The fire in Yiyang City burned for an entire day. It could be seen clearly from 100 kilometers away. Yiyang City was in a miserable state. The Imperial Army had suffered heavy casualties and lost the city walls. In the battle that happened 1 day later, they were defeated again. In this battle, Northern Ming also suffered heavy casualties. Their army of 250,000 was reduced to less than 200,000. However, the most important 100,000 steel cavalry and 10,000 heavy cavalry suffered very few casualties. Compared to the importance of the outcome of this battle, this price was completely acceptable. Under the night sky, the Ghost's sedan chair streaked across the night sky and rushed towards the north. 2 hours later, Ning Chun arrived at Yiyang City. Looking at the scorched earth, his heart was abnormally heavy. At a corner of the city wall, there were still some remnants of armor that hadn't been completely burned. Ning Chun went forward and picked up a piece of armor. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. Crude oil. Chapter 166. The shock in Ning Chun's heart was unparalleled. The ghost palanquin swept past and rushed towards Jialing City. Crude oil was discovered very early in the history of Huaxia, but it was only used in modern times. One of the reasons was that these things were usually buried deep underground and not easy to extract. When he came to this world, he tried his best to avoid the appearance of things that surpassed the era. Every era had its own specific path of civilization, and he didn't want to destroy it casually. Things like gunpowder and crude oil, once they appeared in war, they would destroy the balance and cause more destruction. Great Xia had crude oil. This was something he knew long ago. However, he wasn't too worried. After all, many changes in thinking couldn't be done overnight. Just like the appearance of gunpowder in Huaxia, it was only used to make firecrackers in the beginning. When someone thought of using it in war, it was unknown how many years later it would be. It wasn't rare for ordinary people to discover this thing. In the past, Huaxia was even discovered and recorded in the Eastern Han Dynasty. However, discovery and use were two different things. From the Eastern Han Dynasty to the use of crude oil, it took more than 1,000 years. When it was used in war, it was only close to 100 or 200 years. Simply put, people's thinking and knowledge were limited. Just like the Marquis of Great Xia, he almost didn't have the chance to see these things with his own eyes. Even if he occasionally heard about it, he wouldn't take it to heart, let alone use it in war. And the people who discovered crude oil weren't at the level of Marquis, so it was even more impossible for them to think in this direction. The ghost palanquin came to Jialing City. A few days ago, Northern Ming launched a surprise attack and took down this city. During those days, he was unconscious in the underworld and didn't know about this news. Jialing City was close to a mountain, and its geographical location wasn't important. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be the target of Northern Ming's attack. After Ning Chun came to the city, he didn't stop at all and directly rushed to the several camps where Northern Ming's army had been stationed in the past. The campsite required for a 250,000-strong army was enormous. Ning Chun checked for nearly 2 hours and finally found some unusual signs. In the camp closest to Mount Li, wool marks were 1 inch into the ground. Obviously, they had pulled something very heavy. Ning Chun followed the marks into the mountain. At the place with the most wool marks, he saw a huge gully. The crude oil didn't flow much. Obviously, the surface part had been extracted. After looking at it, Ning Chun had a rough understanding of the situation. Without a doubt, Fan Lingwei already knew that there was crude oil here, which was why he didn't fire anywhere else but here. He had seen the crude oil residue in Yiyang City before. It was different from the crude oil here. It flowed much better. Obviously, it had been processed simply. It wasn't surprising that Fan Lingwen knew that Yiyang City had crude oil. After all, this wasn't a secret. Furthermore, Yiyang City definitely wasn't the only place with crude oil in Grand Xia. If they sent more people to investigate and inquire, they would surely find something. However, just like what he said, discovering it and using it were two different things. Fan Lingwei discovered it and used it, becoming a calamity for Grand Xia. Although the might of crude oil was far more than that, Fan Lingwei had already used it in the war when no one took it seriously. Ning Chun felt a little helpless. If it was him, without the memories of the later generations, it was very likely that he wouldn't have thought of this step. War had its own knowledge, such as weapons, armors, and catapults. Before seeing the shocking scene of Yuyang City being burned down, who would have thought that this ordinary-looking black water would have such great power? This battle was going to be difficult. Ning Chen sighed. After this defeat, the morale of Grand Xia would definitely fall to the lowest point. Defeat wasn't something that could be broken. What was terrifying was the continuous defeat. Ever since Great Xia and Northern Ming started fighting, Great Xia had never won and had always been defeated. First, it was the crushing defeat at Beijiang Plains. Then, Yangue City was broken. Then, it was the crushing defeat of Marquis Taiping's army. Next, it was Heaven's Gate that was broken. Today, Yiyang City was broken. This time, even the most elite imperial guards of Great Xia were defeated. The soldiers and commoners of Great Xia might very well have the thought that Great Xia might really not be able to defeat Northern Ming. Great Xia really couldn't defeat Northern Ming. This was something that absolutely no one would believe before the start of the war. However, today, not only others, but even the commoners of Great Xia had started to believe this fact. The invincible Great Xia had really become a thing of the past. Everyone had overlooked a fact. Actually, in this battle of defending the city, the Imperial Guards of Great Xia had done well. Apart from being stunned by Northern Ming's sneak attack at the start and suffering heavy casualties, in the battle of defending the city a day later, even without the protection of the city walls, they still showed strong combat strength. In the final battle, Northern Ming lost close to 60,000 soldiers. However, the number of Imperial Guards that died in this battle was less than half of Northern Ming's. Northern Ming had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Breaking the city was inevitable, and no one could stop them. Unfortunately, Yiyang City was broken into such a pitiful state that no one would notice this fact. Fan Lingwei was a terrifying person. He knew how to scheme and scheme. He used the lives of 60,000 Northern Ming soldiers to open a path out of the city. After this battle, less than 10,000 soldiers were left defending the city. More than half of the 90,000 Imperial Guards were lost. The Red Training Camp was wiped out, and the Green Sparrow Camp was basically destroyed. Of the three camps, only one was left. Along with Yiyang City being broken, it was a huge blow to their morale. 60,000 Northern Ming soldiers in exchange for Yiyang City and the fear of the entire Great Xia was definitely worth it. Furthermore, Northern Ming's most important 100,000 iron cavalry and 10,000 heavy cavalry were perfectly fine. This was the true nightmare of Great Xia. Simply put, after this battle, Great Xia was in danger. The fall of a country was no longer a joke. Instead, it was a huge problem that everyone in the Emperor dynasty had to face. Weiyang Palace, Heavenly Mandate Hall, and Grand Scholar's Manor. After the three most powerful people in Great Xia received the news of Yiyang City falling, they all fell into silence. Xia Mingri's brows were locked tight. He had already listened to Ning Chen's suggestion. If they could not win, they should try their best to drag it out until autumn. Who knew that even if Great Xia defended, they would still lose time after time. They could not win and could not defend. That advisor of Northern Ming was so strong that it exceeded their expectations. Great Xia was in a passive state. If this continued, they would really be wiped out. The assassinations in the imperial city continued to occur every few days. With the death of the third prince, apart from the advisor of Northern Ming, no one knew how many people there were. The nobles in the imperial city were anxious every day, afraid that they would be the next to die. The imperial guards of the six camps were patrolling day and night, trying their best to find the assassins. However, the imperial city was too big. Previously, they had borrowed the power of the third prince to sneak into the city. It was easier said than done to find them again. In Weiyang Palace, Zhang Sun stood in front of the window and looked at the night sky. She had a complicated expression and did not speak for a long time. Qing Ning stood at the side and did not say a word, silently waiting. They also did not expect Great Xia to lose again. One Fan Lingwei had almost destroyed Great Xia. Just half a year ago, Great Xia was still the invincible dynasty. Today, who dare to say such words? There are no excuses or excuses. They just could not win. If only he was here, Qing Ning sighed softly. In this world, the only person who could compete with the military advisor of Beiming was Ning Chun. There was no lack of smart people in Great Xia. However, the thinking of these two people had always exceeded everyone else by a large margin. They could no longer be described as simply smart. Zhang Sun looked out of the window and said slowly, "He has already sacrificed too much for Great Xia. If not for him, Great Xia would not have lasted until now. Let's leave the rest to fate." Hearing this, Qingming sighed again and did not speak. Outside Jialing City, Ning Chen did not stay for long. After a simple inspection, he left in the ghost sedan. Northern Meng had broken through an important defensive line of Great Xia. Now, it was up to Duke Jingwu and the rest to deal with it. He had stayed in the underworld for too long. His understanding of the war was only at the surface level. He was not clear about many details and could not think of a solution for a while. It was getting late. He had to go back as soon as possible. The ghost sedan flew past the north of Great Xia. Before dawn, he finally rushed back to the underworld. Ning Chen did not know if he would have a chance to see the light of day again in this life. However, there was always hope to survive. He could not go out during the day. Fortunately, he had obtained a piece of netherworld spring. He did not have to worry about the spread of the poison of the underworld flower and could try to cultivate. At first, Ning Chen did not dare to be careless. He carefully circulated traces of vital energy in his body. When he felt that there was no change in his body, he tried to circulate more vital energy. However, when Ning Chen circulated 1/3 of his vital energy, the poison of the underworld flower showed signs of spreading again. Clearly, it had reached the limit of the netherworld spring. Ning Chen sighed. He had to give up temporarily. It seemed that the netherworld spring in his body was not enough to support his cultivation. Since he could not cultivate the scroll of life and scroll of earth, Ning Chen could only try to cultivate the scroll of heaven that he obtained from the Yin tomb. That golden page was with the ghost girl. However, he had memorized the mental cultivation method. Now, instead of carefully circulating the scroll of life and scroll of earth, he might as well try the scroll of heaven that he had no foundation in. Like the scroll of earth, the moves of the scroll of heaven could only be cultivated after reaching the Xiantian realm. Among all the heavenly books, except for the scroll of life, the rest did not focus on mental cultivation methods. The most important part was the few moves that were recorded after the mental cultivation method. Unfortunately, he could not cultivate them. The advantages and disadvantages of the heavenly books were very obvious. The scroll of life only had the mental cultivation method and basically no moves. Although he could cultivate the only move, it was frighteningly difficult. He estimated that he would not be able to cultivate it even if he practiced for another 10 years. As for the scroll of earth and scroll of heaven, only after reaching the Xiantian realm could he find out what was so special about them. After a while, faint blue lights lit up in the underworld. They were very weak, like fireflies in the dark, about to be extinguished at any time. Ning Chen cultivated the scroll of heaven for an entire day. Traces of vital energy gathered in his dantian, like a newborn baby, slowly but clearly growing. Chapter 167. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night was enchanting. After a day of traveling, the Northern Ming army stopped and set up camp. Fan Lingwei got off his horse and looked at the approaching Grand Xia's imperial city. The fatigue in his eyes grew stronger. Coughing sounds came one after another, and blood stained his palm. Fan Lingwei glanced at it, and his expression was as calm as ever. Half a year had passed since the war started. The current situation seemed to be in Northern Ming's favor, but the truth was not as simple as it seemed. Northern Ming's greatest disadvantage was that they had no reinforcements. They had fought too deeply, and the reinforcements from the Northern Ming imperial court would not be able to rush over in a short time. Moreover, even if Northern Ming's cavalry broke through Grand Xia's imperial city, there were still many things to deal with. For example, the 300,000 soldiers that she had blocked outside Heaven's Gate and the reinforcements that were constantly gathering in Grand Xia. Unfortunately, she did not have that much time. The only thing she could do was to defeat Grand Xia while she was still alive. As for the future, Mingyu had to walk it himself. She believed that Mingyu could walk it well. She had watched Mingyu grow up and had stayed by his side for so long. He would not lose to anyone. She believed that Northern Ming would become stronger and stronger in Mingyu's hands. Under the night sky, the coughing sounds became more and more intense. Blood dripped from his fingers onto the ground and dyed Grand Xia's soil red. In the barbarian king's palace, a figure was kneeling on the ground, waiting for the king's orders. Follow him secretly. The barbarian king stood in the hall with a complicated expression. Yes, the figure received the order and immediately disappeared. In the southern border of Grand Xia, a beautiful woman was walking on Grand Xia's soil, searching as she walked. He was definitely not dead, but where was he? A man looked around in confusion, not knowing where to go. The vast Grand Xia was frighteningly large. A man walked day after day, searching for the figure in her heart. In the underworld, Ningchen knew nothing about this. Perhaps he would occasionally think of that beautiful woman from the barbarian dynasty, but most of the time, it would just flash by and be replaced by national affairs. No matter what era it was, between a man and a woman, the woman's heart would always be filled by the other party. At most, the man would only think of that gentle smile when he was tired. Fairness between men and women had always been unrealistic since ancient times. Because of the difference in effort, women had sacrificed too much, while men had gained too much. There was no doubt that Ning Chun liked a man, but perhaps even he himself didn't know if liking and love were the same thing. In the underworld, Ning Chun only woke up on the seventh day. Inside his dantian, two extremely small cyclones were slowly rotating. Compared to the scroll of life and scroll of earth, they were still very weak. However, they could be considered to be in the initial stages of solidification. That day, during his battle with Eunuch Pei, he had shattered one of the cyclones in his body and temporarily gained the strength to fight against a Xiantian expert. If he wanted to regain it now, it would not be as easy as cultivating the Heaven Scroll. He could not continue cultivating the Life Scroll and the Earth Scroll. He could only cultivate the Heaven Scroll and the martial arts of the Zhongsun lineage that he had destroyed. The underworld spring within his body could only support a third of his true qi. Before the Heaven Scroll and the Zhongsun lineage's two cyclones grew stronger, he didn't need to worry. Outside the underworld, the Grand Xia situation was still as passive as ever. Forced to move out 2 more battalions, the remaining 40,000 soldiers in Yang City and the 2 battalions in Xiling City, a total of 160,000 soldiers, were split into 2 groups to help each other. They had to stop the advance of the Northern Ming cavalry as soon as possible. The various forces of the Grand Xia were also moving to the north. Other than the loyal Marquis, who was fighting against the Minyang Empire in the southeast, and the Blackwater Army, who was fighting against the Eternal Night Cult in the west, the rest of the reinforcements were all moving north. Moving reinforcements required time. Right now, the most important thing was whether or not these forces in the north could delay the Northern Ming cavalry before the reinforcement arrived. Within the Grand Xia's imperial palace, a ghost palanquin drove past. The patrolling Dragon Guard immediately went up to stop it. "It's me." Ning Chun got off the palanquin in his wheelchair and took out the Dragon Guard talisman. "Marquis Wu." All the Dragon Guards immediately knelt down and respectfully bowed. "Get up. Take me to see His Majesty," Ning Chun said calmly. Everyone got up and split into 2 sides. An Imperial Guard leader led the way in front, not daring to even breathe loudly. This was the newly appointed leader of the Dragon Guards. He had heard of the Marquis Jiming's reputation. Meeting him today, even though he was dressed in black, he still felt an indescribable pressure. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The Marquis Jiming's reputation in the Grand Xia was too great. It could be said that the current Emperor Xia was single-handedly promoted by the Marquis Jiming. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Xia Mingyue got off the dragon throne and looked at the figure in front of him with a complicated expression. In the Grand Xia, the person in front of him was the person he wanted to see the most, but also the person he didn't want to see the most. It wasn't that the emperor was narrow-minded, but that such a person would destroy the balance of power of the emperor. However, he knew that Ning Chun was not greedy for power. He was willing to sacrifice for the Grand Xia again and again because he valued relationships. Everyone in the world thought that the Marquis Jiming was a cruel and heartless person. At first, he also thought so. Later, he realized how ridiculous this thought was. The Weiyang Palace was the biggest weakness of the person in front of him, but also the place he couldn't touch the most. He had his own mother, but after ascending the throne, he also didn't dare to neglect the person in the Weiyang Palace. "Come back and help me," Xiao Mingri said seriously. Ning Chun shook his head gently and said, "I can't be out for too long. I have to leave before dawn. I'm just here to remind your majesty that it's almost time for the wheat grains to ripen. If you want to know the route of the Northern Ming army, you can start from there." Hearing this, Xiao Mingri was stunned and asked, "But according to the report of the spies, the Northern Ming army still has enough food. There's no need to prepare for it in the short term. This will depend on Jingwu Duke's ability. The Northern Ming army has always been heavily guarded. However, after the battle at Yang City, the Northern Ming army also lost a lot of people. Apart from 100,000 cavalry and 10,000 heavy cavalry, they only have 80,000 soldiers left. The Northern Ming cavalry can run very fast, but the remaining 80,000 can't run that fast." At this point, Ningchen thought for a while and continued, "As for the black oil in Yang City, your majesty doesn't need to worry. Just let the spies keep an eye on it. This kind of surprise attack can only be used once. If it really appears in the Northern Ming army, just send a martial arts expert to burn it. This kind of thing is easy to burn and will spread quickly. At that time, the Northern Ming army will be the ones to suffer. However, with the intelligence of the Northern Ming military advisor, he shouldn't make such a mistake." Xiao Minghua listened seriously and didn't miss a single word. After Ning Chen finished, he asked, "Do you have any way to deal with the Northern Ming's heavy cavalry?" This was a huge problem for the Great Xia. The western and northern battlefields of the Great Xia had been turned upside down by these heavy cavalry. "Yes, but it will be very difficult," Ning Chun said slowly. "What do you need?" Xiao Mingri asked. 30,000 cavalry. The rest can't be explained in a few words. I will write down the specific methods in detail. However, there is one thing to note. Even if these cavalry are trained, they must be separated from the Northern Ming's heavy cavalry. Otherwise, they won't have any chance," Ning Chen replied. Xiao Mingri nodded and said, "Thank you." After explaining everything, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and said, "Your Majesty, I still have something to do. I will take my leave first." After saying this, Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked towards the palace. Behind him, Xiao Mingri sighed softly. His mood was even more complicated. Fortunately, there was still a Marquis Jiming in the Great Xia. Otherwise, who could contend with the military advisor of the Northern Ming? Jiming Marquis' manor. Ning Chen returned. Now, the Marquis' manor was no longer as lively as it used to be. In Weiyang Palace, although the two from the Heavenly Mandate Palace had been trying their best to maintain the Marquis' manor, it was only a matter of time before it fell. Lu Ruo, she still stayed in the Marquis' manor. This beautiful courtesan had already regarded the Marquis' manor as her home. No matter how the manor changed, she would not leave. Ning Chen sat in his wheelchair and walked into the backyard. The huge backyard was empty and lifeless. Little Ming Yu's room was empty. The little girl who used to pester him to tell her stories had now returned to the Northern Ming imperial court and continued to be the emperor. In the past, he always felt that little Ming Yu was too clingy. Now, without the little girl by his side, he always felt that something was missing. He had taught her to be benevolent and love the people. He also taught her to be decisive. He believed that Ming Yu would become a good emperor. The era of Ming Yu would always pass. The future of the Northern Ming and the Great Xia would be decided by Ming Yu's generation. "Marquis, is it you?" At this moment, outside the door, a soft voice asked with a bit of nervousness. Ning Chun turned around and looked at the beautiful figure at the door. A touch of warmth flashed in his eyes as he said, "It's me." Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Ruo, she's eyes suddenly became moist and tears unconsciously flowed down. After not seeing her for a month, Lu Ruo, she had lost a lot of weight, and her beautiful face had a bit of sickly weakness. "Come here and push me around the courtyard," Ning Chun said with a smile. Compared to the other women he knew, Lu Ruo, she was undoubtedly the weakest. She had no background, no strength, and even needed to rely on a man to survive. In fact, most women in the world were like this. It was just that the women he had met before were too powerful. For example, Qing Ning, Xiao Miaoyu, Su Fian, and Fan Lingyue. However, there was only one Fan Lingyue in the world. Most people were still ordinary people. He had never thought of changing Lu Ruoxi. Being an ordinary person was good enough. She could live a peaceful life and not be involved in the storms of the outside world. Marquis, are you going to leave this time? Lu Ruoxi asked. Ning Chun was silent. After a moment, he softly said, I came back to take a look. Lu Ruoxi understood what he meant. Her expression darkened, and she no longer spoke. Chapter 168. The two of them walked around the manor for a long time. Ningchen looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar manor, his mind filled with many thoughts. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for a year. Too many things had happened in this year. They seemed to be right in front of him, but when he thought about it carefully, they seemed so far away. Great Xia went from its peak to its decline. Emperor Xia died, and the world attacked Great Xia. This 1,000-year dynasty declined so quickly. In just a year, it had fallen to a precarious state. Great Xia being able to hold on for 1,000 years was already a miracle. In Chinese history, other than the distant Zhou dynasty, no other dynasty could last for more than 500 years, let alone 1,000 years. Great Xia's exhaustion had already shown signs. Just like the chaos of the 7 cities, he still didn't think that it was something that Prince Yu could do. However, this matter had happened a long time ago, and he didn't want to investigate it anymore. Many historical truths would eventually be buried in the darkness. Now that a new emperor had ascended the throne and the dust had settled, there was no point in investigating many things. Perhaps Great Xia still had more internal problems that hadn't appeared, but it was no longer important. Great Xia's decline was coincidental, but it was also inevitable. However, Fan Lingyue's appearance brought this day forward by 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Living in the same era as such a person was both fortunate and unfortunate. He didn't know whether Great Xia would fall or not, but he would try his best to stop it. As for the result, it wasn't something that he could decide. Fan Lingyue's greatest intelligence was that he was good at borrowing the power of the situation. There was a limit to a person's strength, and no matter how smart he was, he couldn't predict everything. However, as long as he grasped the situation and guided it, he could adjust the remaining details as needed. Great Xia's 1,000 years had buried too many hidden dangers. In this world, there weren't many people who would help others in need, but there were many who would kick them when they were down. Great Xia occupied the rich land of the Central Plains, and if possible, everyone wanted to take a bite out of it. Great Xia's strength was undeniable. Just Beiming or Eternal Night, cold alone, wouldn't be a match for Great Xia. However, if the two sides worked together, it was enough to go against the invincible Great Xia. As for the desolate city, Du-Yi Temple, and the internal strife of Great Xia, they were all the result of Fan Lingyue's actions. Since the start of the war between the two dynasties, Great Xia had used up too much strength due to various internal and external reasons. Only when they officially fought with Beiming did they realize that they did not have enough strength. Ning Chun was clear that Great Xia had lost their best chance, and every battle in the future would be even more difficult. Under the bright moon, the two of them walked back to the inner courtyard. Ning Chun looked around and took one last look at the familiar manner of the Marquis. He said softly, "It's getting late. I still have to visit someone. Let's go." Lu Ruoxi's eyes darkened as she let go of the wheelchair and silently stepped aside. Ningchen didn't say anything else. He summoned the ghost palanquin and left. Looking at the ghost palanquin gradually disappearing into the distance, Lu Ruoxi mustered up her courage and shouted with all her strength, "Marquis, if you have time, come back to the mansion more often." The words he shouted echoed throughout the mansion. Unfortunately, the people who were far away could no longer hear him. Or perhaps they heard him, but they didn't reply. The most difficult thing to repay in the world was love, because it was not something that could be repaid with hard work. It was just like how some people spent their entire lives trying to love someone, while others tried their best to forget someone. The will of the heavens was always playing tricks on people. It was rare for it to be fulfilled. No one knew where love came from, but it went deeper. Hard work couldn't get it, and it couldn't get rid of it. Lu Ruo, she turned around and returned to her room. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they fell like rain. Ning Chun left decisively without any hesitation. His heart was like steel. In a Haowu manner, the ghost palanquin came and shook off all the guards. "Everyone leave." Xiaozi walked out and said, "Yes." The guards retreated and made way for the two of them. Ning Chun got out of the palanquin and looked at the man in front of him. "How have you been? How have you been?" Xiaozi replied, "I'm sorry for what happened before," Ning Chun said seriously. Xiaozi was silent for a moment before he said, "You didn't do anything wrong. You don't need to apologize to me." The result of that night was already the best. Great Xia could not afford to have the risk of a second coup to force him to abdicate. Hearing this, Ning Chun sighed in his heart. He knew very well that if it weren't for his arrow, Great Xia might have had another Xiantian expert. It wasn't easy to enter the Xiantian realm. If he failed once, the next attempt would be even more difficult. He didn't expect that Xiaozi would risk his life to block that arrow for the third prince. He also didn't expect that Xiaozi would enter the Xiantian realm at that moment. Unfortunately, that arrow changed everything. The night was intoxicating, and the gentle wind carried a faint chill. When it blew on the body, it was slightly cold. "Have you gone to see Mother?" Xiaozi asked. "No." Ning Chun shook his head. "If you have time, then go. Mother hasn't left Weiyang Palace since her accident." Xiaozi sighed. Ning Chun was silent and didn't reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but that he didn't dare to. His eldest grandson was the person he respected the most in this world. Even when he got into big trouble in the past, he wasn't this afraid. At most, he would be scolded, but this time was different. How could he dare to go in his current state? Xiaozi saw Ning Chen's hesitation and said, "I don't know what happened to you after that day, but since you're still alive, you should go and report your safety. Let's wait a little longer." Ning Chun smiled tiredly and declined. Things weren't as simple as he thought. If he didn't go, Zhang Sun would know that he was still alive. Although he was worried, he didn't need to be afraid. If he went, then the truth would be revealed. At that time, Zhang Sun wouldn't be able to accept it. Xiaozi didn't try to persuade him anymore. He walked into the room and soon came out with 2 jugs of wine. "Here." Xiaozi threw a jug to him, then opened the lid and drank a mouthful. Ning Chun smiled and took off the black cloth covering his face. He also opened the lid and drank a mouthful. His face, which used to be delicate and pretty, had now been burned and corroded into a completely different appearance. Xiaozi glanced at him and didn't say anything. He continued to drink the wine. Wine was the best thing to drown one's sorrows. It had been intoxicating since ancient times. A few days ago, when Xinyu was helping Mother with her makeup, she noticed that a lot of Mother's hair had turned white. Unknowingly, Mother also started to grow old, Xiaozi said as he drank. Ning Chun was silent. He drank the wine one mouthful at a time. He didn't feel anything. It was as if he was drinking water. "Actually, Mother really hoped that you and Xinyu could be together. Unfortunately, in the end, you still didn't agree," Xiaozi continued. "Feelings can't be forced," Ning Chun said as he drank a mouthful of wine. He had always believed that love was a matter between 2 people and not a matchmaker's word from their parents. This was the biggest conflict between him and this world. It was also the only thing that he couldn't compromise on. The 2 of them drank more and more wine. They emptied jugs one after another. However, it wasn't that easy for a 9th-rank martial artist to get drunk. When the sky was about to brighten, Ning Chun left. He sat on the ghost palanquin and returned to the underworld. An hour later, Xiaozi also stood up. He waved his hand to disperse the alcohol in his body and walked toward the imperial palace. Ascension Valley was on the eastern side of the Grand Xia. It was close to the edge of the continent. It was an unknown place with picturesque mountains and rivers. A large waterfall fell from the sky, splashing water 30 meters into the air. The mist was hazy, and birds sang. It was like a paradise on earth. Outside Ascension Valley, a figure slowly walked over. Behind him was a simple sword rack. There were 5 different swords on it. Each step he took was the same distance, the same speed, and the same precision. In the Divine Continent, there were very few descriptions of Ascension Valley. This was a truly unknown place. There were far too many secrets buried within. When Prince Yin walked in, he immediately felt a strong pressure coming at him. Unfamiliar expert, this is not a place you should have come to. A cold voice rang out from the depths of the valley, warning him. I've come to ask for a drop of phoenix blood, said Grand Prince Yin calmly. Impossible. Please leave, replied the cold voice. Then I'll go get it myself, said Grand Prince Yin indifferently. How dare you? An angry voice came from the depths of Ascension Valley. The next moment, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. The wind and clouds changed. A huge palm formed and slammed down. Grand Prince Yin was not afraid at all. He clenched his fist, and a red sword flew out. It slashed the sky and scattered the wind and clouds. Rumble. The ground shook and cracked. A powerful aura filled the endless yellow soil. It was cold and dark. It was as if it did not belong to this world. A decaying body rushed out of the darkness. The power buried deep in Ascension Valley could not bear it any longer and walked out. The moment it appeared, the world suddenly darkened. The murky aura of impending death was bone-chilling. It was abnormally terrifying. It filled the world and made the sky turbid. The figure in the gray fog opened its eyes. The aura of death was so thick that it could not be dissolved. There was no trace of life. Most of the old monsters were buried in their coffins, but they were frightening. The space shook again and again, unable to contain their existence. Whoosh! Rain fell from the gray sky. The road started to become muddy. Gradually, a second figure climbed out of the ground, followed by a third, a fourth. There were 7 figures in a row. They were all shrouded in gray fog. The aura of death connected to the sky. They were facing off against the legendary figures of the Xiad dynasty. Their auras were at their peak. The sky became darker and darker. Not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. 7 Xiantian lords, a terrifying lineup. This was the hidden trump card of the unknown lands. At this moment, they finally bared their bloody fangs. The 7 figures were peerlessly terrifying. They stood there like an endless black hole, devouring everything around them. In the next moment, a strange phenomenon appeared behind the 7 of them. A black ocean evolved with raging waves that reached a height of 300 meters. Stars fell one after another, but they couldn't even make a splash. This was a sea of death that annihilated all life. Once one fell into it, they would never be able to climb out for all eternity. Grand Prince Yin was as calm as usual. He waved his hand, and a green sword appeared. Suddenly, green and red reflected each other. The sword light broke through the void. Chapter 169. When the 7 Khanate experts worked together, their power was earth-shattering. A black ocean trapped the sky and covered the stars. It was terrifying. Prince Yin held the green and red swords in his hands. One of them was covered in frost, while the other was covered in heat waves. He fought against the 7 without being at a disadvantage. In the Ascension Valley, the sky and earth were in turmoil. The collapse of the ground continued to spread. This was the most terrifying battle in the world. 8 Khanate experts working together was unimaginable. Among the 7 living fossils, there was no lack of old monsters in the 5th calamity. They were about to go through the 3 calamities. Their power was immeasurable. Prince Yin was not in a hurry. He waved his swords, stabbing, pointing, chopping, waving, and slashing. Every move was ordinary, but terrifyingly accurate. The 7 people's attacks were stuck in a quagmire. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. No matter how fierce their attacks were, they could not go any further under the sharpness of the green and red swords. They could feel that the stranger in front of them had not reached the 3 calamities realm, but his combat power was indeed terrifying. The 2 swords' attributes were completely opposite. The 7 people had a hard time dealing with them. Plus, their emotions changed. Eventually, a flaw appeared. Green and red breath at the same time. Absolute chi. Prince Yin waved his swords faster. Streaks of green and red swords flew out, breaking through the gap between the 7 people. In that instant, Prince Yan's figure flashed rapidly. He waved his sword, and his green robe disappeared. When he reappeared, the sword light was like lightning. Boom, boom, boom. He waved his sword 7 times. The 7 people flew backward and landed on the ground. They vomited red blood and were seriously injured. Prince Yin sheathed his sword and strode into the valley. The powerful and unshakable power made the 7 people unable to stand up. Not only were they injured, but they were also shocked. Stranger, are you trying to provoke the anger of the Ascension Valley? Deep in the valley, the cold voice threatened again. Is it serious? Prince Yan's expression did not change. He said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sand sword flew out and turned into a stream of light that shot into the depths of Ascension Valley. In the next moment, the sand sword fell straight down. In a huge explosion, the sky and earth were turned upside down and sand filled the sky. The existence deep in the Ascension Valley was shocked. Then it was furious. A terrifying aura rose. It was about to come out. Don't be rash. At this moment, another voice rang out from the depths of the Ascension Valley. There's no need to lose half your life for a drop of phoenix blood. Give it to him. Phoenix blood is precious. How could it be given away so easily? The voice from before said unwillingly. The bigger picture is more important. Don't bicker over a momentary mistake, someone advised. A drop of dark red phoenix blood flew out from the depths of Ascension Valley and landed in front of Prince Yin. Take it. I will personally settle this debt in the future. Anytime, Prince Yin put away the phoenix blood and said calmly. Since he had achieved his goal, Prince Yin didn't want to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the valley. When he passed by the 7 people who were heavily injured, he didn't stop at all. He didn't even look at them. A traitor who was willing to fall in order to live was too pitiful. Looking at the outstanding experts in front of them, a hint of shame flashed in the depths of the 7 people's eyes. Once upon a time, there were also respected experts in the human world. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. They couldn't turn back. Prince Yin left with the phoenix blood. Not long after he left, the sky rolled and a vast amount of righteous energy appeared. It condensed into an old figure and blocked his path. Prince Yan's expression changed for the first time. He asked, "You are?" "Ji Tai Shi," the headmaster replied. Prince Yan's eyes flashed. The headmaster was actually still alive. The power of the phoenix blood is too overbearing. Ordinary people can't use it directly. Only the righteous energy of the Confucian sect can neutralize it. Bring Ning Chun to the academy. After he finished speaking, the headmaster's body gradually dissipated and disappeared. Prince Yin stopped and thought for a moment. Then his body flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. 300 miles to the east of the imperial city of the Xia dynasty. Banners were flying in the wind, and the hooves of the horses were rumbling. The black mass of the Xia dynasty cavalry was running continuously and getting into formation. They were practicing new battle tactics that had never appeared in the army before. None of the soldiers of the Xia dynasty knew why they were practicing these strange battle tactics. They also didn't know why they had to practice again at night after they finished practicing during the day. How is it? In the distance, Xia Zi glanced at the person beside him and asked. Ning Chun looked solemnly and thought about every detail. After a long time, he replied, "If possible, continue to reduce the weight of the horses. Our horses are not as good as those of Beimeng. The horses used by the 10,000 heavy cavalry are the best of the best. We can't be careless and must ensure that nothing goes wrong." "Okay," Xia Zi nodded and replied. Ning Chen's eyes were solemn. Now it seemed that there was no problem with the training. However, when it came to a real battle, the effect would depend on the coordination of the generals on the battlefield. Most importantly, they had to think of a way to separate the 10,000 heavy cavalry from Beimeng's 100,000 heavy cavalry. It was impossible for the Xia dynasty cavalry here to deal with Beiming's heavy cavalry. If they were engulfed by the flood of 100,000 heavy cavalry, they would be devoured in an instant. However, it was easier said than done to separate the Beiming cavalry from the heavy cavalry under Fan Ling Yue's nose. 2 days ago, the barbarian king sent a letter saying that he can borrow 100,000 soldiers to help the Xia dynasty tide over this crisis, Xia Zi suddenly said. Ning Chun was startled and couldn't react for a moment. What did the barbarian king mean by this? He didn't believe that the barbarian dynasty would be so kind. Although the barbarian king had saved him and Qingning once in Nanjiang, that was because of Man. The barbarian king's personal actions had nothing to do with the barbarian dynasty or Great Xia. No matter when personal feelings and national affairs couldn't be mixed together. What condition? Ning Chun asked. The entire Nanjiang, Xia Zi replied. Ning Chun was speechless. The barbarian king really dared to ask for too much. What did Her Majesty say? Ning Chun asked. Her Majesty hasn't decided and is currently hesitating. She wants me to ask for your opinion, Xia Zi replied. Ning Chun sighed softly and said, Actually, there's nothing to hesitate about. Ceding land is absolutely out of the question. The Xia dynasty's territory was protected by generations of blood. Not to mention the entire Nanjiang. We can't give up even an inch of land. The precedent of ceding land definitely couldn't be set. The bloody lessons of Huaxia's history were still vivid in their minds. Those 100 years of darkness caused Huaxia, which had a civilization of 5,000 years, to lose all of its dignity. Even now, it was still paying for the humiliation of those years. Xia Zi was silent for a moment before saying, Her Majesty's hesitation is actually understandable. The current situation of Great Xia is indeed not optimistic. The successive defeats have greatly affected the morale of Great Xia's army. Furthermore, the military forces within Great Xia's territory are being restrained too much, especially by the Eternal Night cult. They suddenly have an additional 20,000 heavy cavalry. The Blackwater army and the reinforcement from various cities are having a hard time resisting them. They need to constantly transfer troops over. Hearing this, Ning Chun narrowed his eyes and said, It's not impossible to borrow troops. We can ask His Majesty to send an important envoy to negotiate with them to show Great Xia's sincerity. If possible, Prince Hua would be the best candidate. Since the barbarian king is willing to borrow troops, it means that he has the intention to negotiate. Any deal would be asking for a sky-high price and haggling on the ground. Other than ceding land, all other conditions can be discussed. The barbarian king has a small population and is lacking in resources. What they need the most is not land, but food, spices, and medicinal herbs. Coincidentally, Great Xia has plenty of these things. Moreover, the purpose of sending Prince Hua over is to remind the barbarian king that Great Xia does not have to borrow troops from the barbarian dynasty. Let the barbarian king guess. At this point, Ning Chun paused and thought for a moment before continuing. As for True Pole Nation, send someone to inform Princess Miao Yu and cooperate with her to spread some rumors from the palace of True Pole Nation. It doesn't need to be too obvious. For this kind of thing, the more obscure the better. If it's too obvious, it will arouse suspicion. In addition, during the negotiation between the barbarian king and Prince Hua, he will definitely deliberately delay time to make Great Xia anxious. Therefore, we can send Prince Hua over with an imperial edict to set a time limit for the negotiation. With True Pole Nation waiting, the barbarian king won't dare to be too aggressive. Hearing Ning Chun's words, Xia Zi couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't know that Ning Chun was really only 17 years old, he would have suspected that the person beside him was an old fox who had lived for decades. I will tell Her Majesty these words. I just don't know if Fourth Imperial Uncle will have any problems. After all, Father has trapped him for 20 years. Xia Zi sighed softly. Ning Chun didn't say anything, but he believed that Prince Hua would agree. In the current situation, it was still too early to think about the barbarian dynasty's reinforcements. The outcome of the negotiation between the two dynasties was still unknown. Moreover, even if the barbarian king sent out his troops, It would still take 2 months for the 100,000 barbarian soldiers to arrive in the north of Great Xia. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench a present thirst. Too many changes could happen in 2 months. In the underworld, Prince Yin walked in and spread out his spiritual sense. However, he couldn't sense Ning Chen's aura. He couldn't help but frown. The entire underworld was empty. There wasn't a single person to be seen. Prince Yin continued to walk forward. When he sensed the restrictions in the depths of the underworld, he moved his feet and disappeared. This was the ghost woman's place of seclusion. Everything within a 10-mile radius was sealed. Prince Yin walked forward and touched the restriction. After a slight hesitation, he waved his hand and broke it. There were too many mechanisms and restrictions within a 10-mile radius. Unfortunately, in front of Prince Yin, they were like paper and couldn't withstand a single blow. In less than 15 minutes, all the restrictions outside the ghost woman's stone room were broken. Prince Yin opened the stone door and saw the only person inside. His frown deepened. At this moment, the ghost woman had reached a critical moment in her cultivation. The aura around her was surging. The power of the Ghost Baron, the Earth Scroll, the Sky Scroll, and the Life Scroll that Ning Chun had given her were all sublimated to the extreme. She was constantly trying to break through the Xiantian barrier. Prince Yan's expression was cold. When he sensed the familiar aura of the Life Scroll, a cold, murderous intent flashed across his eyes. The Life Scroll. How could she have the power of the Life Scroll? In the sword rack, the red and green swords sensed Prince Yan's murderous intent and trembled violently. The swords had a sword aura. At this moment, they actually showed signs of flying out of their own accord. Prince Yan pressed his hands on the swords and said slowly, "Wait until dawn." Chapter 170. Time passed slowly. Prince Yin stood in the stone room, motionless, waiting for daybreak. In front of him, the ghost girl was at a crucial stage of cultivation. Her spiritual consciousness was tightly shut, and she knew nothing about the outside world. Prince Yin was a calm person and would not act rashly. That was why he decided to wait until daybreak. He knew very well that if Ning Chun didn't show up by daybreak, he would never come back. Outside the underworld, the ghost palanquin streaked across the night sky, rushing back. There were too many things that needed to be done today, and it took a lot of time. He hoped that he could make it in time. The sky outside was getting darker and darker. This was the last darkness before daybreak, and also the darkest moment of the night. The ghost palanquin sped across the northern part of the Great Xia dynasty, leaving behind a flash of black light that could not be seen by the naked eye. Just as the ghost palanquin was about 10 miles away from the fog forest, the eastern sky quietly changed. Lightning appeared, and flames burned the sky, forming a terrifying apocalyptic scene. In the ghost palanquin, Ning Chen's body was burning with flames. The bone-piercing pain attacked him again, as if he was being cut into pieces. After a while, the ghost palanquin rushed into the underworld. In the sky, the lightning dissipated and the flames disappeared. Everything returned to normal. In the underworld, Ning Chun activated the life scroll. Frost surged and quickly suppressed the flames around him. In a short moment, he experienced the transition of life and death again. Ning Chun breathed heavily, his heart throbbing. Luckily, he managed to make it back in time. In the depths of the underworld, Prince Yin, who had waited until the last moment, released his hands from the sword rack. The next moment, the green and red swords flew out automatically, drawing 2 brilliant streaks of light. The green and red swords were threatening. The ghost girl was in great danger. At this moment, Prince Yin moved and blocked the green and red swords. With a wave of his hand, he put the swords back on the rack. At the entrance of the underworld, Prince Yin walked over and looked at Ning Chun in the wheelchair. He did not ask anything and only said calmly, "You're injured. Don't run around." Seeing his senior, Ning Chun felt much more relaxed. He took a deep breath and said, "I've finished some things." Prince Yin nodded slightly and said, "Come with me to the academy tonight." Ning Chun did not understand and asked, "Why are we going to the academy?" "You'll know when the time comes." Prince Yin answered. Ning Chun nodded as if he understood, but didn't ask any further. Come with me. Prince Yin turned around and walked forward. Ning Chen followed and walked quietly behind him. The two of them walked into Ghost Lady's secluded meditation area. Ning Chen pondered for a moment before he understood what was going on. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Fortunately, he had returned in time. Otherwise, even if the ghost girl had managed to keep her life, her cultivation would have been forcefully interrupted and she would have gone mad. You'll have to repay this favor, Prince Yin said calmly. Ning Chen was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. Senior, the debt isn't settled like this. You can't push all the blame onto me. It's only right for me to repay Senior's debt, Prince Yin said calmly. Ning Chen was speechless. Was there such a thing? The two of them walked out of the stone room. Prince Yin pulled out his Jiga sword and stabbed it into the ground in front of the stone room. Then he left with Ning Chen. A single Jiga sword was more powerful than tens of thousands of restrictions. As long as one was not a Xiantian expert in the three disasters state, they would have to pay a price if they wanted to break through. Prince Yin was a reasonable man. He had destroyed all the restrictions within 10 li, so he returned her a Jiga sword. When she comes out of seclusion, come and get the sword and return it to me, Prince Yin said. Okay, Ning Chen agreed. At this moment, Ning Chen seemed to have thought of something. He asked, Senior, there's a sword in the underworld. Do you want to take a look? Prince Yin thought for a while and said, Lead the way. Ning Chen turned his wheelchair and walked in front, towards the main hall of the underworld. At the shore of the Ruo Shui, there was a bottomless boat. The two of them crossed the Ruo Shui and walked into the main hall. In the spacious and majestic main hall, a blood-red demon blade and a purple-gold divine sword floated on a stone platform, exuding a powerful aura. Ning Chen pursed his lips subconsciously. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't jealous. However, if it wasn't his, it wasn't his. There was no point in being jealous. Those who were content would be happy. It was fine if he was jealous of something like this. Prince Yin walked forward and reached out to touch the divine sword. Instantly, the blade and the sword hummed together, and a dazzling light rose rapidly, resisting the incoming attack. However, in front of absolute power, the blade and sword's resistance was useless. They could only let Prince Yan's hand pass through the layers of restrictions and touch the sword. The sword is not bad. Prince Yin retracted his hand and commented, Can't we take it away? Ning Chen asked in surprise. We can take it away, but it doesn't want to go with me, Prince Yin said calmly. Ning Chen was helpless. All right, pretend that he didn't ask anything. He forgot that the senior was someone who could understand the sword aura. He probably couldn't do this even if he practiced for another 100 years. After an hour, the two of them returned to the other side of the Ruo Shui. When night fell, they left the underworld together and rushed towards the academy. In the academy, the headmaster was waiting outside the hut. He looked at Prince Yin walking in front of him and nodded. Prince Yin also looked at the old man in front of him. This was the first time he saw the headmaster in person. He was different from the previous incarnations. He couldn't feel any warrior's aura. Now it seemed that the headmaster was the most powerful person in the world. Let's begin, the headmaster said. Okay, Prince Yin replied. He opened his right hand, and a drop of blood flew out, floating in the void. Although it was only a drop, it seemed to have endless vitality. Ning Chen still didn't understand what was going on. He sat in the wheelchair, confused. The headmaster raised his finger. Suddenly, the wind and clouds rolled. Vast and majestic noble spirit gathered from all directions and poured into the phoenix blood. It quickly dissolved the violent and fierce aura in it. At the same time, Prince Yin came to Ning Chen's side. He pointed his sword, and the congenital genuine qi poured into his body continuously, completely dissolving the poison of the netherworld flower. Ning Chen's body decayed quickly. However, with the help of the poison of the netherworld flower, he regained feeling in his legs. A painful sound was heard. The poison of a netherworld flower quickly entered his spiritual sense and carried out the final transformation. At this moment, the headmaster guided the phoenix blood that had been purified by the noble spirit into the space between Ning Chen's eyebrows to protect his spiritual sense. The poison of the netherworld flower that had entered his spiritual sense was quickly burned by the hot phoenix blood. It couldn't go any further. The headmaster and Prince Yin stopped and stood aside, waiting for Ning Chun to wake up. His body can't be saved. We can only protect his spiritual sense first. Let's see if there's a chance when he reaches the congenital level, the headmaster said calmly. That's the only way. Prince Yin nodded. His internal organs had been completely burnt. This was irreversible damage. In the world, there had never been any magic medicine that could regenerate the internal organs of mortals. Of course, it would be a different story if one reached the congenital level. The difference between mortals and celestial beings was much bigger than one could imagine. It was not only the difference in strength, but also in other aspects. The difference between congenital level and congenital level could only be understood by those who had reached the congenital level. The netherworld spring in his body is a disaster, not a blessing. It's better to take it out as soon as possible. The headmaster reminded them. The two juniors are fooling around. He should suffer a little. Prince Yin said, if he didn't have the netherworld body, taking the netherworld spring would do him no good. He believed that the ghost girl didn't do it on purpose. The two of them were just fooling around in desperation. In the world, all kinds of special bodies were unique. If they could be changed by a piece of the netherworld spring, then the special bodies would be worthless. For hours later, Ning Chun woke up. He looked at the two people in front of him blankly. His head was dizzy, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. Headmaster, I'll take him to get something. I'll take my leave first. Prince Yin cupped his fists and bowed politely. Okay. The headmaster nodded and didn't stay. Prince Yin took Ning Chun away. They didn't return to the underworld. Instead, they went to the two tombs. Now, the two tombs had become forbidden areas in the southeast. No one dared to enter. Monsters were released from the Yin and Yang tombs. Even during the transition between life and death, they couldn't enter. Along the way, Ning Chun finally understood his current situation. Simply put, with the protection of the phoenix blood, he didn't have to worry about becoming a living dead. However, there was basically no possibility of curing this body. Prince Yin didn't mention the netherworld spring. He was determined to let Ning Chun suffer a little to teach him a lesson. The two of them came to the Yin and Yang tombs. Prince Yin glanced at the two tombs and said casually, pick one. Ning Chun was speechless. Domineering. Senior said that the king medicine was useful to him, but one wasn't enough. After so many days, he didn't know which tomb was for life and which tomb was for death. However, it seemed that Senior didn't care. The Yin tomb. Ning Chun still chose the Yin tomb. He felt that since the scroll of heaven was inside, there must be something even more incredible behind the two remaining doors. Prince Yin didn't say much. He walked to the entrance of the Yin tomb, split the Yin chi in the air with his sword, and walked in step by step. The Yin tomb now looked completely different. Yin spirits were everywhere. Every few steps would trigger a large restriction. Yin chi filled the air. It was a land of death. Needless to say, he obviously chose the wrong place. Fortunately, he had come with Prince Yin. The green and red swords danced in the air like two dark rainbows. They cut through the mist and cleared the obstacles in front of them quickly. Neither the Yin spirits nor the restrictions could stop them. Ning Chun walked behind them with his sword on his back. He was stunned. Awesome. He didn't know how many times he had seen this scene, but he was still shocked to see it again. When he and Ghost Girl came, they suffered a lot because of the Yin spirits. Not to mention, there were layers of restrictions and Yin chi blocking them now. After a while, four headless horsemen appeared in front of them. However, their enemies were no longer Ning Chun and Ghost Girl, but the legends of the Xia Kingdom. The green and red swords flashed. Before the four headless horsemen could make a move, they were split in half by the two rainbows. They fell to the ground with a bang. Ning Chun's eyelids twitched. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In less than 15 minutes, the two of them arrived at the two unopened doors. Prince Yin glanced at the two doors in front of him. He grasped the green sword in his hand and slashed at one of the doors. With a loud bang, the door shattered. Amid the dust, a waterfall of mirror light flashed past, shining on the two of them. Chapter 171. The The dazzling mirror light fell from the sky like a divine waterfall, illuminating the world. It was unstoppable. It came from an ancient past, crossing time and space. It was shocking. The green sword was illuminated by the mirror light, and its light dimmed. Almost at the same time, the red sword flew over. The green and red joined hands to block the mirror light. However, after a short pause, the two swords were sent flying and stabbed into the ground. Ning Chun was shocked. He saw the mirror light coming, but it was too late to dodge. Just then, Yanqing Prince moved. His figure flashed, and he pulled out the abyss. The black sword light fell, creating a huge ravine that shook the world. The sword light and mirror light collided, causing the void to tremble. After a while, it could no longer withstand the terrifying power and shattered with a bang. In the violent storm, the green robe and black hair danced in the wind. He was as immovable as a mountain. Ning Chun came back to his senses and subconsciously looked behind the door. In the huge stone room, there was only an ancient mirror floating on a stone platform. It was simple and majestic, extraordinary and extraordinary. Yanqing Prince walked in and broke the seal. He took the mirror and threw it over. Give it to someone. Ning Chun took the mirror and looked it over. He couldn't see anything special about it, so he put away. He would study it in the future. A treasure valued by a sage at the Three Disasters realm must be extraordinary. However, he didn't need it. It would be good to give it to a man to protect her. The sixth door was broken. There was only one left. Yanqing Prince hesitated and didn't make a move. If he guessed correctly, the coffin of the tomb's owner was hidden behind the seventh door. However, it was at this moment that the seventh gate suddenly opened. In the blink of an eye, the entire great necropolis changed. Everything reversed, and the eternal world of darkness vanished. Stars twinkled in the sky, and boundless light poured down from the nine heavens. A sigh came from the void. A blurry figure walked out. The world changed color. Tens of thousands of years couldn't hide his peerless beauty. One could feel that this was an invincible man. His body was tall and straight. His shoulder-length hair was as white as snow. The vicissitudes of life filled the air mercilessly. A hero in his twilight years was so clear. The aura of supremacy covered the entire starry sky. Rays of divine light fell from the sky and covered his body. The sage was in his twilight years, but he was still so brilliant that it made the world lose its color. It was hard to believe that this was the afterglow of his old age. The ancient realm suddenly moved, awakening from its slumber. Primal chaos surged, and circle after circle of ripples spread out. It flew out from Ning Chen's body and landed next to the man. It trembled as if it was weeping, expressing its endless longing. The man retracted his gaze and looked at the wailing ancient realm cultivator next to him. He sighed softly and reached out to touch the mirror, as if he were comforting an old friend. Strange scenes appeared in the void. Streak after streak of light began to condense. Under the setting sun, a woman was playing the zither. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, and her temperament was otherworldly. Only, her fine black hair was already dyed with snow, her time having passed. Wavering moon. The ancient sage's body trembled. He suddenly turned his head back from tens of thousands of years away. The entire great tomb rumbled, and the stars continuously exploded. The dome of heaven bloomed with the most beautiful fireworks. A pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of time looked over through the primal chaos. The man took a step forward, crossing tens of thousands of li of starry sky. The stars in the ancient tomb world began to wither. Streak after streak of light streaked across the sky. More and more light streaked across the sky, becoming denser and denser. In the end, it was as if it was raining, dazzling the eyes. The heavens descended. The ancient sage's terror exceeded the scope of the world's imagination. With a single step, the entire world seemed to be destroyed. Stars fell, heaven and earth trembled. It was a world-shocking scene, a terrifying sign. At this moment, the ancient sage seemed to be walking out of time and space. His blurry figure gradually revealed a corner of his clothes. The tattered black battle clothes emitted an unchanging coldness. Bloodstains were everywhere, a testament to the ancient sage's accomplishments in his life. The primal chaos gradually dissipated. A trace of white was exceptionally dazzling. This man who had once protected the common people, who was invincible in the heavens and earth, had truly aged. Even though his body was still tall and straight, it could not hide the whiteness of his hair. You said that you would return. Under the setting sun, the woman was already very tired. Her eyes were dim, as if she would reach the end of her life at any moment. The sound of the zither was bleak. The tears of the woman dripped onto the zither. Her beauty had faded away, yet she was unwilling to leave. Wavering moon. Seeing this scene, the primal chaos around the ancient sage exploded. An indomitable figure walked out. The heavens and earth rumbled. Thousands of rays of auspicious light shot out. With a single step, he crossed the starry sky and arrived in front of the painting in an instant. The man's body was trembling. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Although he didn't look old, he was no longer young. His hair was as white as snow. This was an indisputable fact. The sound of the zither lingered in the air. The woman's eyes dimmed as she stared into the distance. Gradually, she was filled with disappointment and despair. Her tears fell like rain, scattering her last hope. The person she had been waiting for would never return. Their fate had come to an end. 1,000 years of waiting had come to nothing. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the woman's face began to age. At the beginning, a gentle red light rose up and stopped the aging process. However, the woman's body began to disappear. Starlight scattered in all directions, and bit by bit, she disappeared from the world. At the end of reincarnation, did he ever think that in a distant place there was still a woman waiting silently for him? Was it a question, or was it reluctance? The final sound echoed through the great tomb. The ancient sage's expressions changed. Endless pain flashed through their eyes as they closed them. Their trembling hands tried to grab the painting, but the painting instantly shattered. The sound of the zither stopped. Time was merciless. Tens of thousands of years had passed. Everything vanished like smoke into thin air, unable to be retained. The ancient sage was so high and mighty. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary man who had lost his true love. His tears quietly fell. Heaven and earth fell silent. Even the stars didn't dare to shine again. A soft sigh echoed in the void. The sage Gemini did not say anything. He reached out and touched the guqin in front of the woman. The sorrow in his eyes was so thick that it could not be dispersed. The next moment, the body of the sage of old gradually began to disappear. A cold wind blew, and a desolate scene appeared. The ancient realm fell from the sky. Everything returned to normal. It was as if it had never appeared. Ning Chun took the ancient realm and sighed inside. What had just happened was just the ancient sage's afterimage and the ancient realm's imprint. However, he had still felt a pressure that surpassed the heavens and earth. Even such an existence was powerless in the face of the death of a woman. Time was merciless. No one could resist it. He didn't know what had happened 10,000 years ago. However, there was no doubt that the ancient sage had returned too late. He hadn't even been able to see his woman for the last time. The seventh door was already open. Within the stone room, there were 2 coffins, but they were both empty. To the ancient sage, the most important thing was still that woman. He hadn't been able to accompany her for a long time when she was alive, but after she died, he had to accompany her for a long time. "Let's go," said Imperial Prince Yin calmly. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded softly. The 2 of them left the Yin tomb and walked toward the Yang tomb. This time, Yin Qin didn't have Ning Chen follow him. He entered the Yang tomb himself. Since the Yin tomb contained the coffins of the ancient sage, then the Yang tomb was just a fake tomb. No one knew what dangers lay inside. An hour later, dawn arrived on the eastern horizon. Seeing that the night was about to pass, Yin Qin walked out. He waved his hand and brought Ning Chun with him. They flew north. Azure and red opened the path. The 2 of them were extremely fast. A dazzling ray of light appeared between heaven and earth. The moment the heavenly flame descended, Another sword flew out from a sword rack. 3 swords appeared in the sky, blocking the heavenly flame. Light flashed through the fog forest. A moment later, the underworld gate opened and the 2 of them disappeared. The 3 swords were like rainbows as they entered the sword rack. Yanqing waved his hand and sent the 2 king medicines to Ningchun. With the one you obtained before, you should be able to last for a while. You should use this time to cultivate. Try to reach the Xiantian realm as soon as possible, said Yanqing. The power of the phoenix blood was constantly being consumed. The 3 king medicines were the best nourishment. As long as he could reach the Xiantian realm, there was still a chance. Ningchun nodded and entered seclusion with the 3 king medicines. He was only at the mid-9th rank and was still very far from the Xiantian realm. He had to hurry. Yanqing stayed in the underworld for 2 days before leaving. The rest of the road depended on Ningchun. He could only do so much. 3 days later, rumbling sounds came from the southeast. 2 large tombs slowly sank into the ground. The waves of fire and Inchi disappeared along with the tombs. Legends from 10,000 years ago would eventually fade away with time. Every era had its own legends. The past would never return. Before Ningchun entered seclusion, he had already explained everything to the Grand Xia. Success or failure depended on Xiao Mingri's decision. The Northern Ming army's sharpness grew sharper with each passing day. The 100,000 cavalry were invincible. Coupled with the 10,000 heavy cavalry's destructive power, the Grand Xia's defeat continued. The remaining 80,000 soldiers of the Northern Ming army were basically there to clean up the mess and escort the provisions. As long as they didn't attack the city, they probably wouldn't be of any use for a long time. The 160,000 Imperial Guards chased from the front and back, desperately trying to stop the Northern Ming army's advance. However, there were several times when the Northern Ming cavalry broke through before they could form an encirclement. The strength of the Imperial Guards of the Grand Xia was well known. The Northern Ming was also trying their best to avoid a direct confrontation. After all, this was the territory of the Grand Xia. For the Northern Ming, without any reinforcements, the gains didn't make up for the losses. In the Northern Ming camp, Fan Lingyue sat in her tent, frowning as she looked at the battle reports that had been sent over. The Imperial Guards of the Grand Xia were getting fewer and fewer. It seemed that the Northern Ming army had shaken them off. However, she felt that things weren't so simple. "Men," said Fan Lingyue. "Present." A general walked in and respectfully waited for orders. "How far are we from the army behind us?" asked Fan Lingyue. 120 miles, replied the general. "Why are we so far?" Fan Lingyue frowned. 2 days ago, the Imperial Guards of the Great Xia were really tight. "The soldiers have been marching, and the troops behind us couldn't keep up," said the general nervously. "Useless!" Fan Lingyue slammed the table and raged. "You didn't even report such an important matter. What's the use of having you?" The general was so frightened that he shivered. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Spare me." Chapter 172. The general was dragged out and given 20 beatings. Fan Lingyue walked in front of the map and looked at the location of the army, deep in thought. A few days ago, the Great Xia guards had been intercepting them, but their reaction was getting slower and slower. If this was a deceptive tactic, the goal was worth thinking about. She was confident that if they fought on the plains, the Beiming cavalry would not fear anyone. Great Xia's Jingwu Duke would also not choose to fight on the plains. The Great Xia Guard were tight at the front and loose at the back. They were obviously trying to increase the distance between the Beiming army and them. As for their goal, it would be to split them up and destroy them or burn their rations. 120 miles was not enough for the Beiming cavalry to be left in the dust. There was not enough time, and the possibility of a battle was not high. Hence, their goal was obvious. Thinking about this, Fan Lingyue said, "Qing Wuyo." "Present." Qing Wuyo walked into the tent and said respectfully, "Immediately bring 7,000 light cavalry over. Great Xia might be eyeing their rations." Fan Lingyue instructed with a serious expression. "Yes." Qing Wuyo accepted the order and left the tent. After Qing Wuyo left, Fan Lingyue stared at the map in front and continued to think. Beiming's rations could be considered sufficient. The Central Plains were rich, and the few cities that they had taken down all had large amounts of storage. Furthermore, their rations were sent in batches and were heavily guarded. Even if Great Xia wanted to take their rations, it would not be so simple. Actually, no matter the time, rations were the key to war. Great Xia's actions were not strange. However, Great Xia's Jingwu Duke was a person who used troops more than he was strange. Such a strategy was not his style. Fan Lingwei thought of a person, a lifelong rival. They were the people who knew each other the best in the world. Unfortunately, they were destined to be rivals. Fan Lingwei walked out of the tent and stood quietly in front of it. Looking at the scenery of Great Xia, her eyes were filled with determination. In a few more months, this prosperous land would no longer belong to Great Xia alone. When the Beiming soldiers saw the beautiful figure in front of the tent, no one dared to disturb her. The night slowly passed, and when the sun shone down, a soldier rushed over on a horse. After dismounting, he quickly knelt down and said anxiously, "Reporting to the advisor, the Great Xia army ambushed our rations, and 20% of our rations were destroyed. General Qing sent me to deliver the news." "Understood. You can leave," Fan Lingwei said indifferently. "Yes." The soldier withdrew and hurriedly left. Fan Lingwei's expression was the same as before, without any change. Since he had already expected this, there was nothing to be surprised about. As the saying goes, before the three armies move, the provisions must move first. Destroying the enemy's supply lines, or supply teams, was indeed a good method. This time, Beiming's army was different from before. The grain was sent in batches to prevent Great Xia from doing that. 20% of grain was not much, and it was worth it to prove Great Xia's goal. When the army was about to break camp, Qing Wuyo rushed back and reported the situation in detail. After listening, Fan Lingwei asked, "How long until the wheat grains in the north are harvested?" "In the next 3 to 5 days, Qing Wuyo replied. Fan Lingwei nodded. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said softly, "In the next few days, we have to step up our defenses. Great Xia will still have designs on our rations." "Why?" Qing Wuyo asked in confusion. Their wariness of the grain would only get tighter and tighter. Even if Great Xia succeeded in their sneak attack, they would have to pay a huge price, so there was no need for that. "They're forcing us to change our path," Fan Lingwei said calmly. Qing Wuyo did not understand, and Fan Lingwei did not explain further. She just followed the orders. She could basically confirm that the person behind this plan was Ning Chun. The plan at the start was really good, using a series of attacks to disrupt Beiming's formation, and then waiting for a chance to sneak attack their grain. The first sneak attack was something she did not notice in time, and it was also the only weakness of Beiming. Unfortunately, Great Xia was not good enough at the last step, and they only destroyed 20% of their grain. Beiming's grain was much more abundant than what Great Xia had expected. Losing 20% was not much. It was a very unfortunate step. If Beiming did not have enough grain, this loss of grain might have forced her to change her path. The wheat grains in the north were ripe, and it was time to harvest. If she wanted to gather grain, there were only 2 paths she could choose. Due to the limited land in the southwest, the wheat grains were scattered, and it was too troublesome for the army to gather them. As for the wheat grains in the south and southeast, they were densely planted, and it was easy to gather the grain they wanted. Great Xia only needed to block one of the 2 paths, and the remaining path was not up to her to choose. The real problem was where Beiming would go after harvesting the grain. Great Xia would definitely block the south, forcing them to go down the southwest path. Now, it did not seem like much. However, the southwest direction they were going was actually the northwest of Great Xia. The further south one went on the northwest path, the more mountains and hills there were. No matter the time, this was a terrain that cavalry did not want to encounter. The idea was not bad, and she looked very far ahead. However, there were always changes in the plan. Ning Chun was not in the army, and he could not do anything about these changes. There was never a perfect plan in the world, and any ingenious plan needed to be adjusted at the right time. Great Xia's Duke Jingwu was a genius at arranging troops, but in terms of scheming, he was still lacking. Now that Great Xia had made their move, it was time for her to respond. In the Great Xia Guard's barracks, Duke Jingwu sat in his tent. Below him, the 6 generals sat on both sides, discussing future war matters. Now, the 160,000 guards had split into 2 groups to block the Beiming army. On the other side, the blood-clad Marquis had taken a detour to the south to block the Beiming army. Hearing the opinions of the generals, Duke Jingwu's brows were locked tight. Their current position was on the plains, and facing the Beiming cavalry was not a wise decision. Although the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps were the elites of the elites, facing the Beiming cavalry on the plains, their chances of winning were slim. Beiming did not have any reinforcements, so they were not willing to fight head-on. On the other hand, Great Xia had lost too many times and could not afford to lose again. In the current situation, Beiming still had the advantage. The only force that Great Xia had that could go head-to-head with Beiming was the 160,000 guards. However, they could not grasp the rout of the Beiming army, and their blocking was too passive. Jiming Marquis had provided a good idea. However, it was very difficult to execute. Although they had gained a lot from this first sneak attack, they had also lost a lot. The Beiming army reacted quickly, and with the help of the cavalry, they were much harder to deal with than expected. The first sneak attack could not be said to be a success or a failure. It could only be said that the result was not ideal. "Duke, should we continue to send troops to block the Beiming grain transport team?" asked a green-armored general. "Continue, but be careful. Beiming should have set up an ambush," reminded Duke Jingwu. "I understand." The green-armored general cupped his fists. In the southern border of the Grand Xia, a beautiful girl was walking on the streets, asking for directions. "Uncle, how do I get to Tai West City?" The girl was very likable, and her attitude was also not bad. The old man who was asking for directions enthusiastically pointed at her. He then asked, "Miss, are you from the Grand Xia?" "Uncle, how did you know?" asked a man curiously. "Haha, your attire is very unfamiliar. It doesn't seem like the customs of the Grand Xia," laughed the old man. "Oh," a man looked at her attire. She had not paid much attention to it. "Is this your first time in the southern border?" asked the old man. "No, I've been here before." A man shook her head. The old man smiled and advised, "Miss, since you've come to the southern border, you should change your attire. That will save you a lot of trouble." A man nodded thoughtfully. However, she hadn't run into any trouble. A man didn't know that any trouble she had run into had been taken care of by the people following her in secret. Otherwise, what kind of beautiful girl would be able to walk the streets safely for so many days? When she had no money, she would even randomly pick up silver. Picking it up once was luck. Picking it up twice was luck. Picking it up 3 times should be a bit suspicious. Half a day later, a man had changed out of her imperial attire. She had even taken off the bits and pieces of accessories on her head. Wearing a simple green dress, she once again began to walk and asked for directions. "Aunt, how do I get to Tai West City?" "What a beautiful girl." The old woman smiled. "Thank you for your praise. How do I get to Tai West City?" A man continued to ask. "Miss, why did you come out alone? Where's your family?" The old woman held a man's hand as she asked. "I came out to find someone. I snuck out. How do I get to Tai West City?" A man persistently asked. Come. Miss, my house is just next door. Come over and have a seat. It won't be too late to hurry on your way after drinking some tea." The old woman was delighted and enthusiastically pulled a man into an alley. A man felt a bit thirsty and obediently followed along. She didn't know that some alleys were called brothel alleys and brothel alleys, and some ants were called brothel keepers. The bodyguard following them in secret felt a headache coming on. Did this little princess not feel that something was wrong? That old woman's makeup was so bad that even her own mother wouldn't be able to recognize her. With a single glance, one could tell that she wasn't from a good family. Unfortunately, a man didn't feel anything. That was because she had never seen any brothel alleys or brothel alleys. She also didn't know what a brothel keeper was. In the past, with the protection of the barbarian king, she rarely even left the barbarian palace. She didn't know anything about the outside world. Later, she secretly ran out with Ning Chun and came into contact with quite a few things. However, those were things that Ning Chun wanted her to see. "Come, miss, have some tea." The old woman poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Her smile was like a flower that had grown out of a bad flower. "Thank you, Auntie." A man received the tea and politely said, "Is the person you're looking for in Taiwan City?" The old woman sat down and poured herself a cup of tea. She took a sip and asked, "I don't know." A man shook her head. "Then what's the person you're looking for? What does he do?" The old woman beat around the bush. "He's called Ning Chun." A man replied. After saying that, she thought for a moment and continued with uncertainty, "I think he's Grand Xia's Jiming Marquis." Puffed. Hearing this name, the old woman spat out the tea she hadn't swallowed. Chapter 173. Cough, cough. The old woman choked on her tea and violently coughed for a long time. In the Grand Xia, the 3 words knowing fate Marquis were definitely not a good symbol. Miss really likes to joke. The old woman naturally didn't believe her. She rubbed her chest and forced a smile. "I'm not joking," seriously said Amon. The old woman didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Many people in the Grand Xian knew that the knowing fate Marquis had died to the wrath of the heavens. In truth, Amon also didn't know much about Ning Chun. Ever since she had returned to the barbarian palace, the barbarian king had rarely mentioned Ning Chun in front of Amon. When he couldn't hide it, he would just briefly mention it. "Miss, wait a moment. I'll go get some fruit for you to eat on the way," said the old woman kindly. "Thank you, Auntie." Amon smiled. The old woman quickly walked to the back of the hall. There were already several people waiting in the courtyard. "What's going on?" asked an old man. "A young chick has come. He doesn't seem to be a local. Based on his accent, he should be from his southern barbarian lands. This is business that has been delivered to your door. Do you want to take it or not?" "Yes." The old man nodded without the slightest hesitation. He waved his hand at the 3 people behind him and then quietly walked to the front of the hall. "For the Grand Xia to have such unruly people like you, it's no wonder my king is worried about the princess." The sudden appearance of a figure came without any warning. The 5 of them didn't even have time to react before a saber light flashed, and their heads flew 3 meters into the air. Their bodies collapsed, dyeing the ground red. Amon waited for almost an hour in the front hall, but the old woman still hadn't returned. She curiously walked to the back hall and shouted, "Auntie, I'm leaving." The empty courtyard didn't receive a reply for a long time. Seeing no one return, Amon could only turn and leave. Her beautiful eyes were still filled with confusion. After Amon left, the 5 corpses and a large amount of silver from the back hall were thrown into the courtyard. The silver was dyed with blood and was extremely dazzling. 2 days later, Amon was on her way to Taiwan City when a young figure slowly walked over. His green robes were simple yet noble. His handsome and calm face made him look even more extraordinary. There was a simple and unadorned sword rack on his back, which contained 4 different swords. The person walked step by step, neither fast nor slow, not even a speck of mud staining his body. A man's eyes lit up, and a brilliant smile appeared on her pretty face. She jogged over and hugged the person's arm, happily saying, "Senior, what a coincidence." A faint smile appeared on Prince Yan's calm face as he said, "What a coincidence. Where are you going?" A man smiled. "To the west. I happen to meet you." Prince Yan turned around and changed his direction. He answered as he walked, "Oh." A man hurriedly followed and continued to hold the former's arm. She asked, "I'm going to look for Ning Chun. Do you know where he is?" "He's in seclusion. You can't see him now," Prince Yin said softly. "Then when will he come out?" Wild asked curiously. "Very soon," Prince Yin said. "Then he's come out of seclusion. Can you take me to see him?" A man said happily, "Sure." Prince Yin stopped and put down the sword rack. He said calmly, "But you have to carry it." A man tried to lift it, but couldn't. She suddenly felt troubled. "It's too heavy. I can't carry it," a man said softly. Prince Yin waved his hand, and the sand sword flew out. It scattered and wrapped around his sleeve. He said, "Try it now." A man tried again and finally managed to lift it. She was in a good mood and smiled brightly. Prince Yan's lips curled up slightly. He turned around and continued on his way. Let a man pay for the half a year that Ning Chen owed her. The two of them walked very slowly because a man had to stop and rest for a while. Prince Yin was not in a hurry. When a man stopped, he stopped and waited for the little girl to rest. The guard following in the dark did not dare to act rashly. He knew that this person was Prince Yin of Great Xia. He was one of the few people who knew about the battle at the Barbarian Palace last time. While the two of them were resting, the guard sent out a letter. 2 days later, he finally received a reply. There were only 5 words in the secret order. You don't have to follow me anymore. Return. This was a letter personally written by the barbarian king. It was simple and clear, summoning the guard back to the palace. After receiving the secret order, the guard left on the same day and returned to the barbarian palace. A man knew nothing about this. Prince Yin saw it very clearly, but didn't say anything. A man, do you want to learn the sword? I can teach you, said Prince Yin slowly as he walked in front. I don't want to. A man shook her head. Huh. Prince Yin smiled faintly and didn't try to persuade her. There were very few people in this world with a pure heart. Only a pure heart could sense the aura of the sword. So to him, a man was the only one who could inherit his martial path. However, Ning Chen had also said that a man wasn't interested in the martial path. He couldn't force her. You can teach Ning Chen. He's smarter than me. A man learned to put in a good word for a certain person. He can't learn it, said Prince Yin honestly. A smart person didn't mean they were suited for cultivation. Ning Chen had too many things on his mind. It was almost impossible for him to sense the aura of the sword. A man thought about it and still didn't want to learn it. Furthermore, if Ning Chen couldn't learn it, she definitely couldn't. The two of them walked for a while before a man suddenly thought of something. Senior, why are we going to the west? To fight, said Prince Yin. Fighting isn't good, said a man seriously. Prince Yin smiled. He's a bad person. Oh, said a man, agreeing with this explanation. The journey from Nanjiang to the west of the Grand Xia was very long. Prince Yin had a burden behind him, so he didn't know when they would arrive. Half a month later, the two of them finally left Nanjiang. After a man got used to the weight of the sword rack, she walked much faster. No matter what, this little girl still had some foundation in the martial path. It was true that a man didn't like to cultivate. After 10 years, the speed at which she reached the 4th rank was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. However, considering a man's attitude of wanting to fish for 10 days, being able to reach the 4th rank was also a strange thing. On the other side, the war between Northern Ming and the Grand Xia changed again. Duke Jingwu sent troops to attack Northern Ming's grain transport team. After a few times, he finally succeeded once and destroyed a large amount of Northern Ming's grain. The process was very tragic. Both Northern Ming and the Grand Xia paid a huge price. Northern Ming set up many ambushes, but the Grand Xia wouldn't fall for it so easily. After a few exchanges, they finally grasped the weakness of Northern Ming's uneven division of troops. They used the Imperial Army as bait to attract Northern Ming's attention. Afterward, the 5,000 elite cavalry of the Divine Wind Battalion took the chance and destroyed Northern Ming's heavily guarded grain camp. The Divine Wind Battalion moved quickly. They came quickly and retreated quickly. When Northern Ming reacted, the grain camp was already on fire. The Divine Wind Battalion was the most elite Imperial Army camp in the Grand Xia. These 5,000 elite cavalry were strong enough to fight against 10. The ambush set by Northern Ming couldn't be stopped, and they suffered heavy casualties. However, just when everyone in the Grand Xia commander's tent thought that Northern Ming would gather grain along the southeast or the south due to the lack of grain, Fan Lingyue suddenly changed the route of the army in advance. They quickly went south along the southwest direction, causing the Marquis of the Bloody Guard to miss. No one knew what was going on except for the military advisor of Northern Ming. This was because that batch of grain was given to the Grand Xia by her. The grain was real, and the soldiers who died in battle couldn't be faked. The only illusion was the amount of grain. A lie was always 70% true and 30% false, making it difficult to distinguish. War was the same. Since she saw through the Grand Xia's plan, how could she not give them a surprise? This sudden change of route completely messed up the deployment of the Grand Xia. and also allowed northern Ming to take the opportunity to break away from the encirclement of the imperial army. Northern Ming's path to the south to attack the Grand Xia was one step closer. In the netherworld, Ning Chun, who had been in seclusion, opened his eyes. The power of a 10,000-year-old king medicine was beyond imagination. The drop of phoenix blood in his spiritual sense had absorbed most of the medicine's power. However, the remaining power still helped him to advance from the middle of the 9th level to the late stage, one step closer to the peak of the 9th level. There were still 2 king medicines left. Originally, he needed to wait for a period of time before consuming them. However, Ning Chun was worried and didn't want to stay here for long. Thus, he swallowed the 2 king medicines in one go. The unusually large medicinal power surged wildly like a raging sea, difficult to control. Ning Chun relied on his immortal body and ignored it, allowing the medicinal power to surge wildly. Soon after, he completely opened up his Dantian sea of qi and frantically absorbed the wild power in his body. In half a month's time, Ning Chun's cultivation soared to the peak of the 9th level. During this time, Ning Chun attempted to use the surging medicinal power to break through to the Xiantian realm. The result was undoubtedly a failure. If the Xiantian realm was so easy to reach, there wouldn't be so few Xiantians in the world. Of course, the 2 king medicines weren't completely useless. At the very least, they temporarily repaired his body that had been corroded by the yellow springs flower and allowed him to take off the black cloth. Unfortunately, even the power of the king medicines couldn't repair the completely damaged internal organs. Without reaching the Xiantian realm, the damage to the internal organs was irreversible. The peak of the 9th level was only one step away from the Xiantian realm. However, in reality, it was a whole layer of heaven. After practicing for another 2 days, Ning Chun repeatedly encountered the Xiantian realm barrier. It was difficult for him to move forward. He stood in the world, but he couldn't cross it. The king medicine's power was decreasing, which meant that the days he could practice were decreasing. Ning Chun had no choice but to temporarily give up on breaking through to the Xiantian realm and focus on practicing the Taoist secret method that Dao Kuei gave him. Senior Jiang once said that this secret method was the most suitable method in the world for practicing the life scroll. If he wanted to improve his strength, this was the fastest way. Ning Chun operated the life scroll. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Frost appeared and floated down from the sky like snowflakes. The secret method was divided into 2 parts, created for people with 2 different constitutions. His constitution was cold, so he could only practice half of it. The name of this half was very special. It was called the art of clear snow. It was perfected by generations of Taoist sages after tens of thousands of years. They wanted to compete with the heavenly tomes. Among the heavenly tomes, other than the life scroll, all had their own unique mental cultivation methods and moves. Only the life scroll was an exception. Therefore, the Taoist sages created this secret method to make up for the shortcomings of the life scroll. The art of clear snow was the first method under the heavenly tomes. To a certain extent, the 4 words in the middle could be removed. Chapter 174. Ning Chun's cultivation lasted for another half a month. The art of clear skies before snow was complicated and difficult to cultivate. It was comparable to the heavenly writing. During this half a month, the situation in Great Xia became even more serious. After breaking free from the encirclement, the Beimeng army continued down south, and it was hard to stop them. The soldiers that Great Xia hurriedly moved over from various places were too weak compared to the Beimeng iron cavalry. The Great Xia cavalry 300 miles east of the imperial city was still practicing the tactics that Ning Chun left behind. Xiazi watched day and night, waiting for the moment to succeed. In the west of Great Xia, Prince Yin and Ah Man were heading west. They were not far from their destination. In the west, Marquis' triumphant return and the Blackwater army tried their best to stop the Eternal Night cult's invasion. With the help of the surrounding cities, they barely managed to maintain the stalemate. In the southeast, Mingyang country invaded. Marquis, loyal and brave, fought a tough battle. 150,000 Great Xia border soldiers fought a bloody battle to protect the southeast of Great Xia from being invaded. Now, the most urgent battlefield was in the north. Fan Lingyue's army was advancing deeper and deeper. Great Xia could not stop them. 100,000 cavalry showed their abilities, shocking the world. This was the first time in history that more than 100,000 cavalry had appeared. This was a true flood of molten iron. Nothing could stop them. Fan Lingyue's management of the army was strict. The fighting quality of the army was abnormally strong. 7 years of training was all for this war. 300,000 troops entered and left Great Xia. Excluding the 50,000 left at Heaven's Gate, there were less than 200,000 left. However, compared to Great Xia's losses, these sacrifices were less than one-tenth. In the first half of the war, because of Emperor Xia's arrogance and stupidity, Great Xia missed many opportunities and suffered defeat after defeat. In the middle half of the war, Great Xia had many internal problems, causing a great loss of national strength. Now, the war between the two dynasties had entered the second half. The survival of Great Xia depended on this final game. The negotiations between Great Xia and the barbarian dynasty had a breakthrough. The barbarian king demanded an exorbitant price. Prince Hua agreed to most of the conditions, but he did not relent on the matter of ceding land. The negotiation period was only 14 days. Great Xia's attitude was clear. They would fight for it with all their might, but it was not necessary to succeed. In fact, the barbarian king had some doubts when he saw Prince Hua. He thought of the marriage between Great Xia and True Extreme Nation. It was a fact that True Extreme Country and Great Xia were not on good terms. However, there was no true friendship between countries. There were only interests. Moreover, it was not the first time that the barbarian dynasty and Great Xia had fought. In the past, Great Xia had sent Marquis Jiyu to guard Nanjiang with the purpose of preventing the barbarian dynasty from invading. Since the barbarian dynasty could borrow troops, the True Extreme Nation could do the same. Furthermore, Great Xia and True Extreme Country had a layer of relationship. As long as they did not fall out with each other, this layer of relationship was a good excuse for a trade. In the end, Prince Hua threw out another huge temptation. As long as the barbarian dynasty was willing to lend troops, Great Xia was willing to sell 20% of Bairuyuan's iron ore for the next 10 years to the barbarian dynasty at the original price. At this moment, even the barbarian king could not help but be moved. Bairuyuan was the largest source of iron ore for Great Xia, and its mineral reserves were shockingly rich. What the barbarian dynasty lacked the most was iron. With these iron ores, the weapons and armor of the barbarian dynasty would be completely new. With this condition, the following negotiations were abnormally smooth. The barbarian king and Prince Hua were both old foxes who had lived for decades. They knew when to advance and when to retreat. In just a few days, the remaining conditions were agreed upon. Not long after Prince Hua returned to the court, the barbarian king ordered the deployment of troops. 100,000 barbarian soldiers majestically embarked on the journey to the north, adding another variable to this war. After receiving this news, Fan Lingyue calculated the impact of the barbarian dynasty's participation in the war. The northern battlefield between the barbarian dynasty and Great Xia was very far away. It would take at least 2 months to arrive. By that time, it would already be autumn, and the situation between the two dynasties would be more or less settled. In the west of Great Xia, Prince Yin and his little burden, who had been traveling for more than a month, finally arrived at their destination. When Prince Yin and Marquis met, they smiled faintly. Prince Yin was the legend of Great Xia, and Marquis was the invincible military god of Great Xia. "Long time no see," Marquis Kaishian said. "Long time no see," Prince Yin replied. "Are you here to look for a sword?" Marquis Kaishian asked. "No." Prince Yin shook his head and said calmly. "Junior saw that I was too bored and found something to do." "Marquis Jiming?" Marquis Kaishian asked. Among the younger generation of Great Xia, only the legendary Marquis Jiming could invite the person in front of him. "Huh." Prince Yin chuckled, tacitly admitting it. "When?" Marquis Kaishian asked calmly. Since he wasn't here to look for a sword, his purpose was obvious. There was no need to ask further. Tomorrow, Prince Yin replied. Marquis Kaishan nodded and arranged for tents for the two. On the other side, he sent a soldier to deliver a letter to the martial monarch. In tomorrow's battle, they might be able to see if the martial monarch of Eternal Night Cult was truly invincible. As night fell, Prince Yin stood in front of the moon. His green robe fluttered in the wind. His body gradually merged with the world, as if he would break through the sky at any moment. The current legend of Great Xia was a true genius of the generation. He had practiced martial arts for 27 years, crossed the Khanate realm, and transcended 5 tribulations. If there was one person in the world who could fight a 5th Tribulation Realm cultivator against a 3 Calamity Realm cultivator, it would be Prince Yin of Great Xia. In the army, the patrolling soldiers looked at the distant figure in the night. No one dared to disturb him. Of course, there was one exception. Senior, man ran over, instantly breaking this transcendent atmosphere. What's wrong? Prince Yin asked with a smile. Here's a peach for you, said man happily as she handed over one of the 2 big peaches. Where did you pick it? Prince Yin asked softly. The peach was very fresh. It was obvious that it had just been picked. It was impossible for the army to have it. There, said man with a smile as she pointed to the southeast. Prince Yin smiled and didn't say anything. This girl really knew how to run. Senior, you have to win tomorrow. Good luck. Man clenched her fists and encouraged him. Okay, said Prince Yin softly. I'm going to sleep. After eating the peach, man clapped her hands and said goodbye with a smile. She then jogged back to her tent. The peaceful night quickly passed. When the sun rose the next day, the heavy cavalry of Eternal Night Cult and Great Xia's Blackwater army were both on alert. They faced each other 10 kilometers away, nervously waiting for the battle to begin. The martial monarch appeared. He was wearing black armor, and the Tianhuang halberd was ferocious. At that moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the distance. A young figure walked over in the light of dawn. His steps were neither fast nor slow. Each step was steady. Everyone couldn't help but look over. In front of the heavy cavalry, the 3 generals narrowed their eyes. Was this the legend of Great Xia? He was really too young. Please, said the martial monarch, giving the strong cultivator in front of him enough respect. Please, replied Prince Yin. After that, the martial monarch moved. He stepped on the ground and concentrated his divine power on his halberd. The world-shocking power caused the ground to crack. The powerful divine power spread all the way to Prince Yin. Facing the divine power, Prince Yin did not move at all. With a slight shift of his mind, the green and red swords flew out and streaked across the sky. They sliced through the air in front of the cracked ground. In the next moment, a huge gully appeared. The 2 forces collided with each other, and the color of the sky changed. Everything within 10 kilometers seemed to have been hit by a heavenly tribulation. The ground kept shaking. The 2 huge cracks continued to spread until they were 30 kilometers away. The 2 armies had no choice but to retreat another 5 kilometers. They watched the battle from 30 kilometers away. The power of a Xiantian expert wasn't something a human could resist, and a battle on the level of 3 disasters was even more disastrous. If you got too close and got caught in the shockwaves, it would be difficult to not die. In front of the Blackwater army, Marquis Victorious Return was silently watching the battle. He didn't have the slightest intention of helping. This was a fair battle. He wouldn't interfere. A man stood next to Marquis Victorious Return, nervously clenching her fists. She wasn't an idiot. Naturally, she could see that this battle wasn't simple. Good luck, good luck, good luck. A man was constantly cheering for Prince Yin. Ningxin had taught her that when she couldn't help, cheering was also useful. Green and red breath at the same time. In the middle of the battle, the 2 swords flew into the sky. They were like rainbows as they transformed into streams of swords that rushed towards the martial monarch in front of them. It was a move that couldn't be dodged. It was the pinnacle of sword techniques. It was fast, accurate, and direct without any complicated changes. It was an ultimate move that sealed off all paths of retreat. The martial monarch focused. He didn't dare to be careless. The heavenly desolate halberd raised into the sky. His vast body drew upon the power of heaven and earth. The halberd light soared into the sky and collided with the streams of swords. In the shocking collision, the majority of the streams of swords turned invisible. But there was still a sword that quietly broke through the obstruction and passed through the martial monarch's body. The unrivaled martial monarch was forced back half a step. He was the first to be injured. The expert martial monarch wiped his hand, and the bleeding stopped. For the first time since the start of the battle, he was completely focused. On the other side, Prince Yin calmly watched. He didn't take the opportunity to attack. This battle wouldn't end so quickly. At the beginning, it was only a test. In the netherworld underworld, Ning Chun stood at the entrance of the netherworld underworld. He looked towards the distant west with worry in his eyes. Although he had confidence in his senior, he couldn't help but worry. Normal people only had one chi. There would always be times when their true chi couldn't keep up, especially when changing techniques. It was even more obvious. On the other hand, martial monarchs with two chi could heal as they fought. As long as it wasn't an irreversible injury, they were practically undying. That was also the main reason why martial monarchs were undefeatable. There were only two ways to defeat a martial monarch. The first was to use absolute strength to suppress the martial monarch so that his healing speed couldn't keep up with the speed of his injuries. The second was to destroy the threat of the dual chi. The first method didn't even need to be considered. In this world, there were people who could fight against martial monarchs, but there was no one who could completely suppress a martial monarch. Of course, if two experts above the three disaster realm joined hands, perhaps they could do it. But that was impossible. After all, in this world, there was only one person as shameless as the Golden Staff Imperial Teacher. So, the only feasible method was to destroy the threat of the dual chi. Chapter 175. In the west of the Great Xia, the Blackwater Army and the cavalry of the God's sect were facing each other. The battle between the two armies had reached its climax. After the initial probing, both of them brought out their true strength. The clash of swords and halberds caused the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. Huge gullies appeared between the two of them. The powerful shock waves caused everything around them to turn invisible. Broken stones filled the sky and scattered 3,000 feet away. This was a battle between true experts. It was fair and just. No one else could interfere. The martial lord's might was astonishing. The Sky Baron halberd was like a weapon that could destroy the world. Every time he waved it, a huge crack appeared in the sky. It was difficult to withstand this power. The Yin Prince raised the two swords in his hands as if they were light. One was fast, the other was slow. The fast one suppressed the enemy first. The slow one neutralized the enemy's power. The two swords worked together. Their attacks were fierce, and their defense was tight. They were not at a disadvantage at all. The Yin Prince of the Great Xia is so capable, said a general of the God sect in shock. This person's sword seems to be able to predict the enemy's moves. He can always react before the martial lord makes a move. Unbelievable, said another general of the God sect in confusion. It's not that he can predict the enemy's moves. The third general of the God sect slowly shook his head and denied. It's accurate and very fast. The martial lord's moves have just started, and the red sword has already attacked. The martial lord didn't have enough power, and his moves were already weak. That's why it seems like the opponent has predicted the enemy's moves. The other two focused. After observing for a long time, they discovered that the truth was as the former said. They couldn't help but frown. This battle seemed to be much more difficult than they had imagined. Of course, none of the three generals thought the martial lord would lose because he had never lost before. That included when he faced the Sword of Sword City. The battle between the strongest was unimaginably fierce. The martial lord dominated the world with his unparalleled power. He could break 10,000 techniques with his power alone. The Sky Baron halberd was ferocious and had been stained with the blood of countless experts. The legend of the Great Xia had cultivated for 27 years. He had formed his own way of the sword and looked down on the past and present. The red sword in the Yin prince's hand was like fire. It was astonishingly fast and left many wounds on the martial lord's body. However, the martial lord's recovery ability was unparalleled. No matter how fast the Yin prince's sword was, he could not break the legend of the martial lord's immortal body. 3 moves of the imperial sky, 9 evils breaking sun chop. Tian Huang held up the sky. Around a martial monarch, thousands of evil energies rose continuously. Black gas spread, and the world lost its color. The sun-breaking technique frightened ghosts and gods. Everyone was shocked, especially the Marquis of Triumph. His expression was extremely serious. That day, he had been injured by this very attack. The strength of a martial lord did not only lie in their undying body. Even in terms of absolute battle power, they were unparalleled in the world. Prince Yin quickly sheathed his green sword. He waved his hand, and a beam of light darker than the night flew out. It swallowed everything, including the surrounding space. Abyss condensation. The expressions of the 3 generals changed greatly. The divine sect and the people of the world had been searching for the sealed sword for thousands of years. One sword forbids martial arts, no Tao under the heavens. The sword of seals, the forbidden technique. The abyss in Prince Yan's hand swallowed up the sky and earth. Black light spread out and destroyed everything. Extreme moves collided, causing a huge explosion. Heaven and earth once again suffered a calamity. Sand was thrown into disorder, and the earth was lifted up. The destruction was unbearable to look at. Pa! The sound of blood dripping could be heard. In the sand, 2 figures appeared. Blood quietly dripped from the corners of their mouths and dripped down to their feet, dyeing the earth red. The 2 were both injured. After one move, they were evenly matched. Prince Yan's eyes gradually turned cold. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the martial monarch. The speed of his red sword suddenly increased. One sword was fast, and the other was even faster. It was hard to keep up. The halberd in the martial monarch's hand met the sword. He was not afraid at all. If he could not win in terms of absolute speed, then he would use absolute power to break through. The martial monarch's tactic of not dodging caused the power of the legendary sword of the Xia dynasty to decrease by 30%. The advantage of the undying body was completely revealed. In the deadlock, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. This was a battle between strength and speed. It was also a battle of patience. 3 disaster-level Xiantian experts had sufficient true qi and could use the power of heaven and earth. Unless there was an absolute suppression, it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Between the 2 armies, more than 20 miles of land had already collapsed. There were huge gullies everywhere, and the ground was 3 feet deep. It was extremely terrifying. Beside Marquis Kaixin, a man's cultivation was limited. She could not see the situation of the battlefield clearly. She simply closed her eyes and silently said, "Senior, you can do it. Senior, you can do it." Although most of the soldiers in the 2 armies could not see the situation of the battle clearly, looking at the terrifying scene of the sky collapsing in front of them, each one was more shocked than the other. In the past, the battle between Marquis Kaixin and the martial monarch would try to avoid people as much as possible. Moreover, the battle would end very quickly. It was the first time for them to see a battle between 3 disaster-level Xiantian experts. It was hard to believe that this was not human strength but divine power. It was no wonder that a barren city in the east could shake the world. It was no wonder that a broken temple in the southwest could become a Buddhist country. With such an expert here, not to mention 1,000 soldiers, even 10,000 horses would not be able to do anything. The sun rose in the west. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. The battle between the 2 was white-hot. Prince Qin Wang's 2 swords, one attacking and one defending. The red sword's sharpness had already reached its peak. It was so fast that only a rainbow was left. It could no longer be seen by the naked eye. The martial monarch did not dodge. He was 70% attacking and 30% defending. The divine power was hard to block. The abyss transforming divine power completely swallowed the abyss transforming divine power. It became the biggest barrier for Prince Qin Wang to fight until now. Just as the sun was high in the sky, the martial monarch suddenly took a sword head-on. Immediately after, he pushed Prince Qin Wang back with a palm. He waved his halberd and condensed qi. The martial monarch's supreme martial art appeared again. 3 moves of the imperial sky, God destroying heaven. The peerless, ominous weapon exploded with a power that surpassed the limits of the world. It was a move that could kill gods if gods blocked it. It was unstoppable. Facing the martial monarch's divine power, the red sword in Prince Qin Wang's hand and the abyss condensing divine power all flew out. In the next moment, the sword frame began to tremble. The green sword soared into the sky. The 3 swords appeared together and revolved, forming a huge whirlpool. 3 swords in the sky, life and death contract. An endless rain of swords flew out of the whirlpool and crashed down. At the same time, the ominous weapons descended and collided violently. The strongest moves collided with the most shocking power. The ground within 20 miles collapsed with a loud rumble. Large chunks of earth were lifted up and collapsed, forming a terrifying scene of apocalypse. The soldiers of both armies were all frozen. They were completely stunned by this unimaginable scene. The martial monarch flew backward, and the legends were dyed red. In a violent aftermath, both of them were heavily injured. Up until now, the battle that seemed to be evenly matched finally started to tilt. As the two's true qi ran out, the martial monarch flipped his left hand and slapped out. The powerful palm force forced Prince Qin Wang in front of him. Dual sea of qi, alternating between attack and defense. At this moment, he displayed an absolute advantage. He changed his moves so quickly that it was unparalleled in the world. Prince Qin Wang forcefully raised his true qi and waved his hand. The sand sword flew out and turned into a sand waterfall in front of him. The power of the palm was shocking. With a bang, the sand waterfall dispersed and landed on Prince Qin Wang's body, bringing out a smear of red blood. The legend of the Great Xia was finally showing signs of defeat. What a pity! The 3 generals of the Eternal Night cult sighed. The legend of the Great Xia had already done enough. However, the martial monarch was still undefeatable. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. The next battle would be life and death. On the other side, the expression of the Marquis of Triumph's manner became abnormally heavy. Even the legend of the Great Xia was about to be defeated. Could it be that the martial monarch was truly undefeatable? No matter how delightful the battle is, there must be an end. Prince Qin Wang of the Great Xia, you have no regrets. In the battlefield, the martial monarch moved. He raised his halberd and lightning condensed. He wanted to end the legend of the Great Xia with one strike. Prince Qin Wang coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his expression was still as calm as before. With a move of his hand, the green and red swords flew over and his figure flashed. That day, before Ning Chun went into seclusion, he said many things. Among them, the most important thing was the possible way to break the dual sea of qi. Senior, the martial monarch's dual sea of qi is strong because he can quickly recover his qi when attacking and defending. He doesn't need to rest. When defending, he can also fight while recovering his injuries. However, that doesn't mean there is no solution. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The martial monarch has an extra sea of qi. At the same time, he has the advantage of using his true qi. It also means he has an extra fatal flaw. No matter how strong his innate recovery ability is, after his sea of qi is broken, he cannot recover in a short period of time. Moreover, martial monarchs have always been used to fighting with dual sea of qi. Once one of them is broken, the martial monarch's attacks will be greatly affected and more flaws will appear. However, if you want to break one of the martial monarch's sea of qi, you must first find the location of the second sea of qi. Since the location of the first sea of qi is known by everyone, the martial monarch's protection towards that sea of qi must be the tightest. In other words, since no one knows the location of the second sea of qi, the martial monarch's protection towards it will be relatively weaker. On the other hand, since martial monarchs have the advantage of dual sea of qi, there's an 80–90% chance that they will have the same problem as the undying body. This is something I personally experienced after fighting with Underworld Child. Because I know that normal injuries won't have any effect in battle, it will be unavoidable to use the body to take on some attacks. This is the advantage of the undying body, but it is also a weakness that can be exploited. Senior, you can feel the aura of the sword and your attacks are quick and accurate. There won't be the slightest difference. So, you're the person most likely to find the second C of Chi of the martial monarch. In battle, the more time passes, the more injuries there will be. This is a natural thing, and no one will doubt it. To the martial monarch, his injuries will quickly recover, so he won't care. So, Senior, you only need to remember where your sword has stabbed. After eliminating those places, it will be the location of the second C of Chi. That day, after hearing those words, Prince Yin could only remain silent. He sighed in his heart. The defeat of the abbot of the Dewey Temple was not unjustified. That child's mind was truly terrifying. In the world, in the past 10,000 years, there had only been one time where someone in the postnatal realm fought against someone in the Three Disasters realm, the Battle of Mija Mountain. Looking at it now, the defeat of the Buddha in the mortal world was not unjustified. The words continuously reverberated in his ears. Prince Yan's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the sword wounds that had already completely recovered on the martial monarch's body. His two swords left his hands and quickly flew out. Azure and red breath simultaneously, one breath reckless. Chapter 176. The green and red swords intertwined, forming a bright rainbow light. They intersected and spiraled, directly attacking the only two acupoints on Wu Jun's body that had no sword marks. The two swords broke the acupoints. After this attack, Wu Jun's second Chi Si would finally appear in the world. The sword light followed, unavoidable and unavoidable. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. Wu Jun ignored the green sword. Tian Huang slashed down, blocking the red sword with all his strength. In the next moment, the green sword passed through his body, bringing out a beautiful flower of blood. Clang! There was an ear-piercing collision. The moment the sword and halberd collided, the red sword flew away and the halberd trembled. Prince Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp. His body rushed forward, and the sand sword quickly condensed in his hand, turning into the thinnest sword in the world. The moment the halberd trembled and deviated, the sand sword brushed past Tian Huang's body and pierced 2 inches below Wu Jun's heart. Up! The sand sword entered his body. Wu Jun groaned and retreated half a step. Blood flowed out of his mouth. His undying body was finally broken. "Huh!" Wu Jun shouted. Enduring the pain in his heart, he flipped his left palm and forcefully counterattacked. With a loud bang, the two collided. Prince Yin was thrown back more than 10 feet. After landing, a trace of blood quietly slid down from the corner of his mouth. Ugh! On the other side, Wu Jun retreated 2 steps. The aura around his body was violently chaotic. His true Qi surged, scattering in all directions from his destroyed Qi Si. For the first time since the battle started, he showed signs of defeat. In front of the 2 armies, the 3 generals and Marquis' triumphant return were startled. Soon after, as if they had thought of something, their expressions changed. Wu Jun was about to lose. The sand sword scattered, turning into a stream of light and entering the sword frame. Blood flowed out of Wu Jun's chest. It was extremely dazzling. The legend of the great Xia deserves his reputation. Come again. Wu Jun stepped forward and laughed heartily. His arrogance did not decrease, and his blood did not stop flowing. He raised his halberd and attracted lightning. His divine power shook the world. Prince Yin waited with full concentration. He did not let down his guard because he had destroyed Wu Jun's Qi Si. He had never thought that Wu Jun would lose so easily. There were 5 Three-Disaster Realm experts in the world. Apart from the legend of the Eternal Night sect who had never appeared, Wu Jun was the undisputed number 1 of the remaining 4. To be able to sit at the top of the world, he could not just rely on his undying body. There were also Buddhas in the human world, but unfortunately, he was the weakest one. The green sword vibrated and flew back into Prince Yan's hand. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. At this moment, even the ground began to freeze. The white world spread and turned into a world of ice crystals. Heaven and earth were frozen, and all living things seemed to be dead. In the silent world, all sound had disappeared, and there was only the sound of swords and people. In the next moment, lightning descended from the 9 heavens, breaking this silent scene. The sea of lightning surged like the cries of 1,000 birds as it rapidly disintegrated the world of ice and snow. The halberd was blocked by the green sword. The ground beneath their feet sank by 3 feet and collapsed once again. The martial monarch's tyrannical move was world-shocking. The azure sword violently trembled, as if it was emitting a mournful cry. Hearing the sword aura, Prince Yan's expression changed slightly. His body flashed, and he retreated 10 feet away. This battle ends here. With a wave of his hand, the green sword returned to its stand. The sword stand disappeared and fell in front of Aman. "Aman, let's go." Prince Yan's figure flickered as he arrived before them and said calmly. Aman's eyes were wide open and filled with confusion. He didn't know what was going on. Within the battlefield, the martial monarch frowned, but he didn't stop them. Aman foolishly carried the sword stand and left. Marquis Kai-Xian and the martial monarch had no choice but to give the order to retreat. "Senior, did you win?" asked Aman curiously. "No." Prince Yin shook his head. "Ah, you lost?" Aman was a bit disappointed. "You also didn't lose." Prince Yin shook his head once more. "Then it was a draw?" asked Aman with certainty this time. Prince Yin smiled. "Not really. The battle just didn't end." "Oh." Aman was first startled, but then he understood. If they didn't want to fight, then so be it. Not fighting was the right thing to do. The two of them stayed in the Blackwater Army's camp for a short while before leaving on the same day. Marquis Kai-Xian asked for the reason and then didn't stay any longer. He watched them leave. Although this battle hadn't ended, at the very least they had confirmed the location of their second Dantian Sea of Qi. They still had hope of defeating the martial monarchs in the future. "Senior, where are we going?" A man walked a few steps before being pulled down. He then ran a few steps to catch up. "The Confucian sect." Prince Yin walked in front. "Why are we going to the Confucian sect?" A man didn't know anything about the Confucian sect, but he still asked curiously. "To replenish my sword," said Prince Yin calmly. The martial monarch truly was very strong. Furthermore, he still had a trump card he hadn't used. He didn't know whether or not he could win, but he knew that if they continued fighting, the azure sword would definitely break. The two swords were a pair of swords. If one was broken, the other would quickly lose its spirituality. Every sword was very important in a battle. If he deliberately didn't use the azure sword, it was almost impossible to defeat the martial monarch. Fortunately, he had completed the task Ning Chun had entrusted him with. A day later, Ning Chun walked out of the underworld and headed to the northern battlefield. Ning Chun's appearance in Marquis Bloodrobe's camp startled Marquis Bloodrobe, who was reading a secret report from a spy. The figure in front of him was so familiar. Other than that slightly pale face that hadn't seen the sun for a long time, everything else about him was the same as before. "Marquis, long time no see," greeted Ning Chun with a light smile. "As expected, you're still alive." Marquis Bloodrobe came back to his senses and sighed. Hearing from others and seeing with one's own eyes were two different things. Now that he saw Ning Chun in person, he finally believed this fact. After a simple greeting, the two of them brought the topic to the battle between Northern Ming and Great Xia. As Ning Chun listened to Marquis Bloodrobe's narration, his expression became more and more serious. The situation was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Originally, he had thought that when the wheat valleys in the north ripened, they would be able to force the Northern Ming army to the southeast of Great Xia. In the future, they would be able to use the advantage of the terrain to slow down the Northern Ming army's southward advance. Who would have thought that Fan Lingwei would see through it and turn the tables on Great Xia? Now that Northern Ming had charged out of the encirclement, they were unstoppable and left Great Xia in a sorry state. Ning Chun took 2 steps forward. Looking at the map, He was silent for a long time. It was already the middle of the 7th month. It should have been the time of the year when the rain was the heaviest. However, there wasn't much rain in the north of Great Xia this year. This also made it easier for northern Ming to invade the south. Even the heavens weren't on Great Xia's side. It wouldn't be easy for Great Xia to turn the situation around. How far are we from northern Ming? Ningchen asked. A day and a half. However, with just my troops, I won't be able to stop the northern Ming army, Marquis Bloodrobe replied. No matter how strong the Imperial Guards were, they wouldn't be able to stop the northern Ming cavalry on the plains. The difference in mobility was too great. Let's speed up. Reinforcements should be arriving soon, Ning Chun slowly said. On the western battlefield, regardless of the outcome of the battle between the senior and the martial monarchs would be heavily injured. Without the martial monarchs, the threat of the Divine Sex army would be greatly reduced. With Marquis Kaixin and the Blackwater army holding the fort, it would be enough to deter them. The reinforcements sent to the west could be changed to the north to reinforce the more urgent northern battlefield. The battle report from the west should have already reached Xiaomingri. Now, they just had to wait for the reinforcements from the west to arrive. What happened? Marquis Bloodrobe's expression was grave. Ningchen simply told him about Prince Yan's journey to the west. The senior said that he needed to take care of some matters and would only be able to arrive in about a month. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Are you confident? Marquis Bloodrobed asked seriously. He wasn't familiar with Prince Yan and had only heard of some past events. However, the martial monarchs were truly the #1 expert in the world. It was hard to believe that Prince Yan had the strength to fight against a martial monarch. Yes, don't worry. Ningchen nodded. Okay, I'll bet with you. Marquis Bloodrobed made a prompt decision. Right now, there was no other way. If they followed the prescribed order, the Great Xia would only be defeated step by step. It was better to take a gamble. If what Ningchen said was true and reinforcements would arrive soon, then if they suddenly followed, they would be able to give the northern Ming army a surprise. No matter how powerful that military advisor was, it was impossible for him to predict everything. The two of them carefully discussed the details. Marquis Bloodrobed was a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. His grasp of the details was not something that Ningchen could compare to. Most of the time, Ningchen listened to Marquis Bloodrobed. Only when he was certain that it wasn't appropriate would he say a few words and simply state his own thoughts. Every time this happened, Marquis Bloodrobed would think for a long time and carefully consider Ningchen's suggestion. Most of Ningchen's ideas were very unique and jumpy, giving Marquis Bloodrobed an indescribable feeling. It was very awkward, but when he thought about it carefully, it wasn't without reason. Although the tactical thinking of the two worlds was similar, there were still differences. Through Ningchen and Marquis Bloodrobed, they constantly clashed that night. There was no such thing as a perfect tactic. As a result, the two of them spent most of the night discussing, constantly rejecting and being rejected. Seeing that it was getting late, Ningchen glanced at the sky outside the tent and said, "As for Jingwu Duke, I'll leave it to you to send a message. I'll be leaving first." "You're not staying?" Marquis Bloodrobed asked. "Marquis, don't you know that I can't see the light of day?" Ningchen pointed to the sky in the east and smiled. Marquis Bloodrobed was startled and then deeply sighed. How could he not know? That day, the entire world had seen it clearly. When he saw Ningchen arrive, he thought that the matter had already been resolved. "Marquis, there's no need to be sad. Being able to survive is already a blessing for Ningchen. I can't ask for too much." Ningchen cupped his fists and bowed. "All right, I won't say any more goodbyes. Until we meet again." After Ningchen left, Marquis Bloodrobed walked out of the tent. Looking at Ningchen's gradually disappearing figure, he was silent. The favor that Grand Xia owed him could no longer be paid off. For the sake of Grand Xia, Jiming Marquis had given up his life, his emotions, his reputation, and everything else. Apart from a few people who knew the truth, the majority of Grand Xia's commoners viewed Jiming Marquis as an executioner and a symbol of evil. The commoners were ignorant, but they couldn't give up because of this. As marquises, They had to protect this country and its millions of commoners. There was no excuse. The glory of marquises was something that had been exchanged with the blood of their ancestors for 1,000 years. Marquis triumphant return, Marquis Jiming, and the other 7 marquises of this generation were walking down this path until death. Chapter 177. 7,000 miles northeast of Sword City, at the end of the world, an ordinary-looking man sat quietly. He looked at the sea of chaotic fog 30,000 feet below him, waiting silently. The man looked to be in his 30s. There was nothing special about him. He sat there motionlessly. He was moved by desolate city's sword. He couldn't see anything beyond the end of the continent. Only when he looked down could he see the endless fog 30,000 feet below him. This was the appearance of the world. If Ning Chan was here, he would be shocked speechless. This world was completely different from the world in his mind. This world had an end. Mubai was waiting for the sea of chaotic fog to take shape. Once it took shape, it would be the best material in the world for refining weapons. Since swords in the human world were easy to break, he would find materials outside the human world to refine them. Uncle, Mu Qingxue walked over and looked at the figure at the end of the world. You shouldn't have come here. You still have unfinished business in the human world, said Mu Bai indifferently without turning around. I've already repaid the favor that desolate city owes me. Now, I have nothing to worry about, said Mu Qingxue. You still have a favor to repay. Go back. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and clouds changed. Sword Qi brought Mu Qingxue to the end of the world, only dissipating after he was 1,000 miles away. Forgetting doesn't mean you've seen through it. Your Tao is in the human world, not here. In the future, don't come back. The last words echoed between heaven and earth. Mu Qingxue's eyes flashed with confusion. Did she forget something important? If it was important, why would she forget? In the underworld, Ning Chun looked to the east in silence. He didn't move for a long time. Was she okay? He didn't know where the love came from, but it went deeper without any reason. When he found out, she had already forgotten. 2 hours later, the figure in the underworld disappeared. He sat on the ghost sedan chair and went south. Love always made people lose themselves. He still had things to do, so he couldn't be distracted. The ghost sedan chair went south in a flash. An hour later, it landed outside the Imperial Palace. Ning Chun put away the ghost sedan chair and walked toward the Imperial Palace. When the Imperial Army guards saw Ning Chun, they immediately stepped aside and bowed respectfully. Marquis, one figure after another followed Ning Chun's steps and knelt down until they reached the Heavenly Mandate Palace. The dragon guards knelt before their Marquis. Their expressions were calm and respectful. In Great Xia, perhaps only the dragon guards in front of him had unwavering faith in their lord. Xia Mingri was still in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Just like Emperor Xia of old, he read memorials day and night. In the 1,000 years of Great Xia's history, other than Xia Rui, all the Xia emperors could be said to be wise emperors. This was undoubtedly a miracle. Before Xia Rui experienced the upheaval, he was also a diligent ruler. Unfortunately, he became a tyrant because of his jealousy and paranoia. Xia Mingri had only ascended the throne for a short period of time. So far, he had shown a good temperament. However, there were many monarchs who could share weal and woe together, but not share riches and honor. No one knew whether Xia Mingri was such a person or not. Ningchen did not care about these things. Among the 4 princes of the Great Xia dynasty, apart from Xia Zi, the most talented one was actually the 3rd prince. However, talent did not necessarily mean that he was suitable for the position of Emperor Xia. Xia Yanwu was too confident. He was like Xia Rui in the past, always thinking that everything was in his hands. The only difference was that Xia Yanwu was stronger. Therefore, in the face of Fan Lingyue's solicitation, he would agree without hesitation. Xia Mingri was the exact opposite. Compared to the 3rd prince, Xia Mingri was more patient and cautious. Of course, he was forced by the situation at that time and had no choice. In the past, Xia Yanwu might have been a better candidate for Emperor Xia. However, Now that the world was in chaos and Fan Lingyue was still alive, Xia Yinwu's arrogance would be a disaster for Great Xia. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, Ning Chun and Xia Mingri talked for a long time. The guards and eunuchs in front of the palace had all left. No one knew what they talked about. For hours later, Ning Chun left and went straight north. The ghost sedan drove for 700 miles. At the same time, a beautiful figure flashed past. Her clothes were whiter than snow. There was no trace of emotion on her perfect face. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. She was so extraordinary that no one dared to look at her directly. Mu Qingxue. After Ning Chun felt a familiar aura in front of him, he stopped the ghost sedan and made way. If this was just a chance encounter, he would pretend that he did not know. He was waiting for her to leave. Unfortunately, Mu Qingxue also stopped. Their eyes met. They looked through the curtains of the ghost sedan. The person who had once protected him had now become the most familiar stranger. Her indifferent eyes still did not have the slightest ripple. The scabbed wound in Ning Chen's heart was torn open again. Besides pain, there was only pain. "Miss, please make way." Ning Chan endured the pain in his heart and said, "Return the scroll of life, and I will let you live." Mu Qingxue said lightly. "Impossible." Ning Chun refused without hesitation. He could give up the scroll of earth and the scroll of heaven. Only the scroll of life was absolutely impossible. If he returned it, then there would be nothing between them. After getting a negative answer, Mu Qingxue moved. He unsheathed the Chongying sword and turned into the fastest shadow in the world. In a flash, he was in front of the sedan. The 3-meter-long ghost sedan became the cruelest battlefield. The sword was merciless. The ink sword came out and blocked the Chongying sword with a clang. The two swords collided. The aftershock spread, and the ghost sedan immediately scattered. Ning Chun retreated 3 steps, slightly at a disadvantage. Peak 9th grade. Mu Qingxue's eyes flashed with a strange light. The first time they met in Desolate City, the person in front of him was only a 6th grade Hotian realm cultivator. He didn't expect that in just half a year, he would reach the peak of the Heaven's Reach realm. "Miss, please make way." Ning Chen's expression was complicated. There was no reply. Only the sword light was like lightning. It was a person who had forgotten the past. The sword light was cold, emotionless. Ning Chen sighed and no longer said anything. The ink sword condensed into frost, the wind and snow opening the path to heaven. The exchange of swords was fast. Mu Qingxue's speed was unparalleled under the heavens. He was so fast that even his afterimages could not be seen. The ink sword in Ning Chen's hand was 90% offensive and 10% defensive. Apart from the sword light piercing towards his dantian, it did not care about anything else. Mu Qingxue's expression became even colder. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the air. The Chongying sword rapidly spun, and the mist in the sky condensed into sword chi, forming a beautiful pair of snow-white wings behind him. Sword leaving scars. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful figure in the air disappeared. The sword had left a scar and pierced through her body. "Ugh!" Ning Chun let out a muffled groan. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he grabbed the Chongying sword and slashed down. Mu Qingxue's figure rapidly retreated until he was 30 meters away. Looking at Ning Chun, his eyes narrowed. "Undying body. You can't kill me." Ning Chun pulled out the Chongying sword from his chest. As he spoke, black blood dripped down from his chest and onto the ground. The vegetation around him quickly withered, losing all vitality. The Chongying sword trembled, resisting the blood on the sword, unwilling to yield. Ning Chun sighed inwardly. His left hand shook, dispersing the blood on the sword. Then he waved his hand and returned the sword. Mu Qingxue received the Chongying sword and frowned. For a moment, he hesitated. "Miss, if you want to take back the life-returning scroll, there's no need to rush. I consumed the Yellow Springs flower and won't be able to live for long. Desolate City has already waited for over 1,000 years. A few more months won't matter," said Ning Chen softly. "You know who I am?" A cold light flashed through Mu Qingxue's eyes. "I was once the head of the Grand Court for a period of time. I was always able to find out things that ordinary people don't know. Miss, your surname is Mu, and the Zine Empire's imperial family is also surnamed Mu. More importantly, after the Zine Empire was destroyed, no one knew the whereabouts of the life-returning scroll. The Grand Xia searched for 1,000 years, but still couldn't find it. Ning Chen raised his head and stared into Mu Chengshua's eyes. If I'm not wrong, Miss and that senior in Desolate City should be the descendants of the Zine Empire's imperial family. Hearing that, killing intent rose in Mu Chengshua's eyes. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Ning Chun. Ning Chun let go of the sword between his fingers and took a few steps back. He said, "Miss, I'll say it again. You can't kill me. Besides, I'm not the only one who suspects or even knows about this matter. There's really no need to kill me to silence me." "What are you trying to say?" asked Mu Qingxue coldly. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, "I want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" asked Mu Qingxue. "It's very simple. A life for a life. As long as you stay by my side, in the future, if there's a crisis, I hope you can help me once. In return, when the Yellow Springs poison flares up in a few months, you can kill me as easily as blowing off dust and take away the life scroll," suggested Ning Chun. Mu Qingxue didn't say anything. Plus the Earth Returning Scroll. Ning Chun released the aura of the Earth Returning Scroll. Mu Qingxue was tempted and hesitated. And the Heaven Returning Scroll. Ning Chun continued to tempt him. "Deal." Mu Qingxue nodded and made a prompt decision. After the deal, Ning Chen's expression didn't change. He waved his hand to gather the ghost palanquin again and continued north. "Where did you get so many heavenly tomes?" Mu Qingxue asked the first question in his heart. Desolate City had only obtained one Heaven Returning Scroll in 1,000 years. And in this world, it was already difficult to obtain one Heaven Returning Scroll. Who would have thought that this young man would have 3? Ning Chun honestly said, "The Life Returning Scroll was given to me by you, the Earth Returning Scroll was picked up by me, and the Heaven Returning Scroll was stolen from a tomb." Mu Qingxue frowned and said, "I don't know you. We used to know each other, but you forgot," said Ning Chen slowly. Mu Qingxue closed his eyes, unwilling to speak. The corner of Ning Chen's mouth curled up into an almost undetectable smile. Being able to keep her by his side for these next few months was also good. If the poison really flared up in a few months, these 3 heavenly tomes would be useless to him. He might as well give them to her. He wanted to thank his senior for giving him 6 or 7 months of sober time. He wanted to live a long life, and he wanted to see Mu Qingxue while he was still alive. That was enough, truly enough. Chapter 178. In the northern main camp, an urgent secret letter was sent to the commander's tent. After reading it, Fan Yue's expression changed slightly. King Yin went west to challenge Martial Lord. Martial Lord was seriously injured, and the Divine Sect's heavy cavalry retreated 200 miles and did not come out. Fan Lingyue got up and came to the army's marching map. After carefully considering for a long time, just as he was about to give an order, he saw a familiar figure walk in. "It's you. Long time no see." Looking at each other, the coldest killing intent was aroused. Fan Lingyue looked at the figure in front of him. After a short moment of surprise, he stretched out his slender hand, pressing forward. Ning Chun moved his feet, his sword fingers condensing frost, and similarly met the attack. There was no conversation, no hypocrisy, only cold, killing intent. The 2 moves collided, and the aftermath spread out. The commander's tent could not withstand the scattered sword power and was torn apart. Neither of them showed mercy. Today was different from the past. With the opponent dead, this battle had no more variables. The chill on the sword fingers was bone-chilling, and the white light on the slender hand was even more ruthless. In the instant of the collision, the killing intent was brilliant. The big movement in the commander's tent attracted the attention of several generals in the army who were closest, and they quickly rushed over. Under the night sky in the distance, Mu Qingxue watched the battle without the slightest intention of going forward to help. Among the 7 generals who rushed over, 4 of them were above the 9th rank. Without saying anything, they immediately joined the battle. Ning Chun blocked 5 by himself, the cold light on his hand becoming sharper and sharper. Proud of his courage, he did not fall into a disadvantage. The silver light on his sword fingers was extremely bright. Among the five, Fan Lingyue was the strongest, blocking most of the attacks. The other four supported with all their strength, cooperating well. For a time, they were in a stalemate. The movement of the battle was getting bigger and bigger. After the arrival of the 7 generals, another 9th-rank late-stage expert came to join the battle. 6 against 1, they killed the intruder. Facing 6 people, Ningchun used his full strength for the first time. His sword moved without end, and sword chi wrapped around his fingers, blocking the 6 people's attacks. The fierce battle of the powerful Heaven's Reach realm made the surrounding soldiers below the 9th rank not dare to take half a step closer, for fear of being involved and dying in vain. The battle became more and more intense, and the situation became more and more stalemate. Ning Chen's mind was highly focused, but there was always an indescribable sense of inconsistency. Fan Lingyue's performance was strong enough, but it was still not enough. The invincible white light of the past seemed to be much weaker today. Ningchun could not afford to be distracted in a battle. He did not have time to think. He flipped his left hand, and his chi caused waves to surge. The sky and earth changed, and blue waves surged. He used the Zhongsun lineage's supreme art again. Waves shake the heavens and earth as one. Monstrous waves split the heavens and the earth, instantly sending the 5-rank, 9 powerhouses flying. Fan Lingyue hesitated for a moment, then moved his feet and retreated 100 feet, temporarily avoiding the attack. Ning Chen frowned. What was going on? With Fan Lingyue's strength, he shouldn't be so passive. At the thought of this, Ning Chen's figure flashed and charged forward. With his unparalleled foundation and immortal body, he forced the former to use his full strength. Fan Lingyue wasn't willing to meet him head-on. Half of his power was on the offensive, and the other half was on the defensive. He was still as valiant as before, but he lacked the overwhelming boldness of the past. Cough, cough. After their palms collided, both of them retreated 30 feet back. Fan Lingyue was about to make another move when he suddenly staggered and coughed violently while covering his mouth. Ningchen squinted his eyes and said coldly, "So your body's condition is much worse than I expected. However, only against you. I won't say anything about a fair fight." As he said this, Ningchen once again charged forward. His fingertip condensed into frost, pressing forward. Just at this moment, a sharp halberd light appeared and chopped down. Ningchen's eyes turned cold. His body tilted, and his sword fingers flipped over. With a clang, the halberd light was pushed aside. Jiming Marquis, you dare to attack the northern Meng camp alone. Is it because you're confident or because you don't know your place? Qing Wuyo walked out and stood between the two of them. The halberd in his hand was dazzling and filled with killing intent. Qing Wuyo. Ningchen recognized him right away. This person should be the person with the most power and prestige in the Northern Meng army apart from Fan Lingyue. Unfortunately, power and influence were not equal. He came at the right time. Seeing Qing Wuyo rush over, Fan Lingyue suppressed the pain in his body and walked forward. He calmly said, "Qing Wuyo, immediately take 30,000 light cavalry to delay the Blood Marquis of Great Xia. Great Xia's reinforcements will arrive soon." But advisory, Qing Wuyo's expression was a little hesitant. "No buts. Go." Fan Lingyue coldly shouted. Yes. Qing Wuyo accepted the order and immediately wanted to leave. It's too late. Tonight, no one will be able to leave. Before he finished speaking, Ningchen's figure had already disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Qing Wuyo. His sword pierced through the air, the cold light piercing to the bone. At the same time, Fan Lingyue also followed. A white light rose from her slender hand, extremely dazzling. Ningchen flipped his left palm, and his palm met Fan Lingyue's. Immediately, he felt his true chi drain away, and he had no more strength left. A strange technique appeared once again. Ningchen immediately retracted his true chi and retreated 10 feet. "Go," Fan Lingyue coldly said. Qing Wuyo did not dare to delay and quickly left. "Do you think you can leave?" Ning Chun coldly snorted and took out the Deathbreaker bow. In the bright silver light, 3 arrows pierced through the air. The 3 terrifying arrows chased after the stars and the moon, surpassing the limits of space. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Qing Wuyo. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. Qing Wuyo blocked the first 2 arrows, but he could not block the third. In an instant, he was heavily injured. "You're the one courting death." Seeing her subordinates injured one after another, anger flashed through Fan Lingyue's eyes. Her black hair danced, and the white light around her flourished. She raised her technique to the peak. Ning Chun did not dare to be careless. Facing an opponent who had finally used her full strength, he raised his hand and pointed, and the sword reflected the 9 heavens and the moon. 10,000ly raging waves split 10,000ly. Raging waves surged and roared. In the rolling waves, a sword split the sky and slashed down with a loud bang. Fan Lingyue was not afraid at all. He raised the raging waves with a single palm. In the brilliant white light, the sword intent of split the sky turned invisible and disappeared. The moment Ning Chun recovered his chi, Fan Lingyue's figure flashed. He flipped his palm, and black blood dyed the sky. Just like the first time they fought, this was an unbelievably strong opponent. Blood dripped from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. His expression was grave. He did not believe that there was an absolutely invincible technique in this world. Even the undying body had flaws, let alone a technique that was cultivated after birth. Fury of the 9 heavens. In order to test the limits of Fan Lingyue's technique, Ning Chen once again activated his true chi. With a flip of his palm, blue waves covered the sky and earth. A divine waterfall fell from the sky with a loud bang. Stupid. Fan Lingyue stretched out his right hand. The fury of the 9 heavens dissipated. In the next moment, a vast palm pressed down and blood splattered 3 feet away. The angry Fan Lingyue was like a goddess of war from the heavens. Divine light covered her body, and her pair of white hands were invincible. She was so powerful that she was invincible. The northern Ming soldiers in the distance were shocked to see the military advisor, who had always been known for his wisdom, display such a terrifying strength. The military advisor's martial arts was no longer a secret, but no one expected him to be so powerful. Even an innate stage expert would not be so powerful. Ning Chen's chest felt heavy, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He barely managed to stabilize his body. His expression did not change at all. He still believed that a perfect technique did not exist. It was just that he had not found a way to deal with it. In the distance, Mu Qingxue looked at the white light on Fan Lingyue's body and narrowed her eyes. She also did not know what technique this was to have such an absolutely invincible power. The situation of the battle changed so quickly. Fan Lingyue, who was still a little clumsy a moment ago, no longer cared about her body. She used all her strength and immediately displayed an overwhelming and terrifying strength. They were all at the peak of the 9th grade. In the past, there was the unshakable Son of God. Later, there was Xia Zi, Mu Qianshang, and other outstanding geniuses. Ning Chun, who was the slowest, had also fought against innate stage experts and Buddha in the mortal world. There was no doubt that his strength was not inferior to any of the geniuses of the younger generation. Especially after coming out of seclusion this time, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade and his strength had increased greatly. However, when facing Fan Lingyue, who was also at the peak of the Heavens Reach realm, he was still in such a sorry state. There was no perfect person in the world, but there was Fan Lingyue. If not for her illness, no one could imagine how terrifying this woman would be. Ning Chun stretched out his hand and pulled out his ink sword. His figure flashed, and his sword broke out. Since true chi was useless, he could only rely on his moves to win. The ink sword swung, and frost fell from the sky. The sword in Ning Chen's hand moved faster and faster. When facing an invincible opponent, he tried his best to find a flaw. Fan Lingyue dealt with all changes by remaining unchanged. When the sword entered the white light, its speed immediately decreased by 70% and its strength by 30%. It no longer had the power to kill the enemy. Her delicate hand shook the ink sword, causing a waterfall of water to splash. This was the frost melting and could not exist in the lustrous white light. Sword light, white light, the battle was chaotic. Ning Chun used his sword as the main force and his aura as support, barely managing to fight. Fan Lingyue's mouth was bleeding. It was not an injury from the battle, but an outbreak of illness. Concerned about the situation of the battle, Fan Lingyue endured her illness and raised her strength again. The white light became even brighter, as if a second moon had risen and illuminated the world. Scroll of the Moon, Silent Moonfall. The Scroll of the Moon technique reappeared in the world. Instantly, wherever the moonlight shone, everything became silent and still. Seeing the Heavenly Book technique for the first time, Ning Chun was even more shocked. He was shocked that Fan Lingyue could use the Scroll of the Moon technique. He was shocked that his body could no longer move. He could not even circulate his true qi. The next moment, Fan Lingyue arrived in front of him. Her powerful palm force destroyed all of Ning Chun's heart meridians. Ugh! Ning Chun flew out, the blood in his mouth spilling onto the ground. He was extremely miserable. However, a shocking scene occurred. Ning Chun, who was supposed to be dead, staggered back to his feet. Undying body. Fan Lingyue narrowed her eyes and said slowly. Surprised, Ning Chun spat out a mouthful of blood and said sarcastically. Fan Lingyue snorted and said, "So what if you have an undying body? I don't believe that you won't die." After saying that, Fan Lingyue waved her hand. Not long after, under the commander's tent that had turned into ruins, a sword with an ancient aura flew over. The sword was not out of its scabbard, but it already gave people an extremely strong pressure. Pure karma beginning. Far away, Mu Chengshue's expression changed as he said in shock. Fan Lingyue slowly pulled out the ancient sword from the scabbard. Immediately, the weather changed. An ancient aura appeared, shocking the world. Chapter 179. The night wind blew, and her blue dress danced in the wind. Fan Lingyue held the hilt of the Jingye Absolute Beginning Sword and slowly pulled it out. Seeing that the unknown ancient sword was about to be unsheathed, Ning Chun's feet moved, and he instantly closed in. The black sword pierced forward, threatening to kill. Clang! With a vibration, Fan Lingyue turned her hand and condensed her qi. White light gathered and blocked the black sword. The absolute beginning sword was unsheathed and appeared for the first time in 1,000 years. Immediately, endless sword might spread and sent the figure in front flying. After 10 feet, Ning Chun landed on the ground and stopped in a sorry state. He looked at the ancient sword in Fan Lingyue's hand with a serious expression. This sword had been nurtured for an unknown number of years. The sword intent hidden inside was truly shocking. However, the most terrifying thing was the power of the sword itself. Even he, who had an undying body, felt a bone-chilling coldness. Tonight, knowing your destiny but not your destiny, returning to the Yellow Springs. With the sword in her hand, Fan Lingyue's entire temperament changed. The wise and calm military advisor disappeared and was replaced by a death god full of killing intent. White light protected her entire body and nothing could break it. With the Jingye Absolute Beginning in her hand, there was nothing she couldn't overcome. Facing the strongest opponent in his life, Ning Chun's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He took a step forward and the cold snow around him surged. In that instant, the swords crossed each other. One was strong, and the other was even stronger. Under this bloody night sky, another martial art was unleashed. At this moment, the military advisor of Bei Meng displayed not only the wisdom of the world, but also the strength that shocked the world. Ning Chun fought bitterly, and the injuries on his body became more and more serious. His undying body actually showed signs of collapsing. In the distant night sky, the light in Mu Chengshue's eyes kept jumping. No one knew the origin of the Jingye Absolute Beginning. However, this sword could purify some negative karma and inauspiciousness. It had a strong restraining effect on Ning Chun's fake, undying body. More and more blood flowed from the corner of Fan Lingyue's mouth. Forcefully exerting all of her strength undoubtedly put a huge burden on her body. Specks of blood floated on her blue dress, like scarlet flowers blooming in the blue sky. This was a stalemate. Apart from the two of them, no one knew whether Fan Lingyue's body couldn't take it or Ning Chen's undying body collapsed first. The two of them had already unleashed their strength to the peak. Sword chi danced in the air, forming a vacuum that no one dared to approach. There was no doubt about Ning Chen's strength. If it wasn't for Lingwei, he could definitely be called the strongest person below the innate stage. However, Fan Lingyue's strength had already far exceeded the limits of the Heaven's Reach realm, powerful to the point of being hard to believe. Absolute suppression, there was no chance. Facing the absolute beginning and the pure white body protecting divine light, the faster Ning Chen's sword was, the faster his true power would be consumed, and the more injuries he would have. He couldn't break through the protective divine light and couldn't defend against Jingya Taichu. In the past, even when Ning Chen faced the Buddha in the mortal world, he wasn't in such a sorry state. The night was getting darker, and the bright moon was moving westward. More and more people were watching the battle. Sima Jian had been standing there for a long time, waiting for the moment to attack. Suddenly, the ink sword flashed past and broke through the white light for the first time. Fan Lingyue's left shoulder was injured, and he took 3 steps back. This sudden change not only stunned the surrounding northern Ming soldiers, but also Ning Chen himself. He didn't know what was going on. In the next moment, Ning Chen came back to his senses. The black sword condensed into frost and went in another inch. Stand down. Fan Lingyue endured the pain in his left shoulder and forcefully raised his martial arts, pushing the former away with a palm. Ning Chen flew a dozen steps back and stabilized his body. He condensed his martial arts, and as the frost surged, his sword swept out and once again stabbed towards the flaw in the protective divine light. Foolish beyond compare. Fan Lingyue sneered, and the white light around his body shone brightly. The moment the ink sword was about to reach him, his delicate hand condensed chi and blocked the front. The swift and fierce sword actually couldn't move an inch. Ning Chen was stunned. In that short moment, Jingya Taichu flashed past and blood spurted out. How can this be? Ning Chen staggered and retreated 7 or 8 steps. He vomited blood, and his face was full of disbelief. Are you surprised? Fan Lingyue walked over step by step and said coldly, "You only have one chance of good luck. Unfortunately, you didn't grab it." Why? Ning Chen supported himself with his sword and said with difficulty. He was very sure that the position just now was the flaw in the protective divine light. Why did it disappear for no reason? Someone will tell you in the netherworld. Fan Lingyue stopped, and the white light of Jingya Taichu in his hand flourished as he slashed down. At this moment, the 4 marked swords that had been waiting for an opportunity also condensed chi and rushed over. At the critical moment, Ning Chen forcefully raised his body and pushed the life scroll to its peak. The first snow fell from the sky and danced in the wind. Emotions when it's almost snowing, snow in July drifts. In the blink of an eye, sword light bloomed in the wind and snow. Every snowflake carried an extremely swift and fierce sword intent. It was unavoidable and unblockable. The 4 marked swords in front of Feng Ji were affected by the wind and snow and were immediately dyed with blood. Fan Lingyue's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and white light filled the sky, scattering the incoming snowflakes. In that short moment, Ning Chen's feet moved, and he quickly retreated. Fan Lingyue was about to give chase when he suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. The illness that he had suppressed for a long time erupted, and he could no longer suppress it. In the ghost palanquin, Ning Chen also vomited a mouthful of blood, his face pale. What a good Fan Lingyue. He was really invincible. What a miserable defeat. Mu Qingxue said indifferently. Huh. Ning Chen closed his eyes tiredly. He had nothing to say about his defeat. He was completely suppressed and had no power to fight back. Did you find an opening? Mu Qingxue asked. No. Ning Chen shook his head and said hoarsely, I originally found it, but it disappeared for some reason. Let me tell you something you don't know. Fan Lingyue has a chaos volume. Mu Qingxue thought for a moment and reminded him. Chaos volume. Ning Chen opened his eyes, and a light flashed through them. Perhaps the problem with the chaos volume in the heavenly book came from this. Fan Lingyue was able to perfectly conceal his martial aura before. That should be the effect of the chaos volume. As for whether or not the strange scene today was due to the chaos volume, he wasn't too sure. That terrifying white light was both offensive and defensive. If one couldn't find an opening, it was practically an invincible battle technique. Ugh! Suddenly, Ning Chen let out a pain groan. The evil aura around his body surged, and the underworld spring in his dantian released a powerful evil aura that quickly spread. After a long battle and being exhausted, the underworld spring erupted, wanting to devour his entire dantian. The situation that Prince Yan had spoken of had finally appeared, but it came at such an inopportune time. Mu Qingxue frowned and waited for Ning Chen to speak. Once this life-saving opportunity was used up, she would have fulfilled her promise. Ning Chen endured the pain in his dantian and took out 2 golden pills. In an instant, Buddhist light dazzled and Buddhist chanting could be faintly heard. Heavenly Buddha pill. Mu Qingxue narrowed his eyes. Ning Chen didn't use this life-saving opportunity. Instead, he swallowed the 2 pills and forcibly expelled the evil aura from his body. Buddhism and Buddhism were natural opposites. The evil aura and Buddhist energy violently collided within his body. The evil aura of the underworld spring was abnormally powerful. Although it was less than 1/10 of its original power, it won in terms of purity. The 2 heavenly Buddha pills were released at the same time, barely managing to resist the underworld spring's power. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ning Chen forcefully circulated the remaining true qi in his body. The power of the 3 heavenly books and the Zhongsun bloodline's true qi erupted at the same time, forcing out the underworld spring. You really have a lot of things in your body, said Mu Qingxue calmly as he glanced at the overbearing underworld spring. In order to live, I have to try many things. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the underworld spring. He smiled tiredly. Was the ghost girl reliable or not? She didn't tell him that the underworld spring would have side effects. Fortunately, he could still distinguish between those who wanted to help him and those who wanted to harm him. Otherwise, he would have definitely gone over and destroyed the stone room she was in. When the ghost palanquin returned to the underworld, it was already close to daybreak. Mu Qingxue looked at this strange place and walked around. So this was the legendary underworld. A few months wasn't a long time for Xiantian. She would wait for him for a few months to take back the life scroll that belonged to Desolate City. As for the Earth and Heaven scrolls, they could be considered as interest. Northern Ming's camp was a mess after the battle. The place where the 2 had fought was now a wasteland. The only thing that could still be seen were the terrifying sword scars. Fan Lingyue sheathed his sword and his powerful aura disappeared. Enduring his injuries, he ordered, Wu Xuan, you and General Baili immediately take 40,000 light cavalry to stop Marquis Bloodrobe's army. Yes. The 2 generals accepted the order and quickly left. Ing Xiaoyuan, Yuan Fei, Kong Ping informed the army to immediately set off at daybreak, continued Fan Lingyue. Yes. Another 3 generals walked out and accepted the order. The rest of you, go back and prepare yourselves, said Fan Lingyue. Yes. The remaining 5 generals bowed respectfully and quickly returned to the camp. PFFF, after everyone left, Fan Lingyue once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell down. When they met again, he was even stronger than before. Now, in Northern Ming's camp, except for her, no one was his opponent. In just a short year, the young man of the past had become a big threat today. In the netherworld underworld, Ning Chen's expression was also abnormally grave. He had already tried his best to delay, but he didn't know if Marquis Bloodrobe could grasp the opportunity. Fan Lingyue's strength was beyond expectations. In addition to the white light protecting his body, there was also the moon scroll's move. Every heavenly scroll's move had to be at the Sciention level to cultivate. The earth scroll was like this, the heaven scroll was like this, and the moon scroll was no exception. However, Fan Lingyue's cultivation was undoubtedly still below the Sciention level. At this time, there was no longer any need to hide. If Fan Lingyue was at the Sciention level, he wouldn't have been able to return tonight. The heavenly scroll's move was truly terrifying. At that moment, he couldn't move or resist. He was completely waiting for death. If not for his immortal body, that palm would have already killed him. However, there was one thing he could be sure of. Fan Lingyue could only use the moon scroll's move once in a short period of time. Otherwise, with the addition of the pure beginning that Mu Qingxue spoke of, even if he had an immortal body, he would still be deader than dead. Ning Chen closed his eyes and stood in the netherworld underworld in contemplation. He couldn't find a flaw. It was truly a battle that made people despair. He still couldn't understand why the flaw in the white light had disappeared. Also, what other use did the Chaos Scroll have besides hiding one's aura? Also, was the disappearance of the flaw related to the Chaos Scroll? In the distance, Mu Qingxue looked at the silent figure in front of him. His eyes flashed. Did she really know him in the past? Chapter 180. In the Netherworld Kingdom, Ghost Woman's seclusion room was emitting ghost chi that was growing stronger by the day. It could be seen that Ghost Woman was not far from the Sciention realm and could step into it at any time. If nothing unexpected happened, Ghost Woman will be the next person to step into the Sciention realm. Originally, this person should have been Xiazi. Unfortunately, he was shot down from the Sciention realm by Ning Chen's arrow that night. In this world, there were countless geniuses, but there were still a few special people who looked down on the world, far surpassing them. Underworld Child, Ghost Woman, Xiazi, Godchild, etc. The Netherworld Kingdom had been in decline for a long time. In this generation, only Underworld Child and Ghost Woman were still awake. Underworld Child was an anomaly in the Netherworld Kingdom. His temperament was hard to predict, so the only true successor of the Netherworld Kingdom was Ghost Woman. The ghost chi in the stone room continued to spread. Under the red veil, Ghost Woman's mouth was bleeding. The more anxious she was to break through to the Sciention realm, the more difficult it was for her to take that crucial step. Within the Netherworld Kingdom, Mu Qingxue felt the powerful ghost chi. His figure flashed, and he arrived outside the stone room. Just as he was about to approach, he saw the Zhiga sword move and sword intent spread out. Mu Qingxue's expression turned cold. He immediately retreated 30 meters and unsheathed the Cheng Ying sword, blocking the sword intent. The Zhiga sword blocked and protected the stone room behind the sword. Even a Sciention expert would find it difficult to take half a step forward. Mu Qingxue narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. At the entrance of the Netherworld Kingdom, Ning Chun stood quietly. Seeing Mu Qingxue walk over, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you not used to it?" "The person in the stone room is in danger," Mu Qingxue said calmly. Ning Chun turned around with a surprised expression. Just as he was about to speak, he felt the chaotic aura in the depths of the Netherworld Kingdom. His expression changed, and he quickly disappeared. Mu Qingxue thought for a moment and followed him. Ning Chen appeared in front of the stone room. He didn't dare to delay and immediately pushed open the door and charged in. The Zhiga sword was calm and didn't have any reaction. Mu Qingxue's eyes flashed. He tried to take a step forward, but he felt the sword intent appear again. It was as heavy as a mountain, difficult to approach. The Great Xia Kingdom's legend. Mu Qingxue looked at the sword in front of the stone room and praised in his heart. When Prince Yin and Ning Chun went to Desolation City together, they used this sword. Now, it seemed that Prince Yan's true strength was not inferior to any Three Disaster Realm expert. Inside the stone chamber, Ghost Girl's blood chi was surging. The chaotic aura spread out and filled the entire stone chamber. Ning Chun rushed in and activated the life scroll. His sword finger condensed into frost and pointed at the Ghost Girl's chi si. His vast aura poured into the Ghost Girl's chi si, suppressing the surging Zhun chi in her body. Outside the stone room, Mu Qingxue waved his hand. The shadow-bearing sword was unsheathed. Holding it in his slender hand, he rushed forward. Clang! The Zhiga sword moved, and the sword intent spread out. The Changying sword was only 3 feet away when it was shaken out. Mu Qingxue was not affected at all. He took a step in the air, turned around, and slashed out with his sword. With a kung sound, the two swords clashed for the first time. The Zhiga sword hummed softly, its sword intent flourishing, completely erupting. Bang! Mu Qingxue flew out. After landing on the ground, his figure flickered a few times before he charged forward again. His white robe fluttered, and he was as fast as a flash of light. With one sword strike, he disappeared immediately. When he reappeared, the sword light had yet to fall, and he was gone again. The Zhiga sword was as immovable as a mountain. Its sword intent spread out in circles, blocking the intruder. At the same time, inside the stone chamber, Ning Chun activated the life scroll with all his might. Amidst the wind and snow, all of his power was poured into the ghost girl's body. The ghost girl let out a long, painful groan. Her red wedding dress shook. Suddenly, the red veil flew up, revealing a seductive face. In that instant, the ghost girl opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with panic. She subconsciously sent out a palm strike, and with a bang, the person in front of her was shaken out. Ningchen did not react in time. Without any preparation, he flew out of the stone chamber and landed on the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood. The stone chamber closed. The ghost girl came back to her senses for a moment, and then closed her consciousness again. Cough, cough. Ning Chen's Zhen Qi was severely depleted. His qi was exhausted, and he was hit by the ghost girl's full power palm strike. For a moment, even standing up was difficult for him. Mu Qingxue stopped. Looking at Ning Chen in front of him, he frowned. He reached out to pick him up and left. If I killed you right now, wouldn't it be as easy as blowing off dust? Mu Qingxue indifferently asked. Taking advantage of someone's perilous state is not the conduct of a gentleman. Ning Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Talking about a gentleman's conduct with a woman is incomparably stupid. Mu Qingxue sneered. Ning Chen was startled. He felt that this sentence was somewhat familiar, as if someone had said something like this in the past. If you kill me right now, you won't be able to obtain the earth and heaven scrolls. It's not appropriate. Mu Qingxue thoughtfully nodded. That makes sense. Ning Chen tiredly smiled. She was still the same as before, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was far from being as unreasonable as she seemed. In the north of the Grand Xia, the northern Ming army was rapidly moving south. They were doing everything they could to cross the North River before the western reinforcements arrived. The North River was the longest river in the north of the Grand Xia. However, there hadn't been much rain this year. So many parts of the river had already dried up. The Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis led 80,000 Imperial Guards to chase after them day and night. They were already very close to the northern Ming army. Half a day later, 40,000 cavalrymen blocked the path and blocked the advance of the Imperial Guards. The two armies fought from noon to sunset. Nearly half of the 40,000 cavalrymen were lost, and they blocked the Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis' army for half a day. The next morning, when the northern Ming army was about to cross the bridge, the Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis broke through the blockade and chased after them. Fan Lingwei immediately gave the order to send 1,000 cavalrymen and 10,000 soldiers to cover the rear. The army quickly crossed the bridge and headed south. The 20,000 cavalrymen left on the other side of the North River immediately changed their route and headed west to avoid the Imperial Guards. They were prepared to cross the river from another place. In the end, the western reinforcements were still a step too late. They weren't able to stop the northern Ming army before they crossed the river. However, although the northern Ming army crossed the river, their losses weren't small. Close to 20,000 cavalrymen died in battle. The 1,000 cavalrymen and 10,000 soldiers covering the rear also suffered heavy casualties. They were almost completely wiped out. On the Great Xia side, the Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis and the 80,000 Imperial Guards came prepared. However, Facing the charge of the Northern Ming cavalry and the stubborn resistance of the soldiers covering the rear, they still suffered heavy casualties. 25,000 Imperial Guards died in battle and would forever remain on the North River. A day later, the North Ming army changed their route and took down Yangguan City at lightning speed. They rested for a while. Pretty much at the same time, the Western reinforcements arrived. 100,000 troops arrived and rushed toward Yangguan City. The 55,000 Imperial Guards under the Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis also rushed toward Yangguan City. That night, Ningchen came out once more and came to the Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis camp to discuss the war matters. Yangguan City still had 60,000 iron cavalry, 70,000 infantry, and close to 10,000 heavy cavalry. However, the 20,000 iron cavalry on the other side of the North River would arrive soon. The situation was still not good for them. More importantly, the ones defending the city were the Northern Ming army. Although Yangguan City wasn't an iron city like Yingguo City and Yiyang City, the price they had to pay to take it down was still not something they could bear. The Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis and Ning Chun discussed for most of the night, but still couldn't come up with a good plan. Fan Lingyue's decisiveness was indeed extraordinary. He was able to quickly change the situation and regain the initiative in such a disadvantageous situation, especially the 20,000 Northern Ming cavalrymen who were left outside. The number was neither more nor less, but it was like a thorn in their throat. It made them very uncomfortable and could become the key to the victory at any time. How long until Jingwu Duke's army arrives? Ning Chun asked solemnly. For days, the Marquis of the blood-clad Marquis replied. Ning Chun pondered. For days was not a long time. He hoped that there wouldn't be any accidents. Before dawn, Ning Chun left and returned to the underworld. In the underworld, Mu Qingxue was still competing with the Zhiga sword in front of the stone room. They had been fighting for a whole night, and there was no sign of stopping. Ning Chun had something on his mind. He stood aside absent-mindedly and kept thinking about the war between the two armies. This time, they made the Northern Ming suffer because they were unprepared. However, the Northern Ming army still crossed the river. It was a bit difficult to deal with them. On the other side of the North River, the remaining 20,000 cavalrymen were like a ticking time bomb. They were too dangerous and needed to be eliminated quickly. However, since ancient times, the light cavalry was the most mobile soldier type in the cold weapons era. To eliminate them was not easy. In the past, China was harassed by the nomads in the north. In China's history, the Yuan dynasty, which had the most land, was taken down by the Mongol cavalrymen using their scimitars and bows. The combat strength of the Northern Ming Imperial Court's light cavalry was not any weaker than the Mongol cavalry of that time. In terms of military discipline, their combat quality was rarely seen since ancient times. Furthermore, this was a world where martial arts experts existed. With the cover of the Beiming light cavalry and martial arts experts, they were invincible. Apart from the great Xia Guards Legion Corps, it would be hard for any other army to block them. Ningchen thought for a long time, but could not find a solution. He helplessly looked at Mu Qingxue, who was still competing with the Zhiga sword, and said, "Miss Mu, I have a question for you. Speak." Mu Qingxue's body flashed, and his sword stabbed at the tip of the Zhiga sword. With a pung, the earth on the Zhiga sword exploded, and a dark yellow light rose up. In the surrounding space, the gravity suddenly increased. Mu Qingxue only felt the Chungying sword in his hand sink, and before he could react, he was once again sent flying by the sword intent. Why don't you listen to me first? Anyways, there are still a few months, and you have plenty of time to compete with this sword. Ning Chen seriously suggested. Mu Qingxue sheathed his sword and said expressionlessly, "Speak. If you act, how confident are you in killing Fan Lingyue?" Ning Chun asked curiously. Mu Qingxue looked at the former with a weird expression. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes. 50%. However, if this is your request, I advise you to give up. I only promised to save you once, and I did not promise to help you kill someone. Kiki, I'm just asking out of curiosity. Ning Chun rubbed his nose and laughed. A 50% chance was not high. Ning Chen's mind spun. and he temporarily suppressed this thought. If even Mu Qingxue only had a 50% chance, then that meant that as long as it was not a three-disaster expert, no one would have the confidence to kill Fan Lingyue. This war had already reached the most crucial moment, and if he could kill Fan Lingyue, that would be the best solution. However, he could not place all his hopes on that. At this moment, he had to think of a way to prevent the northern Ming forces from gathering outside Yangguan City. If Jingwu Duke could arrive in time, Great Xia could still fight this war. Chapter 181. The cruelty of war was becoming more and more apparent these days. Every order of the decision-makers would decide the life and death of tens of thousands of soldiers and commoners. One wrong step, and millions of lives would be buried with them. Fan Lingyue's ruthlessness was not only reflected in his treatment of his enemies, but also in his treatment of his subordinates. As long as it was beneficial to the war, no matter who it was, no matter how many people he had, he would give them up. But no one could deny that it was precisely because of this ruthlessness that Beiming had been able to fight their way into the heart of Grand Xia with less than a third of their casualties. At the same time, the hands of the decision-makers of Grand Xia were also stained with blood, bearing enormous pressure. Every Marquis of Grand Xia was a shocking genius, but in the past thousands of years, there were only a few who could break through to the Xiantian realm. The reason was actually very simple. The Marquises of Grand Xia bore too many sins. Wanting to break through to the Xiantian realm was thousands of times more difficult than ordinary people. Almost no one could do it. Even Grand Xia's war god had to borrow the power of the treasure below the imperial palace to break through this unbreakable barrier and enter the Xiantian realm. The remaining 9 Marquises of Grand Xia all stopped at the peak of the 9th grade or half-step Xiantian realm. On this day, a special person came to Yangguan City. His aura was powerful, and he was the only Marquis of Grand Xia in the past 1,000 years, the Beiwu Marquis. Xiao Wanhua greets the military advisor. The Beiwu Marquis, who is also the current Marquis of Northern Ming, bowed respectfully. Marquis Xiao, there's no need to be so polite. Fan Lingyue took a few steps forward, looking at the Grand Xia army rushing over. His eyes flashed. This battle would determine the future of Beiming and Grand Xia. In the Netherworld Kingdom, Ning Chun stood at the entrance, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Now that the war had reached a critical moment, he was completely helpless. Time passed bit by bit. From dawn to noon, and from noon to evening, this short day seemed so long. After waiting for a long time, night finally arrived. Grand Xia's 100,000 reinforcements had arrived half a day earlier than expected. Marquis blood-robed and the 55,000 Imperial Guards were not far from Yangguan City. If nothing unexpected happened, they would arrive before dawn. Jingwu Duke's army was also marching rapidly. As long as the Marquis of blood-robed and 100,000 reinforcements could delay them for 3 days, they would be able to arrive in time. After a series of battles, Northern Ming needed to rest. The 2 days in Yangguan City will be the best time to rest. 2 days ago, the Northern Ming army took down Yangguan City, which was indeed a little unexpected. However, the Northern Ming army's strongest point was their cavalry and archery. Once they stopped, their power would be greatly reduced. Everyone knew that the Northern Ming army would not stay in Yangguan City for too long. However, no one knew when they would leave the city. Fan Lingyue's thoughts were always hard to guard against and hard to guess. How is it? Have you found it? On the city gate tower, Fan Lingyue coldly asked. Military advisor, according to our spies, Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia always appears outside the fog forest. A black-clothed figure with golden embroidery on his sleeves respectfully knelt on the ground and replied. Very good. Act according to the plan, Fan Lingyue ordered. Yes. The black-clothed figure accepted the order and quickly disappeared. Night fell. On the road from the fog forest to Yang City, the ghost palanquin quickly went north, hurrying towards Marquis Bloodclad's camp. In the underworld, Mu Qingxue was still resisting the Zhiga sword and did not follow along. Neither of them expected that something would happen tonight. Ning Chun did not say anything. and Mu Qingxue naturally would not take the initiative to follow. When the ghost palanquin was 700 miles out of the fog forest, a majestic palm energy suddenly pressed down like a mountain. Ning Chun stepped out from the palanquin and met it with a backhand palm. With a loud bang, the mountain rocks were sent flying, and sand and dust filled the air. Today, under Tianhua Mountain, Jiming will be buried. As the voice spoke, a figure wearing a stone-green battle suit walked over. He looked mighty and majestic, and his aura was extraordinary. "You are." Ning Chen's eyes flashed with shock. "Nor the Martial Marquis." It was an unfamiliar face, but a familiar battle suit. This was a battle suit unique to the Marquis of the Great Xia, and it could not be faked. After a moment of shock, a strong sense of uneasiness rose in Ning Chen's heart. His feet moved, and he recklessly rushed forward. There was a change in the battle. "Kill." At Xiao Wanhua's command, Feng, Yu, Lei, and Dian, for peak rank 9 personal guards, walked out. The light of their swords and sabers flashed, pressing down on Ning Chun. Ning Chun was concerned about the battle ahead. His sword finger furiously slashed, and with a clang, the saber light in front of him was pushed away. However, after the saber light, 3 rays of sword chi followed, blocking the path ahead. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He unsheathed his black sword, and the sword light was sharp, scattering the 3 rays of sword chi. Feng, Yu, and Lei rushed forward. The 3 swords cooperated, attacking and defending each other. One sword was light, one was long, and one was heavy. Their teamwork was perfect. The remaining person raised his saber and formed a strange seal with his hands. Suddenly, lightning fell from the sky. Using the saber as a guide, the furious lightning struck down on Ning Chun, who was trapped by the 3 swords. In an instant, the surrounding 10 feet turned into a sea of lightning. Yu, and Lei were not affected at all. Only Ning Chun, who was amidst the lightning and thunder, felt a strong sense of threat, and his expression changed. Drifting snow of July. When it was almost snowing, the snow fell from the sky. A waterfall of sword light cut through the sea of lightning. The moment the 3 swords were blocked, a white figure flashed past. In the blink of an eye, she appeared outside the battle. With a slash of her sword, she sent Lei and Lei flying. The 3 swords reacted quickly. Their figures flashed and surrounded Ning Chun again. Their swords were even faster, more continuous, and more heavy, forcing Ning Chun to face them with full attention. The black sword faced the 3 swords. Although Ning Chun used his foundation and techniques to suppress them, it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. Jian Luiying, what are you waiting for? Siga Jian walked out in the dark night and said lightly, "When I attack, it's not up to you to tell me." Jian Luiying appeared and said coldly. Siga Jian didn't say anything more. With his 2 swords in hand, his figure flashed, and he joined Zhan Huan. Another strong warrior entered the battle. Ning Chun immediately felt the pressure increase. The blue light around him shone brightly. A palm that reached the sky shook the world. Waves shocking heaven and earth unite. Shocking waves of anger roared and surged. The 3 guards and 3 swords joined hands to block the heavenly might. On the other side, Sigu Jian's 2 swords came together. Raising his martial arts, he also blocked the power of the ultimate move. At this moment, the light of the knife attracted lightning. Lei Wei seized the opportunity and chopped down with his knife. Thousands of birds cried out. Ning Chun took half a step back. A dark yellow light rose from his sword. As he waved his sword, the earth flipped. A large piece of broken rock flew up and blocked the sea of lightning. After the shock, Ning Chun took another step back. His expression was still fearless. The light on the black sword changed. Frost condensed into the body of the sword and swept out. 5 people taking turns to fight. It was rare to see someone at the peak of the 9th level. It made this battle reach its peak. The sounds of battle rang out endlessly. Sweat and blood flew everywhere. The brave figures, with 1 sword in hand, were as immovable as a mountain. Siming Jian couldn't hide the shock in his heart. Only by facing it personally could he feel the strength of his opponent. Who would have thought that the young man who had once been running for his life would have become such a terrifying warrior? In the past, he had doubted the military advisor for making a mountain out of a molehill. Only now did he know how stupid he had been. Everyone's thoughts spun under the light of the swords. Regardless of whether they regretted it or not, today's battle would end all past grievances. Two swords reflect the moon, 1,000 li of bloodlight. Sigu Jian's move was extremely powerful. As his two swords moved, a blood moon rose behind him. A valiant pressure attacked, shocking one's soul. The three swords understood tacitly and attacked at the same time. Combined with the power of the lightning guard's knife light, they chopped down. Waves of the world flow to the east. Ning Chen's hands and swords moved together. After one sword chopped down, he flipped his palm and sent out another valiant palm. One sword leaves a shadow. Not far away, Jian Luiying, who had been waiting for an opportunity, drew his sword across the air and stabbed towards Sui. Ning Chan felt a strong sense of danger behind him. The scroll of the earth moved again. A large rock flew up and blocked behind him. However, under the cold front, the large rock was as weak as tofu. The sword light pierced through the barrier and arrived in the blink of an eye. The cold front entered his body, bringing with it a fountain of blood. Ning Chun bore the pain in his chest and punched out, sending the sword light flying. He could not stop for even a moment. The battle between the six of them arrived in an instant, not giving him any chance. After Jian Luiying entered the battle, Ning Chun was at a disadvantage for the first time. The true qi in his body was quickly used up. Even if the foundations from the Scroll of Life were unparalleled, he was still at a disadvantage in this endless stream of sword light. Outside the battlefield, Xiao Wanhua stood quietly, a pair of cold eyes quietly watching the battle. The Jingye Absolute, beginning in front of him, was ready to attack at any moment to end this battle. At the same time, outside of Yangwan City, a group of great Xia soldiers appeared, waving the flag of the Marquis of Bloodrobe. The 100,000 Great Xia Reinforcements General, Shi Hua, was slightly surprised when he heard the report. Weren't the Marquis of Bloodrobe's troops still a few hours away? While Shi Hua was thinking, the city gates of Yangwan City opened. The Beiming heavy cavalry charged out in a black mass. Set up the formation, welcome the enemy. Shi Hua made a decision, not thinking too much and immediately giving the order. The 100,000 troops waited solemnly. The long axe unit, the shield unit, and the archer unit lined up in order, ready to welcome the enemy. After giving the order, Shi Hua still felt a little uneasy, so he sent out scouts to investigate the situation behind them. The darkness of the night hid too much of the truth. The speed of the troops that suddenly appeared was shockingly quick. Before the scouts could send news back, they had already arrived behind the great Xia reinforcements. Kill. The 9,000 death warriors that descended from the heavens swiftly charged into the great Xia camp. Before the great Xia soldiers could react, they had already suffered heavy casualties. The same clothes, the same weapons. Only when the sword light slashed across did they know that the people in front of them were not the brothers that they had gone through life and death with. No one knew where these people came from. The 20,000 cavalry at the North River had just crossed the river. Yangwan City had been really quiet these 2 days, and no suspicious people walked out. Pretty much everyone had forgotten that Great Xia once had a Marshal Marquis who betrayed them. He was once an extremely high official, and he secretly developed 9,000 men of sacrifice for today. Below Tianhua Mountain, in front of Yangwan City, Great Xia and Ningchun were both in an irreversible crisis. Chapter 182. The 9,000 death warriors were all extraordinary experts. Normally, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of an army, but tonight, they played an unimaginable role. The Great Xia's formation was soon filled with flaws. A moment later, the Northern Ming heavy cavalry swept over like a flood, rushing into the Great Xia's camp and forcefully opening a gap. Behind the 40,000 light cavalry, another 20,000 light cavalry appeared from the east and west city gates, flanking the two sides and swiftly forming a formation. Working together, they continuously reaped the lives of the great Xia soldiers. When a war became a one-sided slaughter, the battlefield became a terrifying hell. Before General Shihua could give the order, he was surrounded by two figures. Sword intent surged from their bodies, and the moment they appeared, the surrounding soldiers were turned into blood and bones. The two newcomers were Sword 1 and Sword 2 from Sword City. Sword City had 3 disciples, Sword 1, Sword 2, and Sword 3. Only Sword 3 gave himself a new name, Jin Luiying. Sword 1 and Sword 2. Ever since they entered Desolate City, they didn't use any other names. Beside General Shihua, 1,000 guards risked their lives to protect him, but they still couldn't stop the two from advancing. Wherever the sword intent passed, blood blossomed. White and purple, they were so dazzling in the dark night. Every step the two Desolate City swordsmen took, large snowflakes would fly into the air, unstoppable. 3 late-stage, 9th-grade guards went forward, but it was futile. The 3 of them were only able to block for 3 breaths of time, and their heads were separated from their bodies, dyeing the ground red with blood. Half an hour later, the general was dead, and the 2 left, no longer caring about him. Close to 10,000 heavy cavalry once again revealed their invincible sharpness, like a sharp knife, completely piercing the heart of the great Xia's camp. The 100,000 great Xia soldiers were continuously devoured by the northern Ming cavalry. After the general, the other generals in the army also fell one after another. No more orders were given, and there was only fear and panic. The difference between the two armies was already obvious, but under this night's surprise attack, there was no longer any suspense about the outcome. If the 100,000-strong army was prepared, even the strong northern Ming cavalry would have to pay a heavy price. However, tonight, only a bloody massacre was left. On Yangguan City, Fan Lingyue stood quietly, her blue dress fluttering in the wind. Her beautiful face was calm and emotionless. This war was getting harder and harder. Not only Great Xia, but even the northern Ming soldiers were showing signs of fatigue. Only by winning could they continue to raise the morale of the soldiers. She didn't have much time left, but Great Xia didn't have much time left either. The battle below was basically a foregone conclusion. Fan Lingyue turned her gaze in the direction of Mount Tianhua in the south. Compared to the outcome of this battle, she was more concerned about the situation there. If Ning Chun died, there would be no more variables in this war between the two dynasties. With Xiao Ho and Jingye Taichu, she was 99% sure that Ning Chun would not be able to leave Mount Tianhua. As for the remaining sliver of possibility, whether it existed or not, no one could control it. Time passed bit by bit. The sounds of battle grew more and more brutal. Blood dyed the ground red. Under the moonlight, it was like hell on earth. There was no suspense about Great Xia's defeat. On Northern Ming's side, the 9,000 death warriors that Xiao Wanhua had left behind had all died. After completing their mission, they left with pride and satisfaction. At the foot of Mount Tianhua, Xiao Wanhua seemed to have sensed something. He looked toward the north, giving the 9,000 death warriors a final farewell. In this world, there was no right or wrong. Everyone had their own master. Only the victor had the right to write history. After a moment of sadness, Xiao Wanhua turned his gaze back to the battle. Great Xia's Jiming Marquis was a new martial Marquis who had risen after he left. He had inherited Great Xia's martial Marquis and was as powerful as ever. He was an expert worthy of respect. The military advisor had specially arranged for today's encirclement. Facing such a powerful lineup, the fact that Jiming Marquis could last until now was truly beyond his expectations. 6 experts of the present age, each of them an elite of the Heaven's Reach realm. If it was a normal day, it would be impossible for them to join hands to deal with one person. Today, only the military advisor had the ability and authority to do so. Only the person on the other side had the qualifications. Sword rained swift. The sword in Yu Wei's hand turned into a winding sword move. It was like a winding drizzle, making it difficult to break free. Sword thunder, slash. The Lei Wei wielded a heavy sword with astonishing power. Every sword fell, a loud sound shook the sky, like a giant thunder. Sword wind sweep. In the wind guard's hand, a thin sword was as fast as the autumn wind. In the blink of an eye, several sword lights had flashed past. The three guards joined hands. Their tacit understanding was unparalleled. They had both offense and defense. Coupled with the lightning guard's special technique, there were no flaws. The battle was getting more and more intense. Ning Chun activated the Earth Scroll, and a huge rock flew over, blocking the rain guard's figure. Immediately, the ink sword condensed into frost, and a sword forced the Lei Wei back. However, before he could even take a breath, he saw the sword wind sweeping over, stabbing toward his throat. First defense, raging waves splitting 10,000 miles. The light around Ning Chun changed again. His left hand's sword finger drew in the air, and a raging wave sword appeared, splitting the sky. It was the might of heaven. The wind guard was sent flying, his mouth red. Sword flowing light. The three guards retreated, and Jian Luiying came in front of him. A sword of flowing light broke toward Ning Chen's dantian. At the same time, the four engraved swords slashed out two sword chi, sealing all of the latter's escape routes. Bang! Ning Chun blocked Jian Luiying's cold blade with his sword. However, he no longer had the time to deal with the two sword chi behind him. With a bang, blood sprayed out. Swift thunder and lightning. The lightning guard used his special technique again, summoning lightning. Wherever the blade pointed, thunder roared and lightning flashed, falling violently. Ning Chun was furious. His whole body rose rapidly, and in the fierce wind and snow, he used the Taoist secret technique of the past. When snow is fast, 3,000 miles of sword snow. The sword pierced the ground, and the wind and snow scattered. A vast aura erupted, like thousands of ice swords exploding, shaking the heavens and earth. Ugh! The six people surrounding Ning Chun were affected by this terrifying aura. They retreated dozens of feet, and after pausing, they vomited blood. As they breathed heavily, sweat dripped down from their bodies. Even though the sky was covered in snow, Ning Chun was still sweating all over. The battle had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, Xiao Wanhua, who was watching from the side, finally moved. With a shake of his hand, Jingye Taichu flew up. The moment he pulled out his sword, he arrived in front of Ning Chun. Ning Chun suddenly felt danger behind him and turned to block the sword. However, he had already lost the initiative. Adding on the fact that he was exhausted, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. To be able to last until now in the face of six strong people, Jiming Marquis, you are worthy of this Marquis taking action. Xiao Wanhua's Jingye Taichu was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sword light was pressing down. Its powerful aura was actually infinitely close to the Xiantian realm. Among the 10 martial marquises of the Grand Xia, the Beiwu Marquis, martial strength had always been in the middle. Now it seemed that he had been hiding his strength. His sword was as heavy as a mountain, and his deep foundation was rare in the world. Ning Chun blocked several of the former's moves. His aura was unstable, and a sword slashed past, staining his body with blood. Jian Luiying, the 4 engraved swords, and the 4 guards immediately rushed forward. Their swords and sabers slashed downwards. Snowfall of the 7th month. Ning Chun forced himself to raise his cultivation. With a wave of his sword, snow fell. The wind and snow fell, and the sword intent scattered in all directions. The 6 blocked the falling snow and retreated several steps, their blood boiling. Let's go. Ning Chun took advantage of this slight gap and quickly left the area. Chase, said Xiao Wanhua coldly. The 4 engraved swords, Jian Luiying, and the 4 guards quickly followed, chasing in the direction Ning Chun had left. At the foot of Tianhua Mountain, a white figure flitted past. However, before he could go 3 miles, he saw several figures blocking his path. Saber light and sword shadows pressed forward. Each one of them had a cultivation of 4th rank or higher. Their battle cries shook the heavens. With his path blocked, Ning Chen's black sword danced. With a slash of his sword, blood flew everywhere. There was no path of retreat, no choice. Around Ning Chen, severed limbs and heads flew into the air. Only by killing could they find a way to survive in this situation where they were sure to die. Blood splattered all over the sky. No one knew whose blood it was. There was a limit to one's strength. Faced with the endless attacks, they gradually slowed down. At this time, Jian Luiying and the others caught up. They didn't stop for a moment, immediately rushing forward. Sword shadows swirled in the air, chasing after his soul. Ning Chen blocked 2 swords, but couldn't block the third one. With a bang, he retreated 10 steps and vomited blood. More and more blood flowed out. His strength also gradually disappeared. Although he had an undying body, he gradually showed signs of exhaustion. Jiming Marquis, you won't be able to escape tonight. Xiao Wanhua held Jingye absolute beginning and walked over step by step. His powerful pressure scattered all the obstacles around him. The absolute beginning sword was extremely powerful. When the black sword touched it, it constantly trembled. Ning Chen, who was already at the end of his rope, was constantly injured. Finally, he reached his limit. 6 strong cultivators of the current era, plus Xiao Wanhua, who held Jingye absolute beginning, were an invincible combination. Fan Lingwei didn't leave any flaws for tonight's attack. He wanted to kill Ning Chen at all costs. Love when it's about to snow, Isa, in the face of no way out, Ning Chen refused to give up. His sword moved, wanting to use another Taoist secret technique. Suddenly, his qi and blood stagnated and he vomited blood. He couldn't use his true essence. At this moment, 4 swords flew over. Immediately, blood dyed his clothes red. In a tight battle, there was no room for accidents. Ning Chen's chest had a shocking sword wound. Blood flowed out. It was abnormally glaring. Outside the 7 people, endless soldiers surrounded them. They were all experts specially selected from the army. They had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Ning Chen stood up and looked at Mount Tianhua beside him. Could it be that his path had ended here? He knew that this day would come sooner or later. He wasn't afraid of death. Unfortunately, it was a few months too early. In the next moment, the underworld source flew out and exploded. Ning Chen used the life scroll and forcibly absorbed the power of the underworld source. Immediately, an incomparably powerful evil qi surged and quickly spread between heaven and earth. With the underworld source as a guide, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged at the same time. A power that didn't belong to the Hotian realm appeared. With Ning Chen as the center, it quickly spread out. Mount Tianhua trembled. The ground cracked and the mountains shook. Large rocks rolled down and huge gullies appeared on the ground. The terrifying power was extremely shocking. The forbidden technique of the life scroll that he had cultivated for a long time would appear today. It was the only technique in the world that no one had seen before because no one had cultivated it. Ning Chen also didn't manage to cultivate it. However, at the last moment, even if he only had an incomplete technique, even if he had to risk everything, he would still make everyone here die with him. Chapter 183. Just as he was about to unleash his forbidden technique, a terrifying phenomenon appeared in the world. Snow began to fall, and blood gushed out of Ning Chen's body, turning from black to red in an instant. In the face of the life scroll's forbidden technique, even the yellow spring's poison was temporarily suppressed, dissipating from his blood. Ning Chen used the Netherworld Origin's evil energy as a guide to forcefully activate his last bit of energy. Terrifying ripples spread out, shaking the heavens. In an instant, heaven and earth changed drastically, and the ground beneath the mountain began to shake. Seeing this, Xiao Wanhua and the others hurriedly retreated, but the rest of the soldiers had no time to retreat, and countless of them were killed or injured by the falling boulders. The Netherworld Origin's evil energy was quickly devoured. Ning Chen's meridians were constantly collapsing, and a bloody mist filled the sky. The snowflakes dyed the heavens red. An unprecedentedly powerful aura appeared in the wind and snow. A moment later, it soared into the sky. The seven of them weren't able to retreat in time, and they were blown away by the bloody light. A blood-colored pillar of heaven appeared, connecting heaven and earth. In that instant, Ningxin's cultivation broke through the limits of the Hotian realm for a short period of time. This is the life scroll. Far away in the first hall of Evernight, the Son of God sensed the earth-shattering changes and immediately came out of seclusion. He walked out of the hall with a single step. His black hair fluttered in the night. Jun Shaoqing's heart shook. The youth who had escaped his pursuit in the past had also taken this step. In the compassionate, sword heavenly pavilion, Mu Qianshang looked back at the distant pillar of blood. A trace of unease flashed through his heart. Something was wrong. With his cultivation base, he shouldn't have reached the Xiantian realm so quickly. In the Confucian school's dragon garden, Duke Yan's eyes suddenly opened. Looking north, his expression changed. Within his room, Wild pushed open the door and hastily ran out. Seeing the blood-colored pillar of heaven that connected heaven and earth, he felt strange. The feeling of being connected by blood was so clear that it couldn't be concealed. It's him, it's him. Wild panicked. Follow me. The king of Yin waved his hand and disappeared with Man. He rushed towards the north at top speed. In the imperial palace of the Great Xia dynasty, several gazes looked towards the north. Some were concerned, some were hostile, and some were complicated. At this moment, they all had different emotions. On top of Yangwan City, Fan Lingyue saw the sudden change, and a cold glint flashed across her eyes. She knew very well that Ningxuan was still far from reaching the innate stage. It was highly likely that he had used his trump card. Mr. Jian, if possible, I hope you can go and take a look. Fan Lingyue turned around and said politely to a man in white behind him. Okay. Jian nodded. His figure flashed, transforming into a sword beam that disappeared into the night. What are you worried about? Jian asked with a warm smile. He is different from the others. If he doesn't die, it will be very difficult for me, Fan Lingyue replied. I heard that military counselor and this Marquis of Jiming were once friends. Sword 2 asked curiously. Mr. Jian also said that it was in the past. Now that our standpoints are different, we are only enemies, Fan Lingyue said calmly. Making an enemy out of the military advisor is truly a terrifying thing. Jian smiled. Beiming and Desolate City will always be friends, said Fan Lingyue. I think so too. Jian took a step forward and said softly. At the foot of Tianhua Mountain, it was a hell of ice and snow. Ningxin's body was surrounded by a bloody mist. The bloody pillar of heaven continued to spread in the bloody wind and snow, causing the surrounding world to shake even more violently. Xiao Wanhua, Jin Luiying, and the others were all rare experts in the world. Naturally, they could see that Jiming Marquis was risking his life and had not truly stepped into the Xiantian realm. Retreat quickly. The seven of them retreated again and again, temporarily avoiding the sharp edge. No one wanted to be buried together with Jiming Marquis at the last moment. In the blood pillar, Ningxin's consciousness gradually blurred. Only his instinctive fighting spirit supported his final move. The wind and snow fell like a waterfall dyed with blood. The power of the forbidden move became more and more terrifying. Heaven and earth were out of balance. The earth was broken and the mountains were shaken. In the awe-inspiring divine power, a beautiful figure in white suddenly appeared. Strange patterns condensed in the void. She stepped into the blood pillar and with a bang, a palm imprinted on Ningxin's dantian, forcibly interrupting the forbidden move. In the next moment, Mu Qingxue grabbed Ningxin and moved his feet, about to leave. Mu Qingxue, you dash! Jian Luiying was startled and immediately became furious. He slashed out with his sword, blocking Mu Qingxue's path. Get out of the way. Mu Qingxue used the Cheng-Ying sword to block Lung Feng's attack. Let him go. Jian Luiying raged. I can't. Mu Qingxue's true qi shook, pushing Jian Luiying away. His figure flashed and disappeared. The speed of the Cheng-Ying sword was unparalleled in the world. If Mu Chengxue wanted to leave, no one could stop him. The 7 of them could only watch as he left. Damn it! Jian Luiying's expression was gloomy as he looked in the direction the 2 of them had left. Jian Luiying, I hope Desolate City can give the military advisor a satisfactory explanation for tonight's matter, said Xiao Wanhua coldly. Oomph. Jian Luiying coldly snorted and did not reply. The battle had ended and the foot of Tianhua Mountain was a mess. Jiming Marquis had been rescued, so Xiao Wanhua could only order his troops to return and report back. Of the 1,000 soldiers he had brought, not many were left. They had either died at Ning Shen's hands or had been caught up in the upheaval. Less than a third of them had survived. The survivors quickly buried the dead. Just as they were about to leave, they saw an azure-robed figure walk over under the moonlight. In the blink of an eye, he was 30 meters away. A beautiful young lady followed behind Qing. She carried an ancient sword rack on her back, and on the rack there were 3 swords. Prince Yin. Xiao Wanhua's expression immediately changed. The 7 of them and the hundreds of soldiers behind them all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. After the battle in the west, everyone knew that the current legend of the Grand Xia was at least a peerless expert on the same level as a martial lord. Prince Yan's gaze passed through the 7 of them. Looking at the blood-stained snow, his expression gradually turned cold. Behind him, Wild was biting her lip, tears flickering in her eyes. She could feel that those were his blood. If you don't die with one sword, this matter will end, said Prince Yan. The 7 of them all had unsightly expressions. How many people in the world could block a legendary sword strike? Senior, can you add Jian Yi to this sword strike? At this moment, a white-robed figure rushed over and stood in front of the 7 of them. Yes, nodded Prince Yan. Jian Yi expressed his gratitude and immediately raised his aura to the peak. He turned into a sword and fought against Jian Yi with his sword. There was no way out. Xiao Wanhua, Jian Luiying, and the others had no choice but to focus on facing this sword strike. Wild, said Prince Yin softly. Wild nodded unwillingly. She put down her sword stand and stood to the side. With a clang, the red sword came out of its sheath. Prince Yin waved his hand, and the red sword stabbed into the ground. His sword intent silently spread. Wild, let's go. Putting the red sword back into its sheath, Prince Yin brought Wild away. After the 2 of them left, the 7 of them vomited blood. Behind Jian Yi, his ancient sword broke. He sighed emotionally. So this was a legend. Now that they had met today, they had learned that there was a sword on a sword. He was very clear that Prince Yin hadn't wanted to kill them. That sword strike just now had only been at the peak of the 9th rank. But even so, the 8 of them had still been unable to receive it. In the past, when the legend had come to Desolate City, he hadn't recognized a sword on a sword. In this world, only his master could stand at the peak of the sword with this legend of the Grand Xia. There was no third person. Let's go, said Jian Yi calmly to Jian Luiying. Yes, senior apprentice brother. Jian Luiying, who hadn't backed down in the slightest when facing Mu Qingxue, nodded respectfully. Not long after the 2 swords left, Xiao Wanhua also left with the others. At the foot of Mount Tianhua, only blood and blood-red snow remained. The night wind blew, filling the sky. At the entrance of the underworld, 2 figures had been standing there for a long time. Prince Yin looked at Wild and asked, Wild, are you not going in? Wild was only a step away, but she hesitated. After a long time, she softly asked, will something happen to him? Prince Yin shook his head. He won't. Then I won't see him, said Wild gloomily. Why? Prince Yan's eyes flashed with a rare trace of confusion. He won't let me see him like this, said Wild softly. Prince Yin sighed softly. In the past, Wild would never consider such things. People have to grow up, said Wild with a forced smile. Prince Yin was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. He turned and said, let's go. In this half a year, you will follow me and fulfill the promise he couldn't fulfill. Okay. Wild nodded and followed. Yangguan City, inside and outside the city, was as bright as day. On the city tower, Fan Lingyue was still standing there, quietly waiting. She wasn't waiting for the result of the battle below, but for news from afar. Not long after, the 2 swords returned. Jian Luiying went forward and explained the situation in detail. Fan Lingwei didn't say anything, only quietly listening. Little junior sister actually intervened. "This is unexpected. Didn't you want to kill him before?" said Jian Er with a smile. Little junior sister went to see Master a few days ago. Could it be Master's idea? Jian Luiying couldn't help but ask. "No," Jian Er replied. After that, she didn't say anything else and didn't give any explanation. "Third brother, it seems like you've been with Master for too short time. That's why you're asking such a boring question," said Jian Er with a smile as he looked at the distant east. Master went to look for Jian E. He didn't know how he was doing. However, in this world, there was no place that Master couldn't go, even if it was the chaotic fog sea at the end of the world. "Eldest senior brother, do you think that Jiming Marquis can survive?" asked Jian Er. "I don't know," answered Jian E simply. "No need to guess anymore. He won't die," said Fan Lingwei calmly at this moment. "How do you know?" asked Jian Luiying with a strange expression. "Because I haven't died yet. He will definitely do whatever it takes to survive," answered Fan Lingwei differently. Merciless words echoed in the night wind. The two people who knew each other the best were calculating each other's lives. Even if they didn't want to be born in the same year, they wanted to die together. Chapter 184. Living was a very difficult thing to do, but it was not an impossible thing. For example, Jiang Wangji and the teacher had paid a price that ordinary people couldn't bear in exchange for 1,000 years. Fan Lingwei was right. Ning Chun hadn't died. He had managed to live on with difficulty. He hadn't used his forbidden technique, but his meridians had still been destroyed. His true qi had gathered in his sea of qi. Every time it passed through his damaged meridians, it was like a million poisonous needles piercing his bones. The pain was unbearable. "If you don't want to die, bear with it," said Mu Qingxue coldly. Xiantian, true qi poured in, forcibly passing through his damaged meridians and dispersing the purifying primordial sword qi from his wounds. "Ugh!" Ning Chun let out a pain groan. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After the forbidden technique's power dissipated, his skin turned black once more. Without meridians, true qi had forcibly passed through his body. This kind of pain was unimaginable. Ning Chun didn't want to die, so he could only endure it. The purifying sin-beheading sword was too effective against Ning Chun's illusory, undying body. If he didn't dispel the remaining sword qi, even his undying body would quickly collapse. True qi surged around Mu Qingxue, continuously passing through his body and directly entering his body. Time slowly passed. Mu Qingxue's expression changed again and again. He couldn't understand how Ning Chun had managed to last until today with his body. His organs were destroyed, his body was covered in poison, and even his meridians had been destroyed. An undying body wouldn't die, but that didn't mean it wouldn't feel anything. There was a limit to a person's endurance. Could he really overcome this kind of pain with willpower alone? Mu Qingxue was silent. He pushed the true qi in his right hand a little more, increasing the speed of dispersing. An hour later, the purifying sin-beheading sword qi within Ning Chen's body was finally completely dispelled. His collapsing body gradually stabilized. "From today onwards, you can no longer use true qi," said Mu Qingxue calmly. Without meridians, true qi had nowhere to go. It could only pass through the body. No one could endure this kind of pain. Forcibly using martial arts or cultivating would only result in qi deviation due to distraction. Ningchen opened his eyes and smiled tiredly. "It doesn't matter, as long as I'm alive. I've already fulfilled my promise. From now on, I won't care about your life or death. Cherish the few days you have left." With that, Mu Qingxue turned around and walked towards the depths of the underworld. In the northern Ming royal court, the reinforcements were gathering day by day. After several months of preparation, the 200,000-strong army finally departed from northern Ming in a grandiose manner, passing through Swallow Return City and heading south. 70,000 iron cavalry and 130,000 infantrymen were a huge threat to the north of Great Xia. The two armies clashed for the first time 300 li south of Yangue City. Bai Marquis and Ziyang Marquis had been waiting for a long time. After 3 days of fighting, they temporarily stopped the northern Ming's reinforcements from moving south. The battle prowess of the northern Ming Iron Cavalry was obviously higher than that of the Great Xia army. However, the two martial marquises were veterans of the battlefield. 200,000 against 200,000 in a short period of time, it would be difficult to determine the victor. The place where the two armies were fighting was close to the border between the two dynasties. Reinforcements could arrive at any time. No one knew what the future would be like. Within the borders of the northern Ming royal court, soldiers were still being recruited. The people of the grassland loved to fight and were good at fighting. They could ride horses and shoot arrows since they were young. They were a true warrior race. Fanling Yue's prestige in northern Ming was unparalleled. When the conscription order was sent out, the young men's reaction was not to resist, but to respond enthusiastically. On the contrary, the conscription order of the Great Xia Imperial Court was something that the people would resist no matter when. The people of Great Xia loved peace, but they lacked the courage that they should have. After the northern Ming reinforcements entered, the pressure on Great Xia increased. Now that Heaven's Gate was still under the control of northern Ming, Great Xia was still in a passive situation. South of Heaven's Gate, the northern Ming army led by Fan Lingwei was an unparalleled threat to Great Xia, especially after the defeat of the reinforcements from the west. This threat had increased to an unprecedented level. There were only 4 camps of the Imperial Guards left in the Imperial City. If there were any changes, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the battlefield in the north, the real fighting power was only the 140,000 Imperial Guards under Marquis Bloodrobed and Duke Jingwu. The 20,000 cavalry outside of the northern Ming army crossed the river in advance and guarded the opposite bank. Using the natural barrier, they gave Duke Jingwu's army a lot of trouble. The order they received was to delay the footsteps of Duke Jingwu's army as much as possible. There was no need to fight to the death. Hence, after the two armies fought at the North River, the 20,000 cavalry left. In the next few days, the two armies clashed many times. Each time, the 20,000 cavalry left immediately. They mainly harassed the enemy and did not continue fighting. The northern Ming cavalry had the best movement ability in the world. Even the most elite Imperial Guards of Great Xia were inferior to them. On the other side, after the 100,000 reinforcements were defeated, the 50,000 Imperial Guards under Marquis Bloodrobed fell into a difficult situation. They could neither advance nor retreat. 2 days later, the northern Ming army left Yangguan City and went down south. The cities along the border sent out reinforcements, but it was just a drop in the bucket and did not have much of an effect. After the encirclement, the number of times Ning Chun appeared in the Great Xia camp decreased. Every time he left the fog forest, he would take a different path to cover his tracks. Ning Chun did not mention that night, and Marquis Bloodrobed did not know either. When Mu Qingxue was in the underworld, he kept trying to break through Zhige's sword intent. Although he failed every time, he persevered. Ning Chun silently wrote down the Heaven Scroll and gave it to Mu Qingxue as a thank you for helping him. Mu Qingxue did not refuse. He accepted the Heaven Scroll and continued with his unfinished business. Ning Chun could not cultivate. Every day, he was thinking about the war. He looked at the army map over and over again, seriously thinking about every possibility in the future. Facing Fan Lingwei, he and the Great Xia Empire had suffered too many losses. The successive defeats forced him to reconsider again and again. He did not expect Fan Lingyue's move at all. It had been too long since Marquis Beiwu's betrayal. Not only him, but probably no one in the world would think of this person. However, who would have thought that at this critical moment, the Beiwu Marquis, who had been forgotten by the world, would once again ruthlessly stab him in Great Xia. Fan Lingwei had hidden this move for too long. So long that everyone had forgotten about it. Only then did he take it out. In the next few days, Northern Ming's army continued south. The army was getting closer and closer to the royal capital. Within the borders of Great Xia, the atmosphere of panic was getting more and more serious. Correspondingly, all kinds of hidden dangers appeared again, causing chaos to the foundation of Great Xia. In the southeast of Great Xia, the major sects that had been suppressed by Great Xia for 1,000 years were getting more and more arrogant, no longer restraining themselves. In the past, the reputation of the one sect and one tower once again spread out, walking out into the open. The one sect referred to the sword sect, the one tower referred to the dangerous tower, and the two tower referred to the Wang clan of Donglin and the Yao clan of Yuqing respectively. The four major powers were not ranked first or last. If one were to talk about strength, the sword sect and the Wang clan of Donglin might be slightly stronger. Fan Lingyue quickly contacted the major sects and clans, stating that as long as the major sects could help Northern Ming conquer Great Xia, he would do his best to support the development of the major sects and clans. He would not restrict them like Great Xia. This promise moved the hearts of the major sections. In this land, they didn't care who was the emperor, but they needed a relaxed environment for development. For 1,000 years, Great Xia had been persistently suppressing the growth of the major sects and clans. The past facts had proven that the major sects were the true source of chaos. 10,000 years ago, the 3,000 major sects were prosperous, but it was also the era with the most conflicts and wars in the Divine Continent. In the face of Northern Ming's sincerity, among the two major sects and clans, the Wei Tower, whose reputation was the worst, was the calmest. As an organization formed by assassins, the Wei Tower was always the most difficult existence to come into contact with. The attitudes of the Sword Sect and the Yao clan of Yuqing were more ambiguous. They didn't agree or reject, continuing to observe. Only the Wang clan of Donglin directly agreed to Fan Lingyue's conditions. The Wang clan was a major clan that had existed for more than 1,000 years. This meant that the Wang clan had already existed before Great Xia existed. After 1,000 years, very few people in the world knew that the Wang clan of Donglin used to be the #1 clan of the Heshi dynasty, just like the Zhangsun clan of today. The Wang clan of Donglin was loyal to the Heshi dynasty at least 1,000 years ago. Duke Xiyu was from one of the branches of the Wang clan of Donglin. He had never forgotten the teachings of the ancestors to help the Heshi dynasty revive. Su Fian was the princess of the Heshi dynasty. That night, after escaping from the imperial city, she temporarily hid in the Wang clan. However, after Duke Xiyu's death, the Wang clan's attitude towards Su Fian became subtle. After all, in this world, no one was willing to work for others. Su Fian saw this in her eyes, but she still maintained her calm and wasn't affected at all. Human nature was like this. There was no need to mess up her heart for these people. If there was hatred, then the only person she hated was the Jiming Marquis of Great Xia. This hatred was irreconcilable. Hua Yuan, in the Peony Pavilion, Su Fian looked at the spring lightning zither on the stone table in front of her, her thoughts drifting away. Princess, have you considered the marriage alliance? Unknowingly, an elder of the Wang clan walked over with a smile on his face. His smile was gentle and seemed very benevolent. However, behind that smile, there was a bone-piercing coldness. Su Fian smiled faintly. Elder Yi, isn't the Wang clan afraid that after I become the Empress of Northern Ming, I will take revenge on the Wang clan? Princess must be joking. The Wang clan needs the help of the Northern Ming dynasty to continue growing stronger. Princess also needs the Wang clan as a shield. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. With Princess's intelligence, how could you refuse? Elder Yi really is a good persuader. I agree. Su Fian slowly said. Your Highness is wise. Elder Yi bowed respectfully and retreated. Su Fian stood up and looked at the beautiful scenery around the Peony Pavilion. She sighed inside. Perhaps this was the last time she would be able to appreciate the scenery of the Central Plains. In the future, she would have to face the endless grasslands and deserts. For the hatred in her heart, she had to endure. The Northern Ming dynasty's emperor was only 8 years old. She had plenty of time to prepare. She had already failed once, and she definitely wouldn't allow a second time. Chapter 185. The Donglin Wang family could be said to be a beast hidden in the southeast of Great Xia. However, different from the other aristocratic families, the Wang family had huge wealth that no other aristocratic family had. In the past, when the Hushi dynasty was destroyed, Emperor he knew that there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. As such, he passed the treasures of the dynasty and the baby prince to his most trusted officials. He hoped that one day he could rise up again. From then on, the Wang family changed their name and kept a low profile. They had been secretly recruiting troops to revive the dynasty. However, the strength of Great Xia exceeded everyone's expectations, and the Wang family's revival could only be delayed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The loyalty of the past had become an illusion. There were two things that time was the most heartless: time and the human heart. 1,000 years of time was unfathomable and could change everything. The true mastermind behind the chaos of the seven cities was the Donglin Wang family. Ning Chun did not understand, but along with the death of Prince Yu, he had no choice but to suppress it. Just as Ning Chun had suspected, with Prince Yu's ability and shrewdness, he was far from being able to cause the chaos of the seven cities. Furthermore, Prince Yu had been suppressed by Marquis Yu for 20 years, so he did not have the ability to do so many things. The Wang family hid really deeply and kept a low profile. However, in recent years, to support Duke Xiu, they had no choice but to do so. Slowly, they were targeted by the imperial court, and this beast that had hidden for 1,000 years could not continue to hide perfectly. The reason why Great Xia had not acted was because they lacked evidence. Secondly, they wanted to see what the foundations of the Wang family were. The Wang family also felt the threat from the imperial court. As such, this time when Great Xia was in danger, they could not wait to form an alliance with Beimeng. Although Su Fian was a princess of the previous dynasty, the power that she had built up over many years was removed by Ning Chun overnight. Today, she had no choice but to compromise. Even if she knew that the Wang family was not the original Wang family, she still faced it calmly. Su Fian and the Wang family had a tacit understanding. Neither of them had a falling out, and each had their own plans. The Wang family would not easily believe Beimeng's promise, so they raised the condition of a marriage alliance to let Su Fian enter the imperial court as the empress. After the Wang family revealed the strength that they had been hiding in the dark, Fan Lingyue considered it before agreeing. Based on the qualifications of the empress, Su Fian was indeed a good choice. Her looks and background were top-notch. Other than the fact that she was not from Northern Ming, there was nothing else to nitpick about. As for the grudges between Su Fian and the Wang clan, these had never been a problem, and she didn't care. The unusual movements of the Wang family alerted the spies sent by the imperial court, who secretly sent the news back to the imperial palace. In the Heavenly Mandate Palace, after Xia Mingri saw the secret report sent, he frowned and worried. The actions of the Wang family clearly had the intention of rebelling. After the rebellion of Duke Xiu, the imperial court had followed the clues and found out many secrets behind it. All signs pointed to the Wang family of Donglin being involved in this matter. "Men," said Xia Mingri. Present, a black-clothed figure with a dragon embroidered on his chest appeared and knelt down. "Go invite the Marquis of Jiming," Xia Mingri said slowly. "Yes." The Dark Dragon commander bowed respectfully before disappearing. After the Dark Dragon guards left, Xia Mingri got up and walked toward the Weiyang Palace. It seemed that in addition to paying respects today, there were still some things to do. If the Wang family of Donglin was really related to the previous dynasty, it would be really troublesome. In the Marquis camp, the Dark Dragon commander waited for several days. Finally, on the fourth night, Ning Chun arrived. "Marquis, His Majesty invites you back to the palace," said the Dark Dragon commander respectfully. "What's the matter?" asked Ning Chun. "It's about the Wang family of Donglin." The Marquis stepped forward and said, "The Wang family may be making a big move recently. His Majesty is worried and invites you over." "The Wang family?" Ning Chun frowned. He was unfamiliar with the name of the Wang family of Donglin. The Wang family was the largest family in Donglin City. In recent years, they had been very restless and had been closely watched by the imperial court. Previously, when investigating the case of the Lord of Ing City, he had suspected the Wang family of Donglin. However, In order not to alert the enemy, he did not make a move. It was at that time that he first began to suspect that there was some unknown relationship between Duke Xiyu and Donglin. After the death of Duke Xiyu, he thought that Donglin would be more peaceful. He didn't expect that there would be trouble again. Great Xia was in the midst of war. It was not the right time to deal with Donglin. Marquis, His Majesty has been waiting for many days. Please set off as soon as possible, reminded the Dark Dragon commander. Yes, let's go. Ningchen nodded. The two of them left the commander's tent and immediately rushed in the direction of Great Xia's imperial palace. In the capital of northern Ming, in the majestic imperial palace, Ming Yu was wearing a dragon robe. She was smashing things, and her small face was filled with displeasure. The little eunuchs in the palace were so frightened that they didn't dare to speak. They retreated to the side in fear. I don't want an empress. Ming Yu was furious. Her Highness, an old official, looked down and pretended that he didn't see or hear anything. I don't want an empress. Ming Yu was even angrier when she saw that the old official was ignoring her. The old official continued to pretend that he didn't hear anything. Without Lingwei, this little ancestor would turn the sky upside down. No one could control her. Report. At this moment, a guard quickly ran into the palace and knelt down. Your Majesty, Lord Minister, the military advisor has sent a letter. The old official wasn't surprised at all, as if he already knew about this. Present it. Ming Yu put down the inkstone in her hand and said indifferently, Yes. The little eunuch at the side quickly took the letter and handed it to the table. Ming Yu picked up the letter and read it carefully. Her delicate little face turned white and red, as if she was changing her expression. The old official gestured for the guard and the little eunuch to leave. Shortly after, he said softly, Your Majesty, have you changed your mind? I'll marry her. Ming Yu put down the letter and said while gnashing her teeth, Haha, Your Majesty is wise. The old official laughed. Ming Yu was furious when she saw the old official's smiling face. She said, I can marry her, but I have a condition. Your Majesty, please speak. The old official said, I want to invite someone. Ming Yu said, Who? The old official asked. Great Xia's Jiming Marquis. Ming Yu said firmly. Cough, cough. Hearing this name, the old official immediately choked and coughed violently. If you don't agree, I won't marry her. Ming Yu threatened. Your Majesty, don't worry. Let me think about it for a few days. The old official's expression changed, and he decided to delay for 2 days. I'm not in a hurry. You can think about it slowly. Ming Yu snorted and said without fear. The negotiation temporarily collapsed. The old official turned around and walked out of the hall quickly. This was not a small matter. He needed to discuss it with Ling Yu before making a decision. At the same time, in the center of the supreme power of Great Xia, the Revelation Hall was brightly lit. Although it was night, the candlelight made it as bright as day. There were only 4 people in the huge Revelation Hall. They looked at each other quietly, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Xiao Mingtian walked down from the dragon throne, which meant that there was no ruler or minister tonight. Zhang Sun and Qing Ning stood in the hall and looked at the young man in front of them with complicated thoughts. Queen, long time no see. Ning Chun was the first to speak with a smile. It's good that you're back. Zhang Sun sighed and said. Qing Ning walked forward and said nothing. She raised her hand and slapped Ning Chen's head. Hiss! Ning Chen gasped in pain, but did not dare to resist. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. After the slap, Qing Ning walked back to Zhang Sun calmly, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Mingtian did not care. Qing Ning had a special status in the palace. Although he was Emperor Xia, he could not order her around at will. Ning Chun, take a look at this information. Xiao Mingtian handed over a letter and said solemnly. Ning Chun took it and read the contents of the letter. He frowned more and more. The Wang family of Donglin was more daring than he had imagined. The spy sent by the imperial court to the Wang family of Donglin sent news that Bei Ming and the Wang family had reached some unknown agreement. It was likely that there would be some movement in the near future. Leave it to me, Ningchen thought and said calmly. Hearing the former's words, Xiao Mingtian was secretly relieved and said, If you need anything, just tell me. I will do my best to cooperate. No need. Ning Chun shook his head. Then he turned to look at Zhang Sun and said, Queen, I want to borrow Sister Qingning for a few days. Well, be careful, Zhang Sun reminded him. Ning Chun nodded. After a respectful bow, he walked out of the hall. When he was about to leave the hall, he paused for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I only want to ask one thing. Can you, Hani, be trusted? Absolutely, Xiaoming Tian said seriously. That's good. After saying that, Ning Chun did not say anything more and walked away. Qingning followed behind and left quietly. After the two left, Xiaoming Tian bowed respectfully to Zhang Sun and said, Thank you, mother. Zhang Sun got up and sighed softly. This is the last time. In the future, the Xia kingdom will be in your hands. Ming Tian will not let you down. Xiaoming Tian said respectfully. Zhang Sun smiled tiredly and walked toward the back of the heavenly mandate palace. In the dark night, the ghost palanquin flew through the void and rushed toward the southeast of the Xia kingdom. Don't you have anything to say to me? Qingning looked at Ning Chun in the palanquin and said slowly. Ning Chun was silent for a moment and said, I'm sorry. On the night of the third prince's forced abdication, in order to trap Zhang Sun in the Weiyang palace, he had to deliberately send Qingning away. He repeatedly asked her to go with the excuse that there might be an accident during the deployment of troops. I don't want to hear you apologize to me. What is it that you can't tell me or the Empress? You have to bear it yourself. Qingning said with anger in her voice. There won't be a next time, Ning Chun said softly. After hearing the promise, Qingning's expression softened a little. She said, The Empress asked me to tell you to live well. If you don't want to care about other things, don't care. Hearing Qingning's words, Ning Chun smiled gently and said, It's okay. It will be solved soon. He understood what Zhang Sun meant. She did not want to continue to bind him. However, how could he be at ease now that things had come to this? There were only a few months left. It would be over soon. At that time, there would be no Fan Lingyue or Ning Chun in the world. The Xia kingdom would still be the powerful dynasty that had been invincible for thousands of years. Chapter 186. The Grand Xia's Donglin city was calm at night. Compared to the bustling Grand Xia's imperial city, Donglin city's nights were more peaceful and peaceful. Ning Chun and Qingning entered Donglin city and went directly to the city's largest brothel. No matter where it was, the brothel alley was the most attractive place for men at night. Ning Chun had come to find Yuhani, so he could only come here. 100 Flower Building was brightly lit throughout the night. It was abnormally lively. It was very special in this quiet city. Ning Chun and Qingning stopped in front of 100 Flower Building. Help me see where she is, said Ning Chun. Qingning nodded. Immediately, she spread out her spiritual consciousness and covered the entire 100 Flowers Tower. In the back courtyard, said Qingning after a moment. Take me to her, said Ning Chun. Yes. Qingning waved her hand and the two of them disappeared, turning into a ray of light that entered 100 Flower Building's back courtyard. In the moonless night, two figures walked over from the back courtyard, avoiding everyone's gaze. In the entire back courtyard, there was only one room with candles still lit. It was very eye-catching in the dark night. Ning Chun went up and pushed open the door, walking in. It's you. Yuhani was startled. Let's not waste time. Tell me everything about the Wang family, said Ning Chun calmly. Yuhani also didn't waste time and quickly told him everything she knew. Hearing that, Ning Chun's eyes shone with a cold light. It seemed he would have to personally go to the Wang family. If there's something I need, I'll come find you. Let's meet again, said Ning Chun. So fast? You're not going to rest for the night? Asked Yuhani in surprise. No, the situation in the north is tense. I have to deal with things here as quickly as possible. Ning Chun didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Compared to the situation in the north, the matters here were trivial. It wasn't that Donglin's Wang family was too weak. It was just that Donglin didn't have Fan Lingyue, who was #1 in the world in terms of intelligence, nor did it have a martial lord who was unrivaled in martial strength. Comparatively, they weren't difficult to deal with. Sister Qingning, did Donglin have a Xiantian expert 300 years ago? Asked Ning Chun. Yes. However, The Wang family's ancestor reached the Xiantian realm too late. He doesn't have much lifespan left. He should have been dead for close to 100 years, replied Qingning. If he's not dead, can you beat him alone? Ningchen asked. Qingning was surprised. She didn't understand why Ningchen would ask such a question. Don't overthink it. I'm just asking. Ningchen smiled faintly. He had seen too many people who were supposed to die, but didn't die. Now, he no longer believed in the word should. Everything had to be planned so that he wouldn't be caught off guard. The Wang clan had endured for 1,000 years. In fact, the Wang clan had remained silent for over 200 years when the Wang clan elder was alive. Yet they had chosen to push out Duke Xiyu in this era. Even he himself would not believe that there was nothing fishy about this. The existence of a Xiantian realm expert would bring about unparalleled confidence. Since the Wang clan dared to go against the great Xia dynasty day after day, it meant that they had something to rely on. No matter how he thought about it, this was not as convincing as the fact that the Wang family patriarch was still alive. If this was true, it wasn't good news that an old monster who had stepped into the Khanate realm for over 300 years was still alive. Of course, this was only his guess. However, he was certain that even if the old monster was still alive, he definitely hadn't stepped into the Three Disasters realm. Otherwise, a city like Sword City would have appeared in the world instead of the restless Wang clan. If he hadn't stepped into the Three Disasters realm, it wasn't that he couldn't be killed. If it really didn't work, he could just hire a few more people. Qingning thought for a long time and said, if the Wang clan elder is below the three tribulations, I can barely hold him back. If his realm exceeds the three tribulations, I'm helpless. Ningchen nodded. He had heard from his senior that the three tribulations was a threshold for the fifth tribulation realm. After transcending it, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Let's go to the Wang clan to take a look first. It's been over 300 years. Even if the Wang clan elder is still alive, it's impossible for him to appear so casually, said Ningchen. Okay, replied Qingning softly. The two hurried towards the Wang clan. The night was the best way to cover their tracks. Before long, the two arrived at the Wang clan in Donglin. Under the night sky, the Wang clan seemed very peaceful. Ningchen walked around, looking for what he wanted to see. Qingning followed beside him, not saying a word, quietly following him. Ningchen's cultivation was sealed in his Dantian Sea of Qi. Because he had no meridians, he couldn't use them at all. Now, he was no different from an ordinary person. However, Ningchen was once an expert at the peak of Heaven's Reach. Relying on the strength of his body, he could deal with many things. Qingning used her Khanate Qi to cover their auras, to prevent them from being detected by the spiritual senses of martial artists. The Wang clan was very vigilant. In the mansion, there were ninth-grade experts guarding and patrolling at all times. In just an hour, there were no less than 6 different auras sweeping past. Of the 6 auras, one was abnormally strong, at least above the peak of the 9th grade. If Qingning hadn't stepped into the Khanate realm, the two of them would have been discovered. Fortunately, no Khanate spiritual senses had appeared yet. In the peony pavilion of the Wang clan, Su Fian stood quietly. She had been standing there for a whole day. Ningchen searched for a long time. Finally, after more than 2 hours, he found the person he wanted to see. She is indeed here. In the dark night, Ningchen looked at the beautiful figure in the pavilion. His eyes narrowed slightly. Should we make a move? Qingning also guessed the identity of the woman in the pavilion and asked softly. No need. Ningchen shook his head. Tonight's purpose had been achieved. There was no need to alert the enemy. Let's go, Ningchen said. Qingning didn't ask anything and left directly. After the two of them left the Wang clan, it was already late. Ningchen returned directly to the underworld, while Qingning stayed in Donglin City to monitor the Wang clan's every move. The sky gradually brightened. In the peony pavilion, Su Fian gradually withdrew her consciousness. Just as she was about to leave, in the void, a sudden wind and clouds gathered, and an old illusory figure slowly appeared. Old ancestor. Su Fian was slightly startled, and then a flash of joy flashed in her eyes. In 3 years, The little Fian of the past has already grown up. The Wang clan's old ancestor kindly smiled. Old ancestor, have your injuries healed? After her excitement, Su Fian seemed to have thought of something, and a worried expression appeared on her face. Huh? How could it be so simple? The Wang clan's old ancestor laughed. The reason I'm still unable to leave seclusion is because I miss little Fian. I specially condensed a clone to take a look. Old ancestor, Fian is about to get married. In the future, I might not be able to see you again. Su Fian's mood was downcast. Did they force you? The Wang clan's old ancestor's gaze turned cold. No, Fian volunteered. Furthermore, the old ancestor's injuries require the Permitha flower to heal. Fian has already searched the entire Central Plains. Now is the perfect time to go to the Northern Ming royal court to search, said Su Fian. It's been hard on you. The Wang clan's old ancestor sighed emotionally. Su Fian gently smiled and shook her head. The Wang clan's old ancestor deeply sighed. His illusory figure gradually dissipated, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the Netherworld Hell Palace, Ningchun had already been in seclusion in front of the Ghost Maiden Stone Room for 4 whole hours. However, in order to achieve his goal, he was still incessantly nagging. Miss Mu, everything can be discussed. You've been here every day facing a sword. Even if you gain something, you won't know. In the end, you still need to find an opponent to test it out. Ningchun tried to persuade her with both emotion and reason. The Chang'ing sword in Mu Chengshue's hand dissipated a strand of sword intent. Her figure rapidly rushed forward, but when she was 3 inches away from the sword, she saw an even stronger strand of sword intent ripple out. She immediately retreated several meters. Miss Mu, think about it. There are only a few Xiantian experts in this world. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to find an opponent like this next time. Ning Chen continued. Mu Qingxue didn't say anything. Her white robes fluttered in the wind. After a short exchange of glances, they once again exchanged several blows. Miss Mu. After another 2 hours, Ning Chen really couldn't talk anymore. His mouth was dry, and he said, Miss Mu, can you at least give some reaction? Mu Qingxue was still indifferent. She waved her sword and soared into the sky. Sword feathers condensed behind her, and with a clang, the 2 swords collided. The sword intent dispersed in all directions. The scattered sword intent was extremely sharp. It drew deep sword marks on the ground and stone walls, spreading out to 100 meters. Seeing this, Ning Chun immediately retreated. He didn't want to be cut into pieces by this sharp sword intent. Looking at the huge trenches in front of him that were drawn by the sword intent, Ning Chen's back was drenched in cold sweat. Did this lady want to take his life? Goodbye. Seeing that the negotiation had failed and his life was in danger, Ning Chen quickly left. Although he still had lingering fears, he wasn't too discouraged. If Mu Qingxue was so easy to talk to, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state when he was chased. Night fell. Ning Chun rode the ghost palanquin to the palace. After a short discussion with Xiao Mingri, he left with a 5-feet-long redwooden box carved with dragon patterns. In Donglin City, and not far from the Wang family residence, Qing Ning waited for a long time before Ning Chen finally arrived. Dane Green Sparrow Sword. Seeing the red wooden box in Ning Chen's hand, Qing Ning was shocked. She asked in surprise, "Why did you lend it out?" It's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, it's used to invite people to fight. Ning Chen explained simply. Then he asked, "How is it? Is there any movement from the Wang family?" When it came to business, Qing Ning's face became serious. She said, "Not long after you left, an extremely strong aura appeared. In order not to be discovered, I didn't dare to check it. However, as you said, it should be the ancestor of the Wang family. It's never wrong to prepare for a rainy day." Ning Chen looked at the Dane Green Sparrow Sword in his hand and said coldly, "Sister Qing Ning, according to your estimation, what is the cultivation level of this ancestor of the Wang family?" Ning Chen raised his head and asked seriously. He should be on the verge of the 3rd tribulation. I'm not sure if he has passed the 3rd tribulation. Qing Ning thought for a moment and replied, It seems that 2 people are still not enough. Ningchen narrowed his eyes and said slowly. He couldn't gamble. He had to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Since 2 people were not enough, he had to find a third.